This is the first case in the scenarios of cases that we're gonna have, and first case is called the first turnabout. The day will begin with a conversation between Mia, who's our boss, and Larry Butts, who's our friend and also our client. Yeah, his name is Larry Butts. Don't question it. All these names are really funny. Funny. But yeah. So you'll run through the facts of the case as far as he's aware. What we come to know from Larry is basically the victim is Cindy Stone, who was killed in her apartment, and the accused is Larry, who was dating the witness. So at this point, that is all we need to know. We can check our court record anytime to give evidence, information on the case. Currently, all we have in the evidence is the attorney's badge and Cindy's autopsy report. That's all we get. The autopsy report says the victim died at 7:21 between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. from blood loss due to blunt force trauma. Basically, a heavy object hit her head, and she had a great amount of blood loss. And with that, we just begin our trial. And the trial begins with the judge expressing concern about how nervous we look, and he decides to ask us some really silly questions to establish whether we are capable of defending our client or not. I say silly questions because he asks us to state the defendant's name, or the victim's name, or the cause of death. Maybe like if you're 10 at that time, then it might have tough for you. I don't know. But as somebody who's playing this game now, the first case kind of seems very childish. And that is only for the first case though. Because the upcoming cases I'll get to, we are gonna be having some real fun with that one. So once the judge didn't get capable, the proceedings will continue. Our prosecutor is Prosecutor Payne, who only appeared once during the case attorney game. There's trials and tribulations as well, and there's one more which name I forgot, but we'll play that as well. But right now we're playing Ace Attorney. And Ace Attorney, Prosecutor Payne only appears once, and he'll summon a murder weapon, basically, which is a tinker, which is basically a stack. It'll be in our record books or court record, and can use it at any time. So next, Larry will be called to stand by Payne, the prosecutor. He will inform the court that Cindy actually dumped the defendant, even though Larry believes that they're still dating. Like, he really tries to, like, just look over it and be like, yeah, you know what? No, we're still dating. And it's funny because one of the sentences that Prosecutor Payne says is, Larry, you did not know that your dead girlfriend basically has sugar daddies. And I was just like, what the hell, did they really include that shit in this game? And I was just like smiling and thinking like, okay, that's kind of funny. Anyways, he tells the court that Cindy had been away in Paris and just returned before the day of the morning, which is confirmed by Cindy's passport, which is in the court. Payne will get to Larry, and it will make Larry really work up. And he asks Larry about whether he thinks that there are these sugar daddies that have been providing her all the money, and does Larry really knows about? But Larry said, like, we try to like do something for Larry, but in the end, this choice doesn't really matter. Like I said, this case is very simple. Choices really don't matter that much as much in the other cases. In which one case I actually even failed, which is funny because I was just like, wait, that's not the correct choice. I was like, oh shit. But yeah, whatever choices you make, Larry will just say the thing, it's fine. And then we asked, Payne asks Larry what Larry was doing on the day that he was at the victim's apartment. And Larry, basically, we have the chance to stop him from answering or let him answer honestly. Again, it doesn't really matter, as Larry just does whatever he wants, and Payne has a witness that will prove that Larry was at Cindy's apartment on the day of the murder. So that witness is the only witness in this case, because again, this is like a tutorial for you, so there is some guy in the whole game, and he's obviously the murderer, if that was not. Well, I give you spoilers, but this is spoiled in the very first cutscene of the game. The first two cases show you the murder right in your face, but after that you have to figure out who done that, and it kind of gets hard when you put it. But yeah, that's about it. Now moving on, we get into this whole testimony that our witness is coming. Our witness is named Frank Savage. It is the first time that we actually get to meet our witness in the game, and we have to point out the contradictions in his testimony. Now, there are some things that every time when you're in court. This will come and there will be some things that they will say. We have to point out what is wrong that they have said about this for a specific testimony, and you will be cross-examining all these witnesses. So while the testimony is done, like I said, I'm not going to go through a whole of it. It's just going to make the video longer. So I'll just tell you, give you a basic summary of what happens in the testimony. So right after this testimony is done, the judge will ask for why the phone in the apartment wasn't working, because our witness said that apparently no phones were working in the apartment and he had to get a public phone to inform the police about a dead body. So for that, prosecutor Payne basically here presents a blackout record, which basically says that there was a blackout between the time 12 p.m. to 6 p.m., which means the murder, during the time of murder, they couldn't have used the phone, which is why they had to go to a public phone to actually use it. Now, if you're playing the game and you pay attention on what is happening, there is a statement that Frank Savage says in his whole test. While cross-examining, you can check the statement, which is basically saying that he found the body exactly at 1 p.m. But that is impossible for the body to be found at 1 p.m. because the victim died between the time 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. And the witness is saying that the body is found at 1 p.m., which is a massive contradiction. And for that, we can present Cindy's autopsy. How we present the report, you basically go into your court record. You open up the court record, you select one of the clues, evidence, whatever you would call it, inside the court record, and you have to present it to the lawyer, because there'll be specific departments to present it, obviously. But yeah, there is Cindy's autopsy, which says that the body was dead between, she was killed between the time 4 to 5 p.m. And this statement that he makes, that is saying that the body was found at 1 p.m. has to be wrong, because obviously the body was found between 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. So, Savage changes his testimony again, saying that this time around there was some kind of voice that was probably coming from a television, which is again suspicious. How would there be a voice coming out from a television telling the time? It's impossible, because the blackout record says that there was no electricity between 12 to 6. So what do you by sound coming from television? It's impossible. And obviously he has to back out again and we testify about the time. This one he says that he actually heard the time, but he didn't actually see it, and the time was actually a tabletop in the apartment, and that was a murder weapon. But we know that a murder weapon is a statue, right? That a murder weapon is a statue, and it's impossible for it to have been a clock, and that's why we present the statue and the statement that a murder weapon is was a thing that, there's a statement saying a murder weapon is something that is used to kill. We use that on that, since obviously we don't know how would he know that a murder weapon is a table, right? So present the statue, and through that, Payne tells us on that statement. Payne basically pushes us and says that this statue is actually a clock. We check it, and that's weird, because how would Savage know that it's a clock, right? I mean, come on, the only way he could have known it was a clock is if he went into the apartment, because from everywhere you see it's a statue, and the only way to activate it must have been if he went into the apartment. And the witness basically, this was a very funny scene, honestly, and this is one of the reasons why I thought Phoenix Wright was a really funny game when I started playing it, because there's this one scene where Savage basically gets so angry and then just throws his wig at Phoenix, and it just made me laugh. I was like, what the hell? That was something. But yeah, this was my first mistake actually. I don't remember what exactly I chose, but I chose something which was on the screen, and I was like, okay, let me try that, but it wasn't that. It was instead we had to select or try sounding the clock, because the two things that I was obviously going right was that the first option was to say yes, and then even judge us why do you say that Frank knew about the murder weapon? There was no statue, and Phoenix explains that he went in the apartment, right? So that all is fine, but I didn't know that try sounding the clock was the right option over there, so I chose another option and then went like, oh, that was a mistake. So yeah, so if you try to sound the clock will say the time is 25, which is basically like 3 hours behind the courtroom time. Yes, it's called the courtroom time. It's not mentioned where we are right now. At least not in the first Ace Attorney game. Maybe in the later games they will mention it, and you guys might already know it, whoever's playing Ace Attorney. But in this game, it's not mentioned where we are, so we just take it as a courtroom time. So it is 11:25 on courtroom, but actually it's 8:25 on the clock, and the thinker says that he takes the time. And there was a 3-hour gap between Salad and this claim statement that he does that where he found the body and the time of death is 4 p.m. Obviously, there's a big difference, right? So that is great for us, and we almost have the case. But that's when Sabbath states that we can't prove that he's a killer because we don't have a concrete evidence. But Mia in the end comes and helps us and tells us to put down box. And when she asks whether we can prove this situation or not, we say we can, because there's one thing that proves that the clock was at the correct time. That the clock didn't display the correct time. Why the clock didn't display the correct time? But again, this is what it didn't. And the answer was that the answer was hidden in Cindy's passport. Cindy's passport, remember, says that she went to France. If we check on Cindy's passport, he says that she was in France. And if she were to be exact, she was in Paris. That's what it said, if I remember correctly. But yeah, and there's a 9-hour difference between Paris and the courtroom time. So the clock wasn't 3 hours back; it was 9 hours, not 3 hours back. Instead, it was 9 hours ahead. Apparently, according to Wright, and that basically makes our case, and we win the first case. To which Larry Butts. Yes, Larry Butts, that's his name, is found not guilty. And what really happened was that our witness, Frank Savage, he was basically a burglar, and he disguised himself as a newspaper salesman every single day so that he could rob. And on that day, he was robbing Cindy's apartment. But Cindy wasn't turned upon to Larry, if you remember. So he decided to break in and start robbing. And Cindy came right at that time. And that's when he just went for the thinker and struck Cindy with. And that is how the whole case went. In the end, there is an important thing you should remember, that Larry gives a statue to Mia. And this statue is going to be really important for the next case as well. I really like the fact that the things that happened in the earlier case do have an impact on later cases. And except for the 5th case, I think so. But up to the 4th case, everything that has happened since case 1 to 4 case, everything matters a lot. And that is what I feel great about completing these certain cases and amazing chain of events that we have going into episode 4. So yeah, the first case is a tutorial case. It's very easy. Anybody can do this case. That's just how easy the case. There are not many clues. There are not many people. There are not the choices that we have that we need to make. And in general, I think so this case just works well as a tutorial case. And I felt great playing the first case because I was just like, yeah, I can most probably do everything in this game. Well, I wasn't wrong. I did do a lot of things correctly, except for one thing that I screwed up on. But yeah, this is a pretty easy case. So we then move on to episode 2, which is Turn About Sisters. So episode 2 basically starts off with a phone call with Mia and her little sister, and Mia needs Maya, who's her little sister, to hold on to some evidence that she's going to arrange in Fan law offices later on. And we see that does not happen as planned, because we see that somebody comes in and attacks Mia, and we basically see the face of the killer, but I most probably won't show you to the end. But honestly, there's like first case is just contain like big spoilers. Second case is more of an open worldy tutorial where you go to places and how it's basically on the free day when before trial days. and after trial days, how do you conflict, how do you find evidences, how do you contradict things. That's basically how you're going to like figure out a lot of things that is going to happen in the trial and find as evidence and stuff for the trial later on. And this is basically what the second episode teaches us: how to how to find evidences, talk to people, get more evidences, talk to people, yada yada. And moving on. So this chapter begins off, or this episode begins off with our main character, Phoenix Wright, coming to the office and finding out Mia's dead body. And near her was a girl who I talked to, Maya, Mia's sister. And it just appears that the office has been wrecked, destroyed, and Mia is dead. I guess this is the first time when I was thinking, when I played the first episode, I was thinking holy shit, this is a very funny game. This is the first time when I seriously felt bad because it was such a serious moment and I wasn't expecting that. It just caught me off guard. I mean, I should have expected that because there's blood and everything in this game, but it just came off unexpectedly, and that's why I was just so shocked by the fact that there was an actual corpse of our superior, of our mentor, lying there, and we're just watching, and her sister's crying right next to it. This whole case in general sets the standard for Wright Ace Attorney, because this whole case, the way it begins and everything, just escalates up to episode 4. Episode 5 is most probably the greatest case of this game I played. Well, Ace Attorney, not this game, because there are other 2 games in this game. But of Ace Attorney, episode 5 is most probably my favorite of how the whole case is constructed. But this case really sets up that high expectation that I will see a better case at the game, and I was wrong. I wasn't wrong when I thought about it. This does set up a really high expectation and delivers on that high expectation, and it's unbelievably good for a game that I didn't expect much from. This is when I was 12 or 13 when I first played this game, and I felt great playing this game when I was 12 or 13. So I didn't complete the game completely. I played the Ace Attorney. I played up to episode 4. I never got to episode 5 because they added it later on. I'm not sure because I never really got to episode 5. But crazy how things are with this case. It was so good going through this case and solving. I think so. Episode 3 is a very low point for the game because it just doesn't stand up to the other cases that are in the game. Episode 1 is tutorial, so I just don't consider it as a case. But 2, 4, and 5, those cases are so well constructed and connect each other in a way. Fifth, not so much, but second, and a lot. And it does so many things right, and I love this game for doing that. The well construction of each case in the game. I'm not saying episode 3 was bad. I'm just saying it's a low point compared to the other cases because it's just not as intriguing or as good as episode 4 or episode 5. Episode 5 is just awesome. Up until this, I haven't played Trials and Tribulations. I'll get to that as well. But yeah, coming back to this, I've wasted a lot of time talking about episode 2, episode 3, episode 4. But let's talk about Turnabout Sisters. So we basically find a few things over here. For example, the Thinker, which is the weapon, obviously, and the Glass Shard, which is just lying around. It'll be useful later on. We also find that Maya is holding around Mia. What's confused the sisters? Mia is holding on to something, and Maya is written on that specific receipt that she is holding on. I say receipt because this is an important thing, very important, a case-winning thing. Okay, so just keep that in mind. So yeah, and the reason we are just investigating everything is because Maya is basically falling unconscious, and we lay her on the sofa outside the office. And the second thing that happens in this very office is that there is some chick who looks at the dead corpse from outside in the hotel that is outside the Fanco law. So yeah, so she calls onto the police, and basically the police are right. So Maya comes to by the time we come out of the office and we talk to her. We ask her what happened, and all Maya says is that she arrived at the office and Mia was already dead when she had found her. And then we ask her about her relationship with Maya. Maya basically is Mia's sister. Again, if I'm confusing the name, I'm sorry. It's just very confusing, Mia and Maya. Okay? And yeah, Maya is Mia's sister, and she came to her sister's office to find some evidence that her sister wanted to keep. So we just do our best, and to always remember we have to present the receipt to her, and we do. And she's shocked basically. She's completely baffled about the fact that her name was written on the receipt. At this very moment, the police arrives and we get an introduction to a detective. His name is Dick Gumshoe. Yeah, his name is Dick Gumshoe. I don't know, man. What is with the names? But Phoenix Wright, Myers Edgewood. I don't know. The judge's name is Aji. Her name is Mia Maya Faye. We have Larry Potts, Dick Gumshoe. Some of these names are straight out one. But I think so he's the best character. He's very adorable. He's really cute too. I find him the most adorable character out here because he's just so forgetful about everything. And yeah, like every time I try to take the game seriously, there's this moment of the game where I just think about it and go like, the hell, dude. Anyways, we decided to visit her in the morning at detention center after she gets arrested by Dick Gumshoe because there's the receipt saying Maya, and obviously that means that she killed her sister. I don't know the logic behind that, but hey, it's the police are doing their job on it. So we go to the detention center where she is, and we get to talk about stuff that went down. And it seems like she's a little bit down, and she'll ask us if we'll be her lawyer. And we can choose anything, honestly, and I obviously am a nice lawyer to her, so we just tell her that we will. After that, we get to talk to Maya. Maya, we ask her about herself, and we learn she's a spirit medium in training, which is why it explains she's wearing such a weird kimono type of thing, and yeah, they are just part of her profession, basically. We ask her about what happened in the crime, and on the morning of the crime, Mia called Maya to have her protect some evidence that she mentioned last night. She has the call recorded on the phone, and that will give us 2 new topics. Talking the first 2 topics, we get 2 new topics. One of them is about her cell phone, and Maya would let us hear the cell phone call that she had with Mia since she recorded the call. So, but Gumshoe already has that evidence, so we can't really do about it. We also talk about spirit mediums, and basically that says that Fae family are like, especially when they're really powerful spiritual people who can basically contact dead people, and Mia's power apparently really, really strong, but it's crazy that she's dead. But yeah, then Phoenix just asks Maya that whether she can contact her sister, and this is positively. I mean, Maya says that they're positively. I mean, sorry, but we'll get Maya's memo, which will help us basically get the phone from the detective. And we ask her about the driving. So Maya went to office just like she was told, whereupon she smelled blood and suggests that she found her sister dead. And she also tells us that by 4 PM we have to find a lawyer for her, or she can't. The state will give her a lawyer. So there's not much we can do right now, so we just go back to Faye and Cool Law offices. Failed Cool offices, we meet Detective Gumshoe, which have some pretty seriously funny names out there. Detective Sudesh Shoes, I think that's how I pronounce it. There's also Detective Gumtree for some reason. It's just funny names. And he just presumes we are Maya's lawyer, basically. And we get to talk to him. So we ask about Mia and the autopsy report. He gave us the autopsy report, which is basically that she was killed by blunt force trauma. So yeah, that's basically she had no time to write it. That's what it says. And that's blue. We get the autopsy report. We also talk about Maya, and we come to know that Miles Edgewood is the one who's taking the case. Edgewood is a recurring character and is a very important character in the Phoenix series, to what I know. We also have an Edgewood game, if I'm correct. Don't take my word to it. I just seen an Edgewood like defense mechanism or something. Mechanism? I saw an Edgewood in defense or something like that. That's what I want to say. Wait, that's right. But when we ask about Edgewood, he just tells Phoenix that he's a cold-hearted man who hates crime and do anything to just get the guilty verdict out there. Basically, he just forge stuff, whatever. So we just give and through the memo, we get the cell phone. Now we get a recording in the cell phone, which is really, really important that we have a recording because it does have a lot of stuff related to this case. With that, we just go to the gate of our hotel where we meet April May. Yes, that's her name, April May. Remember when April was in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Yeah, she's on that. So we just talked with her for a bit, but like she just leaves the room after that. But there's a screwdriver we noticed that was stuck there, and we try to get to it, but April says no peeking and throws it out. She doesn't help us. That's basically it. So we get to Grosenberg, but Grosenberg law office is not doing that. Meyer to get her a lawyer. So when we go there, Marvin Gross, who's a lawyer on there, he refuses. For some reason, he just decides to refuse outright. We don't know yet. We'll know eventually, but so we asked him why, and he just says that no one will take up the case. And we ask her about Mia, and she worked as an apprentice to a Grossberg, apparently. That's what it was. And we also talk about the painting that Grossberg has, which is no relevancy whatsoever. It's just there to show character. And I love that because it doesn't have any relevancy, but it still shows character, right? Because we know, like this painting, it's there, but on day 2 it won't be there because Grossberg is blackmailed, and it just sells a painting. It shows the character of the blackmailer being really, really powerful. He controls a lot of things, including lawyers, cops, and other stuff, right? So yeah, with nothing else, we go to the detention center where we meet Maya, and we tell her that Spring Grossberg is not really there, and Maya just is not happy with this stuff. So we talk to Maya, and she talks about her family, about how her father died when she was little, and her mother, well, she was basically in a case that happened 15 years ago, which is a recurring statement in episode 4 because this is a very important case in its first part. No, it's an Ace Attorney part, because within the 15 years ago case, there are 2 cases that are connected with each other. This case and another case that we'll be doing later on. This case, I believe, is called DS6 case. I don't remember exactly. We'll get to it when I get to it. But yeah, apparently she had been named as fraud, and the man is identified as someone who is innocent, and it really wrecked her mother's reputation and everything. And Maya says the man who basically made a lot of stock out of her was named White. Remember that name, very important. So yeah, so we defend to choose Maya. Defend to choose Maya. Wait, what did I just say? Did I just say defend to choose Maya? Don't mind it. English is hard language. Okay. We decided to defend Maya, and well, it's time to get into some real investigation. And we go to Gatewater Hotel, and there's only one thing remaining to do in Gatewater Hotel: check the drawer. Since April May isn't there, and there's only a bell bag. So he'll ask us to tell April May that man, Mr. White, has left a message for him, and we are not sure what it is. But before we do that, we take the wiretap from the drawer and move out. We don't know the message at all. We never see the message that Mr. White has left. Okay, fine by me. And then we move on to the next day's trial. Till this, I think I've had real fun with the game because there's just so much fun had in this game. I think this was like a real fun case for me. So we begin with our secondary trial where we see that Edgewood is there, the judge is there. Edgewood is really edgy. Don't mind me, I had to do that. But I really like his character as well, because we actually see a development in Edgewood's character throughout the game, and I really love character developments when it's presented to us, especially in games like this, because if I'm playing a shooter or something, I don't need character development gameplay, but I'm playing a visual novel, which is basically like a strategy visual novel, so like I need a character development. We see that with Edgewood, who's a recurring character in this game. So Edward basically calls on Namshi to stand, and Namshi will describe the details of the movie in the floor plan. And the floor plan floor plan will be added to our inventory. I'll try out. I think that inventory is a better word for courtroom record because it's just an inventory. Because it takes forever to say courtroom record, and again, I want to make the video long. It's still going to be a long video. I'll put it up too long. So, Gumshoe basically testifies on why he arrested Maya, and before the cross-examination begins, Maya passes on a note to us. It tells you that we can press the victim for some reason, not the victim, the witness. The victim's a dead person. We can press the witness for some reason, or like bluff our way in while pressing the victim. What? How does? I don't know how Maya knows about it, but hey, that's fine. It's fine. Okay. So we press on the statement that is why we had a witness account describing. That is a statement that Gumshoe said, and we asked. We press her, and he mentions a pink-haired witness who is basically hard evidence. And the judge asked Gumshoe to try again in his testimony, in which Gumshoe testifies again, and this time hard. So in this one, there's a contradiction that says before she died, the victim wrote the killer's. But if you check the Maya's autopsy thing in the inventory, if you check that, it's the death is instant. It's literally written in the autopsy report. So we just present the autopsy report, and it says there in the. So Edgewood will ask when you receive the autopsy report, and I basically say the day after the murder. Next day, we go to the office and we receive the autopsy report. Edgewood basically claims that the report has been updated, and well, we're given 3 choices. Whatever, I'm just waiting for Edgeworth. Choosing Edgeworth to blame and saying that he is the one who did it, because it doesn't matter. So with that, Gumshoe just leaves the stand, and the next witness that Edgeworth calls on is April, who is this epitome of I am cute, baby, but not really. So she gives us a testimony, and the judge wants to know if we are cross-examining us, and obviously we are not. But yeah, we'll cross-examine him. Her? She didn't change her gender. Man, English is hard to speak. But yeah, and April May says something interesting, and that is the one attacking her was the mousy girl sitting on the defendant's chair, and I was like, something strange about it. So we pressed her, and since we don't have any evidence, we just have to press it. And then I said that I questioned your testimony when April May is like, what's wrong with my testimony? And then we choose like, she's lying. And the reason why we say this is because April May says she's a mousy girl, but apparently that's not the case. If you look at Maya, she's very different from others. Like, her clothes are strange, and her hair is strange. You would notice all that first, but she didn't. So she changes her test, and then she says that she saw Maya doing it all and everything, and she saw the weapon, and she just dug her own grave by saying the clock thingy is a murder weapon, and then she also said it's a pinker, and we are like, oh, but she could not know that, and we'll get to that. We present the thinker as a that statement of that clock. The clock, she says something like the clock, the statue thingy, and we just present that. And Edgewood will stop the questioning after we present that thingy, and the judge will also agree. And April says that she heard a clock from her hotel room, and we are presented with options. And I choose it couldn't have run, which obviously couldn't have run because it's empty. And that's exactly the second option we get after saying that it couldn't have run, that it's empty. So the judge will examine the clock, and the clockwork is actually missing from inside. Edgewood states that the clockwork might have been removed after the murder, which would mean that April could have heard it after all. And that's when we'll present Maya's cell phone, because Maya's cell teams and information is important. That is, that Mia had told Maya that this clock, the evidence is inside this clock, and she needed to store it. So she's rolling the clock now. April tries to say that she has seen the clock in other stores. However, that is not possible, because if you remember from the first case, the one who made this clock is Larry Butts. So there's not. Jeez, the script. So there's no way that April saw the clock in the store. So we choose yes when the judge asks if there's an objection, and we present them. And at this point, April totally loses it, and the judge wants to know why we think that she knew it was a plot. So we say that you heard it to April, and we present the quiet as an evidence. So we can choose that you held it, but you think your theory from previous case worked, it doesn't work here, as Edgeworth pointed out that you prove that thinker is empty. Edgeworth asked us to provide proof that a murder weapon was a plot, and that's when we'll present Maya's self. So we'll be given two options to choose, but it doesn't matter which one we pick because April now has an alibi for time of murder. She tells the court that she ordered an iced coffee from the room service exactly at 9 p.m. and the bellboy testified. We get the option to continue with April May or call the bellboy, or we choose to call the bellboy who's has a witness. And Edgewell will allow it, but only on one. And the condition is if we can't crack a solution in Maya Maze? What the hell is Maya Maze alibi? Then our client will automatically be declared guilty. And we obviously accept this condition. Even if we allow April to testify, there really is nothing we can do because then we are forced to have the bellboy on the stand basically. So the bellboy testifies, and we basically have to keep on pressing. I don't know if there is any other way, but I just kept on pressing on the bellboy until we reached the end, and we'll get any information. But this will basically be stopped by Edgeworth, and he'll basically ask the judge to dismiss this since he doesn't have any new information. And we just choose to protest, and this will allow us to ask one more question. And the last question is that we ask is check. We also get this option for room service and bed making for some reason, but we just go with the chicken because we obviously want to know what happened in chicken. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what we do here. We have to check. Who was with April May, or was April May alone while she was checking. So we asked the bellboy why he wasn't mentioned about the person who was seeing April May after the bellboy mentioned that there were two people who checked in, and there are two people staying in the room. And the bellboy just says Edgeworth did not did not want him to mention the person, and Edgeworth is like, what the hell, dude? Stop it. So we have one new possibility in the case. So we just have a new person in the case, and that's when the judge asks us, well, what do you mean a new person? I mean, say the man with Miss May, obviously, and we haven't cleared Maya yet. However, we have got ourselves into no time to investigate. And the judge will extend the trial next day. After the trial, we will receive May's testimony, and it will be added to the inventory that we have. So everything is going great for us so far. It is not the best possible result we want on day one, but I think we did great on day one, and we move into the second day now. In the second day, we straight away go to Grossberg's office, and Grossberg wasn't there at the time, but there's a DL6. Right, it's not DL6, it's DL6. So this is a very, and the two photographs. One is of White, and another one is of a woman. This woman is none other than Mia and Maya's mom, apparently. But we don't know that until episode 4 comes to existence. But yeah. We just take the exhibit B, so it just gets added to the report book, and we just move to Gatewater Hotel, where we see a bellboy, and there isn't much to really say take over here. So we just talk to the bellboy, who's just like, yeah, he just says whatever, he just wants the Gatewater Hotel to be great for him. So we just present him a photo of the man, and he writes down a note saying that the man had came to the hotel and he did. So we go to the detention center now, where we talk to April May. Jesus, these names are so confusing. I get confused between Maya, Mia, and May. It is so confusing. I even add Miss May just to make it less confusing, but these names are really... Anyways, she's not cooperating with us, but we present her the photo, and she's still not cooperating with us apparently, and she proves that we can basically not prove anything. But that's when we provide Bellboy's affidavit, and we'll have an option which is to push her on, and she'll start to talk. And she'll tell us that she worked for Red White. who's the owner of Blue. Oh my god, Jesus. What the hell? Red, white from the owner of Blue Court. How many colors did I just see there? I don't know. A lot of colors. Anyways, we get a new location in London, the Blue Court, and we go there where we talk to Red White. Red White doesn't seem to give anything away apparently, and he just refuses to talk, just like a lot of guys who we try to take on basically the verdict. But yeah, he just refuses to talk, and we're just like, whatever, as you wish. And we go to Grossberg's office, and again we talk to Grossberg, and there's one thing we need. We do need to get information from, and that is Grossberg's information. Talk to him, and we come to know a very important thing, and that is Mr. or Red. He is basically blackmailing Grossberg. Come to know about this because of this whole situation, which is great for us. And we'll be informed that basically Red White has information on everyone: judges, police, lawyers, and that's big news already. It even involves celebrities and other stuff. So Grossberg tells us to look for clues in Mia's office, and we do go through there, and we find a notice called suicide, and we take it. We take that notice memo, and we move to Blue Corp for the last time. And we show Red White the suicide newspaper clipping, and Red White basically says, "What does it have to do with me?" And then we tell that we blackmailed Grossberg as well, and all these people in the newspaper clip. And then he basically flexes his power over authority, and he makes us get arrested, and we are just like, holy shit. But yeah, and then we get to the detention center, and Maya is on the other side feeling bad for us, and we're just like, hey, it's fine, don't worry, we'll win the case tomorrow. Apparently Red White is going to appear in tomorrow's case. The trial begins. Phoenix is curious as to why no one cares that White didn't testify yesterday. Everyone just appears to be acting suspicious, and we object straight away to Edgewood for calling a news witness. But the judge is like, it's fine. And with that, Red White takes a stand with, I don't know how many jewelers he has, but can you lend me some? I will need money. But yeah, so we start with testimony from Red White. And he hasn't said anything that can really be used as used with an evidence, so we just press him until we get answer we want. And the thing he says is that she ran to the left, and we just like, wait, but didn't April May say that she ran to the right? And that statement basically changes the testimony, but everybody's confused, like, that is not right. So we basically explain the contradiction between them, and why it really did see Mia run left, because we get an option to whether he's right, April May's right, or both of them are right. And we say that, yeah, both of them are right, because if we check the floor plan, we can select the area that is the killer's area where the murder was done. And Red White is really worried about it, but we need more evidence to basically get him arrested or verdicted. I don't know how to say it. But we basically get some more information, and with that, White revises his testimony. And this time, he said that we hit him twice. Hit Mia twice. What? That does not make any sense. The autopsy report says that she only got hit once, not twice, and that's basically it. So Edgewood basically tries to get a recess, but Phoenix won't allow it, and basically he asks White to revise the testimony once again, and then he says the same thing again. Like, what? So yeah, and then he says something very odd, and we just press the first statement because it's so odd. Because he said that he heard a thing fall and it felt very weird. And then he said a light stand was lying on the floor when I looked, and it just doesn't make any sense because the light stand is out of the view, and we present the glass shard for that. We also present the floor plans to just show that the light stand is impossible, and that's so weird to really have. So the thing that we have White in our grasp, Edgeworth comes to rescue and says that he was in Mia's office but not to kill. He was to quiet her. And White revises his statement again. And this time we just press again on all the sentences, because this time we don't really have any. And out of nowhere, Mia just appears, okay? So Maya basically channels some kind of spiritual energy and brings Mia to help us. And when we come to, Mia tells us to look at the receipt and turn it over. So now if you turn over the receipt, like I said, it's a very game-changing thing. It's basically, what the receipt is basically a receipt of the light stand we received, and it was bought on the day of the murder, which now we have a proof, and we present the receipt to the whole thing where White says that it was the beginning of September because it couldn't happen because the receipt was on the day of the murder, which I believe is 11th of September. But yeah, you get what I'm saying. Edgewood objects and asks for another day of it. And out of nowhere, Mia objects and she presents us a memo. And when we start reading into White, he's done. He confesses the murder. I don't know what was in the memo, but it apparently had a lot of names of celebrities and big police officers and shit. I don't know why, but yeah, with that, we are found not guilty. So, what really happened was, about 15 years ago, there was a case known as DL6 incident which involved the police using a spirit medium to identify a murderer. The suspect was found innocent, however. The medium's involvement was somehow leaked in the papers, and she was considered a fraud, and this made it so that she would disappear from the public eyes. And then years later, the daughter of this medium, Mia, she became interested in this case and left home to investigate it. And eventually, Red White, CEO of Blue Corps, we came to know that he leaked the case to the press, and Mia started investigating him. And Red White became suspicious of Mia, so he devised this whole plan and decided to kill me. That is what this whole case was about. And then this had a very wholesome ending, this whole case, and I really enjoyed it because it was like this small ending where Mia tells Phoenix to come at 9 and 9 at night to her office, and we see Maya there, and she basically acts like Mia, and Phoenix is like, I will take care of her, but you just see this ghost of Mia next to Phoenix and Maya, which is really a cool little wholesome scene that I really enjoyed in this case. That was Turnabout Sisters. That was the second case we had. Now the third case is not connected to any of the cases because we will have Turnabout Samurai in the third case will take another 3 minutes. Both cases will take another 30, and this video is going to be 2.5 hours long. That's fine by me, honestly, because there'll still be some stuff cut out after I'm done, because there's also some places where I do stutter a lot, and I don't want to have that. So yeah, now we'll get to Turnabout Samurai. Alright, so the third episode, Turnabout Samurai, it starts off by a fun fact. Did you know Maya loves Steel Samurai? Yeah, she loves Steel Samurai, and she was playing with the room until we arrived for some reason. It's funny. I like it. So we haven't had many cases in quite some time, and it's really bad because we need to pay rent, and Mia used to pay our rent, but now that our mentor is no more with us, we have a lot more responsibilities. So we go to basically the next day while we're sleeping, and then all of a sudden we get a call from Mia saying that Steel Samurai has cured a wound with a spear, and we just think it's okay. What about it? It's just a show. But it appears that Will Powers, Steel Samurai, has killed Jack Hammer, who plays the evil magistrate, with a samurai spear. So we are basically like really reluctant in taking this case, but Maya is like, you know what? We're gonna take this case. And we go to the detention center, making us like move there. And when she sees the steel samurai, Maya is surprised and she's like, I think so that he did it, but we don't know for sure. And then talking to him, we realize that, oh, Maya should not do it. He's just a nice guy. Will Powers is a really, really nice guy, that's about it. And we basically see all this. He tells us the basic information, like when the practice started, when the whistles was planned, and what happened, who was Jack Hammer, and stuff like that. So he says that tells us all the basic stuff that happened, which I think so you guys should play and you guys should know yourself. But yeah, after knowing all the basic stuff like who's the Steel Samurai, what happened, and what is Power's alibi, we move on to the main gate. By the way, Power's alibi is that he's sleeping between the time of the murder. So yeah, we move to the main gate of the studio and we meet the security guard over there, who is known as Wendy Oba. Boy, is she probably the most annoying character in the game because I can't even skip her dialogues. Some of that is actually pretty boring, so I want to skip them. But I can't even skip her dialogue because she just goes, like, what the hell? Shut up, bitch. Oh my god. Anyways, she'll tell us that the main thing that she tells us that, number one, Jack Hammer should be a massive star. Yes, his name is Jack Hammer. Sounds like Goldberg's finisher. Which actually is Jack. But yeah, her name is, she tells us Jack Hammer used to be a massive star, back in the days, like 5 years ago. So, but he's no more. And secondly, that there was only one person from 1 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. during the time the murder happened, which is Will Powers. So she doesn't let us go without permission. So we go to the detention center and we ask him one last time, are you sure that you didn't? And Will says that he swears on his mom's grave, which is like the biggest thing to say. So like, we believe him. And security lady basically gave the letter that Powers gives us so that we can get in trouble. So we get into the global studios, and finally when we reach the entrance of the studios, we meet Ted Gumshoe. Ted Gumshoe says that Edward is our opponent again, since he's upset with the loss he took against us. Get right, Edward. He gives us Jack's autopsy report and basically why we asked him why did he arrest Jack? I mean not Jack, Will Powers. There we go. Why did he arrest him? And he says that Olva basically gave him some kind of decisive evidence that basically tells him that Will Powers is the one who did it. So we examine Studio 1, but it's locked currently, and there isn't anything else there. So we move to back and talk to Obag, and Obag basically says that there's photographic proof that it was Will Powers who did it, and the reason there is because whenever we move to the main gate, there is a automatic camera which takes a photo of everybody that goes in, and that's about it. And with that, we just move on to the employee area where there's some T-bone steaks. And we have to keep them because they are bones from the store, right? So with that, we just move into the dressing room and we check around and we get the card key, which will lead us to studio entrance, to the Studio 1 entrance that we're trying to go into. So once we go into Studio 1, we examine some of the stuff around there, but there isn't anything much there. But when we examine the camera equipment, we finally meet Penny. Penny, I believe, is important in later on cases as well. Not in this Ace Attorney game, but I think she's later on like an important character. Not like important, super important, but I think so she's who has a case of. But yeah, she's a big enthusiast of the whole Steel Samurai thing, and she tells us about stuff like if someone else was over there in the crime scene. Well, she sent someone else was over there in the crime scene. But yeah, that was about. We go back and we talk to Olbak about Penny's claim about somebody being in the whole thing, like the rehearsal shoots. And Olbak goes off the river trying to, like, I don't know, annoy her or something like that. So at this point, we do have a chance to peek into Olbak's computer, which obviously to speak into Olbak's computer, and we get a weird photo which has the Steel Samurai in it, but we don't think that this is a decisive evidence. It does not show the face of the Steel Samurai. It only shows that there is Steel Samurai. So yeah, with that we had our day completed, and there isn't much to really go on the first day. Honestly, this case has the least moving around, I would say, because there isn't many places you could go to compared to the other cases where you actually have to go to various places to be solved. So this place only has 2 places that you have max to max that you have to go to in the detention center and the studio one. Those are the only 2 places that I think so we go to max, like going back, and there's much else there. So, on trial day, we obviously have as well her opponent, Edward, introduces Kamshu to take the stand, and he describes the events of the day with the help of the guide map. That's really good. But yeah, he with the guide map that he has. So, one of the things is that we get summarized here added to our court record, which really helps us because it is apparently a murder weapon. So we get the option to choose that whether or not we want to listen to the whole description Kamshu gave about basically what Willpower's told us, but added the murder weapon. That's all. Or we can skip it. We obviously skip it because we already have heard everything, and Edgewood calls on Wendy Obag. Wendy Obag basically gives a statement saying that basically the camera captured Willpower's and stuff, but we basically present the photo on the statement that a certain man walked at 2 p.m. I believe, and Obag claims that there is real inside that costume and revises his testimony. So I can start pressing on everything because it's just what I do. So when we start pressing on the Obag, on I believe the second and third testimony, I don't know which one, but the second and third one, we get to know that Obag fixed the samurai spear, and like she basically made it, like it was broken, and then she basically fixed it while Powers was injured, basically. So Will Powers was injured. I totally forgot to tell you guys that Will Powers was injured because I just went out of my mind because this is really important. Like Will Powers was injured. That's the reason why in the photo you see that this person who is pretending to be Will Powers is actually dragging his feet because it's like, okay, it's he's injured. So we keep pressing her and stuff, and we get enough information about stuff. Once we get all the information we need, Edgewood will stop, and the judge wants to know what happened to Sarasi's samurai costume and why nobody has found it. Edgewood says that they will obviously find it in the meantime, but it doesn't matter what we choose here. The judge is not sure either. So Obag will just continue with her testing, and this time around there is something that we can present to her statement. So if we look at the photo here, photo is named number 2 actually, which means there has to be someone else who had walked on the camera before this photo was taken, which is why we present the photo to her statement that no one else went there, because obviously somebody has to go to this place, right? So Obag gets angry and remembers somebody did go there, and she tells us that the suspicious somebody who went there was a kid, a second or third grader, a fanboy, and yeah, obviously there's no way, right? That there's no way there was a kid that who murdered the evil magistrate. But get back to the court after a short recess that the judge tells us, and we don't have any choices because if we don't find anybody to accuse someone that is murdered jackhammers, then basically Willpower just killed it. So the only thing that I can say is the security lady, because obviously Penny doesn't have any motive. The fanboy can't kill anybody, so we just said that security lady is the one, since Penny didn't know about any of the stuff. So the court realized that court will also realize that Obag has no alibi and that she was the only one who knew about Will's crime. So Obag tries to say that a kid could have done it, but that does not make any sense, you know. And the spear is heavy. How the hell could he have had basically taken a spear with him? Or in other cases, you can also use a key that he gets on Willpower's back. That's also great. So while all this is true, we also get a new testimony from Obag saying that her lips were sealed. because there was somebody else. I keep on pressing again, and she'll state that there's a director and a producer in the studio as well at that time, but they were at the Studio 2 trailer, and we have the option that we can take a break, or for the option that we can basically continue to process. Doesn't matter. We just take a break, and the judge will have a day because obviously there's no need for any more stuff. So we had a day to investigation, which is great to go to because we almost lost the case this time. But we make it out of there with just some means not totally bad for us. So we began our investigation for the second day. The second day is pretty long, but it's not as long as it needs to be. So, go to detention center, we talk to Will Powers. Will Powers just casual talks with him, I would say. There isn't anything specific that he tells us. We also go to the employee area in the studio, and there we see that there is a boarded up drain, and that's where the fanboy comes from. So we ask Maya to basically rip it open, and she does it, so we can obviously talk to the fan. So after that, we go to the main gate where Penny is the acting security guard for today, and we can ask her about stuff, but it really isn't helping that much because there is not many things that really help us in this whole conversation. It's just these conversations are necessary for us to progress in the game. So we go to the dressing room, and for the first time we meet a character that is I hate. This character has to be the worst character in the game. He's not a pervert, but he's also totally somebody who I wouldn't want to talk to. Who the hell talks it LOL and choose what? I don't know, man. I hate it. So, yeah, that's a director, Manila. I think his first name is Santino or something like that, but Manila. I just call him Manila. Yeah, so he just basically tells that he has an alibi because it was still 2:30 p.m. and the meeting from noon went from noon to about 4 p.m. So on day more. So Manila and the producer are both safe from all this stuff. So we go to Studio 2 entrance, but there's really nothing. So except for loud noises, I think there was no loud noises. But other than that, there's nothing there, and we continue on. We finally go to the employee area again, where we see the kid, whose name is Cody Hankins, I think so, or Hankins, Cody Rhodes. But yeah, we talked to him about Steel Samurai and what happened, but he didn't really say anything. He just says that he saw everything and just wants something. Okay, but he does leave us an empty pot, which is basically a sleeping pill bottle exam, which is really, really important to the case, which also explains why Will Powers was sleeping throughout the whole case and why he's innocent. And we go back to the main gate, and we come to know that Olbach has disappeared again. So she's looking for Cody to sell around. So we just take a chance to get the trailer key, and we just from her security boot, and we just move to the trailer. The Studio trailer, we go to there and we talk to Vasquez, who is basically the producer of this thing, and she presents us with Vasquez's memo, which we have to deliver to Manila and get her a script. And we go and deliver to Manila. Manila says he forgot his script somewhere in Studio 1. I believe, or was it that he couldn't remember? It's one of the two things, but I just searched everyone's script because I wasn't paying too much attention on Manila. Don't mind me, I just didn't want to read his stuff because it's so cringe. I just didn't want to go through that shit. So I just went through all the places, and then I found the script in Studio 1. So we go there, we move to Studio 2 trailer again, and we give her the script. And we ask her about the day of the murder and what happened and everything. And she says that it's impossible for all the people in trailer 2 to actually go and murder in Studio 1. Because Studio 1, the way to Studio 1 was blocked by a monkey head till I believe 4 p.m. she said. So they couldn't have done it, and the murder happened at 2:30 p.m. and that's big evidence that nobody in Studio 2 could have done it. Now we're all done with this stuff, and we're really depressed because we weren't getting anything out of it. So we just go to the main gate after everything and go back to the office, and we're just so done. But that's when Mia appears out of nowhere. She just appears out of nowhere, don't mind her. And then she decides to help us by telling us that there is a big video that we need to go. And we go back to studio, and on the main gate we find the security lady, and she says that she is an hostage for the boy. And when he comes back, and we basically lend her the key card that we have, and give him. She gives us the Steel Samurai card, which is the hostage that we have. And then when we present the Steel Samurai card to Cody, he said that he already has one. He doesn't have ultra rare cards. No, ultra rare cards is what he has, but he doesn't have ultra rare premium cards. So we have to find him an ultra rare premium card apparently. And so we decided to go around to find it. That's when we meet Penny. Penny gives us this ultra rare premium card for our card. And we're like, hey, nice trade. And we get the code, and then we give it to Cody. Cody tells us that what had happened was that he saw the Steel Samurai kill the bad guy with his spear. But Cody also tells us that he basically gives us this book where he has all this collection photos of Steel Samurai where he defeats the evil and has all the photos in it and stuff. And everything is going against him. And that's when Mia asks us whether Will is innocent or what do you believe in your client? And we're like, yes, we do. Obviously, because Will is just an innocent peer and he has not done anything wrong. So we continue on to our next day, which is the court day of trial, I believe. And I think so. This is the second last day of the trial. Anyways, we start out in the court with basically nothing in our hand. Everything is against us. And as it calls Salmonella. Yes, Salmonella. Right, Salmonella. So he tells us about what happens basically again the same, and we just keep on pressing again in chance of finding something. And he says that he had lunch outside the trailer, and that created a contradiction over there apparently. Just came through the pressing because apparently, if you remember what I said, T-bone steak. Now, if you check outside the trailer, there are T-bone steaks. There aren't any T-bone steaks. Even though he said that he had steaks, there were no bones that presented steaks, and that's basically why there's everything. But Manila changes his testament and says that he had steak as well. I don't know why. Like what? But yeah, like we just keep pressing him again, but we don't really have anything for him. So he just basically, Edgar just basically says that there's impossible for anybody to go from Studio 2 to murder anybody from Studio 1 because Monkey Head was blocking the path, and that's about it. So after all that, Cody calls Edgewood calls Cody to the stand. How did I mess up Edgewood and Cody? But yeah. And Cody tells us basically what he saw. He basically wanted to see another one of those Steel Samurai rehearsals, but when he went to the studio, he saw it right in front of him, and he saw that Steel Samurai took down Evil Magistrate, and if he had a camera, he would have shot it. And that's when he presented Cody's camera, to which Cody obviously takes his camera everywhere. He literally told us that, and that's why he presented his camera, and Cody will admit that he lied about him not having a camera, but then he says that he was too distracted. And next thing we know is that Cody changes his statement to which that the action was too good for him that he couldn't stop watching it. And then we keep on pressing, and there's this one statement where he talks about the bad guys moving, and if we press him harder on that, then basically Phoenix will imply that Cody didn't see the stabbing at all. And Judge will ask why? What is wrong with that? And then we talk about how Cody had set his new camera and stuff and how to use. Well, we just show him Cody's camera, and Cody confesses that, and he produces another testimony, and he calls us pops for some reason. Yeah, so he was trying to take a picture apparently, which is weird because he's like, that's all that happened. There is nothing else that happened. So and then we just keep pressing Cody again, and there was this one statement then where we could press him harder again, and basically Phoenix tells Cody that he believes that he did take a vote, and Cody confesses again. And then Cody says that he took a few shots, but he erased them because it was too late already. And then we just show him the part the glory thing to his new statement, and then we realized major truth about this whole case. The Steel Samurai never won. This was the big reveal, and I was just like, holy shit. I love this case. Yeah, this case is like not as entertaining as the other cases, but I still love this one. It was such a good plot twist that, the Steel Samurai never won. The Steel Samurai was the victim all the time, and that's the reason why Code didn't want to tell us what actually happened. It was such a good reveal, and I loved it. It was something when I was playing it first. Oh no, my microphone. It was something that when I was playing this game for the first time, it was not what I was expecting, and with that, we actually get a new proof. And that's crazy. It's crazy that this whole thing happened. I loved it. It was great. It was great. Though we get another proof. Like I said, Kobe gives us a photo basically, and what this photo is basically there is this one place called number 2, and there's Steve right. And we figure it out already. If number 2 is written in the studio, it's obviously studio number 2, right? So if the part was blocked and the studio was there, so the only way that we could have actually seen all this happen is because all this could have taken, the whole incident that would have taken place would most probably be at trailer number 2, right? Or studio number 3. But it could have been there only because there's no other place in this whole goddamn studio that it could have taken, this whole event could have taken place. Which means that Willpower is actually innocent. But Edward says that what proof does he have that Jack Hammer stole the whole samurai costume and everything, and for that we will present the empty bottle, which is obviously contains this thing. And we'll just tell the judge to really fingerprint the bottle so that we know that Jack Hammer drugged the guy. What's his name? Will Powers. So, with all that coming out of the way, and this great, amazing case, and the third day taking another day off, we finally find out that Will Powers is innocent, and we have to figure out this case. So the judge just says, another day. You got one more day to prove it, and you bet you were gonna prove it. So we're back at the office, and basically Mia leaves the body of Maya, who asks us what happened, and we tell her about Jack drugging Willpower and everything that happened in the court today. With all that out of the way, we also get some more stuff about the court system in this world, and says that we have up to 3 days on this game's initial trial, and we say that this was a judicial system so that a lot of cases can speed up, and also means that they could step up the investigation and find clues for each and every case trial. So yeah, like unlike a lot of cases that are real life which take months to go or like get completed, in this case the judicial system is more of like you have a limit of 3 days before the trial starts to really start investigating and doing everything and getting this test case faster. So anyways, with all that, we move on to the detention set where we talk about all the characters that we have been introduced to Will Powers, and he basically reveals that Vasquez basically saved Global Studios from a really bad state 5 years ago, and Vanilla has a vision that he bought to steal Samurai. We also find out that Hammer used to be a big star. We already knew that though. But as soon as Vasquez came to this place, something changed, and that was something. So we move on. We talk to the guard at the main gate of this whole bag, and she will say much about things. And again, we move on to the employee area, and there again is not much to talk about, except Gumshoe just checking the plates and everything for sleeping bottles and everything. That is like sleeping pills and everything in the plate of Full Powers, and that is all about it. If there isn't anything that is relevant, we just need to talk to these guys so that we can actually get like new on in the story. We also talk to Penny, and we basically show her this path to glory because she isn't like opening her mouth or anything, even though she knows. And then finally, when we show her this path to glory, in which like after which she says about an incident of what that happened 5 years ago. Now you'll be asking me, why did we show her the path to glory? There is this one thing that she said that is like studio's canceling the steal summer, and that's the reason why we had to show the bottle blower to show that, oh, these kids are really like into all this stuff. So 5 years ago, it appears that jackhammers actually killed someone accidentally, and Vasquez kept it quiet, which is big door that jackhammers had on Vasquez. And Penny claims that Goldberg actually knew about this, and we talked to Goldberg about this, and she is really angry about it, and she also wants proof that jackhammer stole the Steel Samurai's costume. And we do say that we present her the steak plate, and she'll believe that Willpower put it there himself. But to prove her wrong, we just put in the sprinkle of the sleeping pill bottle which has fingerprints on it. And then she'll confess about the accident that happened. And there was this man that Hammer killed by mistake, but a paparazzi took a picture and tried to send it to press. However, Vasquez had means to deal with it, so that's the reason why you see that jackhammers is so like under control of Vasquez, basically. And she gives us a 5-year-old photo which presents Vasquez, jackhammers, and the dead body, basically. So we decide to go talk to Vasquez, and we present her the old photo. And she takes us inside a trailer where a bunch of mafia people try to gangbang us. But all good Detective Gumshoe comes in and saves the day. Great. Now we move on to day 4 and the final day for the trial. We begin with Vasquez's test, where she talks about basically how she was in the trailer before noon, and the meeting began at 12 sharp and ended at 4. And after that, there was a rehearsal, so they went to Studio 1. And she asked Sal to take over. So that is where she found the body in Studio 1. So we keep on pressing her, but we don't find anything. But we do find something that she says, that she ate T-bone steaks with Sal. And I was like, wait, that is wrong. We do have steak plates that we checked. They were empty. There were no T-bones in it. So we were like, you didn't eat T-bone steak at all. And then she questioned her, like, what could we have done? What could she have done if she didn't eat the whole steak, right? And then we choose meeting the Steel Samurai, which obviously is the point. You're making a point that Vasquez is responsible for Jack's death. And then Vasquez points out she couldn't have an easy time killing the samurai with that massive spear. The Steel Samurai with its massive spear. Which is true. It's hard to reveal that spear. But there is another way that she could have killed her. And she's like, what do you mean? And then we present the photo, that 5-year-old photo. And everybody's like confused, like what? But anyways, the photo we present tells us that the fence is the way that she could have killed him, because this fence is easier. It just makes an easy stabbing in the chest. And Vasquez asks how could she have moved the body in teen, which the answer is quite simple. She had a way. The van. So we got the evidence for the van, and Vasquez was talking about the whole situation, about how she was in the van with him. And then we talk about it. And Edgewood is, you do realize that Salmonella was in the van. To which I was like, maybe he didn't know. For some reason I said that. But obviously he was in on this. Thing. So anyways, yeah, that was... but at this point, Vasquez points out that we don't have any decisive evidence for the whole... Because there's no way that she had stuff ready for it. But anyways, continuing. She basically gives a new testament, in which I kept pressing again because this time I didn't have any proof or anything. To which there is one statement that did press and the shoe press order, and we said I went to the trailer to get back my strips and direction. And she then says that she knew Hammer was injured and couldn't do any action scenes. To which something was weird. Like, why would she say that? So we presented Power's photo, which showed Hammer limping, which also shows that there is no way you would know that Bill Power was the one who was limping and not Hammer's. So Vasquez is now asking if there's any motive that Hammer has, that she has for having killed Hammer. So she asks if we can prove it, and we say obviously, and we show her the 5-year-old motive, and that means that Hammer would have a motive but not Vasquez. And then we said, yeah, she has no motive. Instead, Jack Hammer was the one who did it in self-defense. He had a motive to kill her, but he died in the end. And it turns out, yes, Jack Hammer was the one who wanted to kill Vasquez, but Vasquez pushed her off, and well, that's it. Willpower is found, not guilty. So yeah, apparently what happened really was that Jack Hammer was under so much pressure and he wanted to get out of this whole thing, this whole case that he has been stuck in for ages, and he felt this is the perfect time. This is the time that I think is perfect for him. And one of the reasons why he chose the Steel Samurai is because he was a Steel Samurai before Will Powers. Kids loved him before Will Powers. But since all of this incident happened, he couldn't move on. And he was just there stuck being a small time star. He was a big star at one point and not anymore. And hence why he wanted Will Powers' popularity to go down. And he tried to kill Vasquez by putting all the blame on Will Powers. Instead, he got stabbed, basically pushed out the rail and got stabbed. And well, that's that. That was a great story, a good tight story, I would say, and it's great. It was part of the story that also comes up to us, and he tells us that we should never show his face in front of him, because he declares us his rival, and he will try and win no matter what, which is great. Anyways, that was the end of the case Turnabout Samurai, which is again good case, let's say, but nothing in comparison to the upcoming case that is Turnabout Goodbyes. It is most probably the best case in this game. Up there with these, I think so for the 4th and the 5th case, story-wise, I think it's really great, but logical-wise, I don't think any of us can guess some of the things that happened in the case, because it's just crazy, because even I personally had to like have a guide by me just to make sure that I didn't do any mistakes in this cases, because these cases are far different from all the other cases and so hot and confusing, because god damn, these cases are something else. There's solid things, some absurd things that you can never think about, and it's crazy. I love it, don't get me wrong. The story writing on this case is amazing, because I love both the cases, the 4th and 5th one, but god damn, the amount of the brain fart you can have while you're playing these cases is kind of crazy. No, I do love it. Anyways, we'll move on to the next case, Turnabout Goodbyes. Now, Turnabout Goodbyes starts off with we are just watching television with Maya, and the first thing we come to know is that there is a murder, and the murderer is Edge. It's a shock for us because that's complete surprise. And so we move on to the detention center to find out why it happened, what really happened. Edgewood says that he doesn't need our help since he's still a novice, and when we ask what he was doing at Court Lake, he just says that he went to see Gordy. Now, Gordy is basically some kind of creature myth that has been spread around, and yeah, that's about it. Up until this point, that's all we know about it. And then after that, we present him our attorney's badge, and he says that he doesn't want me to be his defense attorney, which is kind of like, well, why? I've literally been an ace. I have not lost a single case. So we just ask him that he has done it or not, and he says he does not need to. We do not worry about all that. So he's just like, okay, fine, whatever. Anyways, we go back out, and this time we go to Gold Lake, where the murder. There we meet Detective Gumshoe, who is right now really angry at us, to be exact, because we are not taking Edgewood's case. We explain to him though that we can't really take Edgewood's case unless and until Edgewood really wants it. So yeah, he understands that, and then we ask him about what happened. And Gumshoe basically tells us that Edgewood was arrested because of this. Apparently, he saw him do the murder, and basically, there is no other person that could have done this murder. That is what Gumshoe basically says. So Gumshoe directly asks him, like, is there any kind of help that he can give us? And Gumshoe says that there is really nothing. We can request for autopsy report, but well, that has to wait because it's not out yet. So we just move on and go to the public beach. Maybe we can find something, but we just find it something like dog stand, which is very weird. There's a small poppers here, which I was not able to spot out, because I was just like, would there be in public beach? But there was apparently small poppers, and we know you need that poppers. Those poppers will trigger a chain of events which basically lead to a bunch of stuff that will help us later. So I just like explore a bit, but and finally I come back to check the peppers, and I'm like, oh, I found the peppers. And this is where I started like being like, okay, I don't want to waste much time, so I'll put a guide beside me because I don't want to waste any time like searching for stuff like evidence and stuff, because there's like I wasted like about 15 to 20 minutes just trying to figure out where the hell am I supposed to go, and I was just like, it's really bad for me. Anyways, we go to Lake Woods, and Lake Woods we basically use the proper camera. This camera is basically a camera where we basically it takes any kind of loud bang kind of noise that it takes pics of that. And there's Lotta. Lotta is a country girl, and she basically talks in a very country lingo type of language, and I'm like so confused half the time what she's going to say. So like, alright, it's fine. And then we ask her about what happened and stuff, and she says that there were two loud bangs and stuff, and the camera took shots of it, and she basically takes the she basically says all of that, and then finally she just goes like, oh, I just remembered that I should testify because there is something that she knows about the case, and we are like, what? And she doesn't tell us. Like, what? We are an attorney, right? Whatever. Anyways, we finally go back to the department. Yeah, now we have a lot of places to go to, and now we're going to the department. So this department that we go to is the department that Gumption is basically first department, and we basically ask for the autopsy report, and he gives us the autopsy report. Now, there's one more thing that is necessary to see, because there's one thing that will trigger the event of a bunch of things that will lead on to the, and that is Maya wanting to see the victim. Now, she says that she has seen this victim somewhere, and she's not sure where. I'll just give you the spoilers. This victim was the defender, basically defense attorney of Maya's mother, if I remember correctly, or not Maya's mother, but the guy who was accused years ago. And this guy was part of that case as well. So yeah, that's what we can remember from this. Anyways, with that, there isn't really anything we can do. We do get a photo though from Nota, and that is two people in fog, and one of them is doing her. That's all we know. She says that she could enlarge the photo, but that's about it. There is nothing else that she says about the whole situation. We go back to the public beach, and this time we see Larry, who is Santa Claus for some reason. Oh hey, Christmas season is here. Christmas holidays are here. I hope you guys are enjoying it. This video will be out by New Year, I think. But yeah, winter holidays are here. Hopefully you guys are enjoying that and stuff. But yeah, anyways, if we go to the public beach again, we meet Larry, and Larry is going to be another important character in this case. He now has a new girlfriend apparently, who has basically given him money to like get this shit started, like the samurai dog started and everything, and it's kind of crazy. But yeah, like we ask him about stuff, and the only thing we get from him is the Gordy article, basically like a photo of Gordy and what the whole thing is. So that's all we get. So we go back to Wright and go. Maya asks for autopsy report, and now she remembers that she has seen this face in Roseberg's office again. I already gave you spoilers, so you don't need to really know. We go to Grossberg's office, and he basically says that he was part of the DL6 incident, and we are turning back to DL6 incident. Well, this is going to be important for this case. This is the end of the DL6 incident. Yeah, this case is the end of the DL6 incident case, which took 15 years ago, which is kind of crazy. We also get Mr. Face Fito, who was obviously part of the DL6 incident, and also Maya and Mia. So, we go to the detention center again, where we meet Edgeworth, who has no luck finding an attorney because nobody wants to fight for Edgeworth. Apparently, Edgeworth basically he has this bad dream all the time where he witnessed his father's death 15 years ago, and that stature expires the case that will have had 15 years ago. The statue expires in 3 days, and basically there are like a bunch of things that happen in this, but I'll get to all of that that is related to TL. And yes, TL6 incident is actually Edward's father who died. That is a TL6 incident. Anyways, moving on. We basically take Edward's case, and this time Edward wants us to do. Part of the reason why Edward didn't want us to do the case was the attorney, prosecutor this time around is One Karma, who is Edward's, I would say he's Edward's mentor, if I'm correct. But yeah, he's Edward's mentor, and he's the one who will be facing in court as a defense attorney. But it's gonna be a really tough one for her in the end. Part of the reason why I needed a guide for the last two cases is just because of how crazy some of these clues are. Anyways, we go to Detective Commission and we give him this request, and everything is about to go crazy in the next day, because we're gonna meet One Karma, who has the most manliest voice possible. Like, holy shit, his voice is deeper than my asshole, man. I'm telling you, it's kind of crazy how deep his voice is. But yeah. Anyways, our opponent is going to be One Karma, and he has not lost a single case in his career. 40 years of career, he has never lost a case. We are about to make a new case. He always gets a guilty verdict no matter what. No matter what, you always try to get a guilty verdict. Doesn't matter what the clues are and how the clues are set up. He's just gonna forge all the clues against the defense and just win the case. That's how good he is. Well, at forging clues, that is. But yeah. And the trial begins, and well, One Karma, he just doesn't let us talk. He just gives all the basic information about the case, and he just doesn't talk. He just let us talk. He just goes crazy on us and calls on Detective Gumshoe. So our first testimony is from Detective Gumshoe, and One Karma is like, well, what is it all about? Why do you need to even do anything? It's this whole thing is easy. And then he just says cross-examination. Even the judge is like, what the hell, am I the judge or are you the judge? Anyways, we begin the cross-examination of Gumshoe, and we press at each every sentence Gumshoe says, and we get a clue pistol bullet, which gets added to the court record, and obviously we get a new statement from Gumshoe as well. From the new statement, we get that Edward had held the pistol, and the pistol had basically had Edward's fingerprints on it. One Karma also asked the judge to explain what ballistic marking is, and ballistic marking is basically like fingerprints for pistols or some shit like that. I don't know. But judge calls us to the recess, and there's literally nothing that we can do right now. We ask Edward what is this all about? Why does the pistol have your fingerprints? And Edward basically says he did have the pistol, but he did not shoot it. It almost seemed like the victim had committed suicide, which is crazy when you think about it, because didn't the attorney say that the victim was killed and stuff? So wouldn't it be crazy if it's a suicide? So, putting all that together, we know that One Karma is going to call one of the witnesses, since there are two witnesses, and we know one of the witnesses is Lota. And that's what happens. He calls on Lota. Lota tells us that when she was there, she basically heard two bangs, and there were two guys on the boat. And One Karma is like, well, this is the case. And we are like, wait, what about my cross-examination? And he's like, do you even need to cross-examine? And I'm like, hey, I do need to cross-examine. And then like, what if you don't find any contradictions in there? Like, what? I think there is a contradiction. But One Karma basically says that if you fail to find a contradiction out here, he will be held contempt of court, which means he'll be breaching court laws and will be going out of the court, thrown out basically. So after that, we had to cross-examine the witness, and we start pressing every single statement that the witness says. And there's one statement that's particularly really caught my eye, and that was that she saw there was a thing that she saw in the lake on the boat, and we basically tried to get that, but it just doesn't happen. One karma stops us, and we are we are in a really bad shape. We can't do judging because we try to. We have contempt of court, and now everything is going bad for us because one karma stopped us from questioning the witness, and it just everything is going wrong. And that's when Maya steps in. Maya says, tells Loka to tell the truth, and we say that's wrong. That's wrong. Well, in this case, Maya does get kicked out because she did try to go crazy in the court. Oh, and then the problems. Anyways, she does go crazy in the court. Not throat. Everybody's gonna say this is the wrong type of video. But she does go crazy in the court, and one karma basically moves her out of the court. But we do say that this is something we should be keeping an eye on because there's a new statement added, and we should not get any kind of verdict just yet. And the judge agrees this time, and he does not side with one karma. And Maya is not with us in the code, but there is a new statement, and this time she says that she saw Edward as clear as day. And that's when we present the photo, lake photo, in which we have two people, which isn't clear. And Lota says that she was using binoculars, which is weird because we press her on the seat. And the reason for that was that it was weird. Why would she be wearing binoculars to catch a meteor shower? That just doesn't make any sense. So we just keep on pressing foreigner. And she says the camera is set up to take pictures of a meteor shower, and we press her on that statement, and one karma says that we are just confusing the witness, and we should let her continue. And then we just present the camera. We present the camera, and she was talking to pictures about the stars, the meteor showers and stuff, right? Then why would she be pointing the camera to the lake? And simply, we do say that yes, there is a reason why she was pointing the camera at the lake, and that was the Gordy. We showed them the Judge Gordy article, and basically, she is like, wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? Who was there for Gordy? What proof do you have? And we just show her the camera again. I mean, come on. The camera responds to loud noises, and that's the reason why she's there. And Crystal made a loud noise, due to which the camera triggered and took the pictures. And and then Lota gets a new testimony going, and she doesn't change her testimony that big, but then she does say that when she heard the band, she looked straight at the lake. So she was watching the lake the whole time, like the boat the whole time, which was very weird. Like it didn't make any sense. But we do present the statement where she goes like there wasn't much to look other than the boat the whole time. We present the Gordy article, and we say that Lota wasn't looking for Gordy, but instead she was looking for wasn't looking for the boat, but instead she was looking for Gordy, and that's when she got this photo. And we asked Lota to enlarge the photo, which she did tell us that she's going to enlarge the photo, which does help with determining the case, because if you see the one shooting in the camera, he is holding the gun in the left hand, but Edgeworth's right hand fingerprints are on the gun, or vice versa. I don't remember exactly how it went. That's exactly how it went. And they're like, everybody's so confused. What does this even mean? Like, how does this prove that? What does this even mean? Like, how does this thing prove in any way that the killer is someone else? Because it just doesn't make any sense. Everything is going against like what we were originally thinking, and that's when we say when one karma asks us that who could have been the one to really kill the victim. We basically say it was himself, and then one karma objects. And one karma shows us an autopsy report about the pistol firing, which was from at least 3 feet away, which kind of was like, wait, what? And then that's like something crazy that happens. So we don't want the case to end, so we basically say that we have to object to enlargement, which is basically the same thing. Like, we don't exactly know yet what is the true meaning of the case, and therefore we need a day. And hence why we are cool with this shit. And After the trial, Edgeworth still claimed that he didn't shoot the victim, but we do get a new clue, and that is Lota's deposition, which is basically her saying what she what she told to us in the court today. Not the but yeah, after the case is over and we meet Maya in the detention center, she talks to us. Well, not after the case is over, we meet Maya in the detention center, and she talks to us about stuff. And she tells us that she'll be released soon. Anyways, we go up. We go to Board Lake again, and we see Kamshu, the Lake Woods, where he is basically talking about the same stuff we did earlier, but except for the fact there's one thing that he did say that Edgeworth is paying for Maya's bills, and also Edgeworth is afraid of court clerks due to the DL6 incident. We don't know why yet, what is happening in the DL6 incident, but we will be investigating further on that. We move on to the lake entrance where we talk to Lota, who's out there, and she says that if we can prove Lota that 40 is not real, she will give us a clue to moving on. And so we go to the public beach. In public beach, we do find Larry, and both of them talk about how Edgeworth was their childhood friend and everything. And there's a big samurai now there that's just standing there, which kind of like tickled my intuition. And so we don't have much to do over here. So we go to the criminal department, and there we have three choices. Kamshu is like, I'll help you with the investigation. 3 secret weapons. One is a dog, one is a fishing rod, and one is metal detector. We start out with a dog. The dog is the funniest out of it. He eats all of samurai dogs in that Larry has. Fishing rod is just Maya fishing for some reason, I don't know why. And then the metal detector is the actual one that we need to use. The metal detector, we go to the rental shop with it and find a compressor, a tank, which is very useful, and it's wrapped in flag. And we just figure out who it is because it's wrapped in flags, because we have seen this flag somewhere else. That is Larry's place. We go to Larry and we present the air tag and we ask, this is yours, right? Which he will refute for a bit, but then we'll be like, what would I need it for? And then we'll be like, you said something. And then we ask him for the tag, and that's how we come to know that Bodhi is actually Larry trying to inflate the samurai, but the samurai just flies into the sky and becomes 40, and there's a loud bang. That was the whole reason that 40 exists. And so we go to Lota and we give her this thing, the inflator. We give her that thing, and we tell her Gory doesn't exist, and this was the air tag that we put in the thing, like the loud noise and everything. Because of Larry's little mistakes, we got the whole Gory bit into existence. And so she reveals some really important information, that the witness that will appear tomorrow in the court is the caretaker from the boat shop. And so we go to the caretaker's shack, which is at the boat shop, which I didn't know for a while, so I had to look at the guide. I was so lost. I was like, I can't go inside. What do I do? I just had to move. I was kind of stupid there. So yeah. Anyways, we go to caretaker's shack, and the caretaker really does weird stuff. All right. So the caretaker does some really weird stuff, like for example, calling us Keith and Meg for some reason, and telling us that we need to run a pasta restaurant, and it was weird. And then we show him the attorney's badge and tell him that we are for the whole situation, like the whole Edgeworth situation, and you're the witness and stuff. We need some information, and he's like, "Oh, I don't remember." Okay, and then we just ask him what he saw, and then he says that there were 2 bangs that he heard, and one of them he fell off the boat. One of the men that was on the boat fell from it. And he's like, okay, what? But yeah, he also said that so a man walked past by saying something, but he can't remember anything. That was irrelevant, I just added it. We then talked to the parrot, which is named Polly, and there's a reason why I tell the parrot's name. We'll get to that. So the caretaker is forgetful, and he gives all the information to the parrot. And the parrot will say the safes code 1 to 2. And the second thing the parrot says, is something really, really out of context. and that is don't forget DL6, which is kind of crazy. Okay, so moving on, we go back to the department and we ask about the DL6 incident. And Kamchu's like, why do you need? What would this even do? And then we present to him Paul, who's apparently not evidence buckle for some reason. It's just crazy. But we present Paulie to him and he's like, okay, go in. And so we go in and we check on all the DL6 informations and what it was. Case summary, there's victim data, there's suspected. Case summary is basically like who died and who were the victims and witnesses and stuff. On the other hand, we had the victim data, who was obviously Gregory Edgeworth, who was Miles Edgeworth, and he was a defense attorney who died that day. And the suspect was Yanni Yogi. And we might be actually closer to everything now that we have this DL6 incident covered up. So we go on to the next day, and we straight away get to the caretaker, Juan Karma calls up. We raise an objection straight away because we don't know the caretaker's name yet, and the caretaker says that he just has a bad long-term memory. So he should remember what happened a few days ago, or sorry, that's what he said. Anyways, moving on, into the night murder. The night of the murder is testimony that caretaker gives us, and we decide to cross-examine. So when we cross-examine, then Juan Karma does like weird objection shit that happens, and the judge this time is really angry at Juan Karma. He's like, stop it. This is the defense's turn, alright? You got your turn to speak. And then we start pressing it as usual. And on the sixth statement, he claims that he might have seen a man by his window. So Judge Taker, oh my god, the judge wants the caretaker to add the statement, and Karma is very smoggy and stuff, and yeah. And then the caretaker says the man was defendant, which is obviously Miles Edgeworth, and like when we asked him yesterday who were the people, he forgot about it, but today he remembers it. And then the caretaker just yells at us for some reason. And then, well, we try to raise an objection, but Karma raises an objection saying that there is no evidence that we just have here, and it seems the case is over. There's nothing we can do about it. It just turns out that everything is over. And that's when the big boy Larry shows up out of nowhere. And what? So we get a recess and we come back with Larry's testimony. And Larry says that he did hear a bang while he was going home. And we basically says that he just heard a single gunshot. And we just presented Laura's deposition on the sixth statement where he said like he heard a single gunshot, and both Lota and Caretaker both have heard double gunshots, and Larry says that he only heard a single gunshot, and that's when he adds on start of state. He says that he was listening to radio on his phone. And then we just continue to cross-examine Larry with the new statement that he adds. Larry then says that he heard there was a DJ that was saying stuff, and we just say that we just keep on pressing again, and I just remembered that DJ, wouldn't it be weird if he was listening to music? That he could actually, like, you're the DJ, right? Saying that stuff, and we actually ask Larry, what did the DJ say? And Larry says that, oh hey, the DJ said that it's almost Christmas, and that's when he heard the gunshot. And that's when we present Lota's deposition again on that state. The DJ said it's almost Christmas when Larry heard the shot. This means it was still Christmas Eve when he heard it. In other words, that like two different testimonies. Lota and Caretaker said that they heard shots after midnight, and Larry says that it was almost Christmas. And Karma is like, oh, Larry is mistaken. And we actually choose Karma is right, actually. Larry is right, and Karma says, where's the proof? And we just say that, we just present him this second late photo that we got from Lota. I don't think I mentioned it, but Lota gave us a second late photo for completing the task, like finding Cody and stuff. In that second late photo, the time is different. There's nothing in there. Like, we can't see anything, but the time is around Christmas, which is 11:55, I can't remember. But we see that, and we tell that Larry did hear the thing. And we present the twist. Now, if you have paid attention to the video, Whenever I examine the crystal says that the shots were fired 3 times instead of 2 times. It should be 2 times, there were 2 shots fired. But instead there were three shots fired, which means there's one more shot that is missing somewhere, and that is exactly what it is. Then Karma asks Felix to answer why were the 2 shots within the 25 minutes that happened, and then finally. And that's when Felix finally figured out something. That if there were 3 shots for the whole thing, right? And there are 2 shots in the span of 15 minutes or whatever, right? Then there was the one who killed Robert Hagen was somewhere else. And they already killed him. But Edward went to meet him. But instead, Edward and the murderer were actually in the boat, and that's what Phoenix's conclusion came to. And that's like the judge asks us to tell us who's the murderer, and we basically says we don't know, but we can be sure that the caretaker is actually the murderer, and that the murder didn't take place on the lake. And the judge says like, where did it? And so we are shown a map basically to show us where the whole murder place takes place, and we present the boat shop. Because Larry, if you have paid attention to his testimony, you will realize that Larry actually landed his boat on the near the shack. Yeah, the shack. And so the caretaker's shack is the place where the murder took place. So the caretaker called Hammond to his shop at 11:50 p.m. He shot Hammond as Larry was passing by. He took Hammond's boat and called Edgeworth. And when the judge asks us who shot fired, what? Who fired a shot at like 2:15 a.m. out of the boat? And the answer was quite simple: the boat shop caretaker. He shot twice, missing both the times. And Karma asks you why, but we basically answer that he needed to create a witness, obviously, and that's what happened. He created he created his aura himself, but he did not realize that Lota was there as well and took the shots. Lota basically stole his plan over. And then the judge calls Edgeworth to the stand, and Edgeworth said that he received a letter from Hammond saying that he needs to meet at the ready, and this brings a huge revelation in this case. And that's when the guards come, and the guards basically say that the caretaker is gone, and Karma says that the search is underway. And thanks to Larry wants the guy from the first case, Edward is saved. So that's pretty good. We move on to the next day of investigation, and this time around we start to talk about our past a little bit, and how Edgeworth and Larry actually saved Phoenix, and how they were classmates, and how they he basically like is grateful to them about them basically saving him from like this bad trial that was about to go, and he was about to apologize to a guy he didn't need to apologize. Well, actually he was going to apologize to Edgeworth, but Edgeworth obviously did not like it because apparently somebody stole the money and his money, and it was all blamed on Phoenix. And we got to by the later stage that it was Larry. I was a spoiler because I didn't like anything major, but it was fun. But then we go to the park entrance where Gumshoe really is happy with us, and then we move into the rental shop. Now within the rental shop, we remember that Polly said our number, so we use that number on the safe, and we get the letter from the safe, which basically describes everything, every single detail up to the minute little things that happened at Phoenix has been explained in court about the whole crime that took place. And then we move to the detention center, and basically we talk to Edgeworth about stuff, and then we present him the letter. And Edgeworth is kind of like shocked to see that who would want to take this whole revenge on him and stuff. And Edgeworth says that he has been having night about him killing his father, and most probably Yanni Yogi is the one who's trying to take revenge on him. So we go to Grossberg's office, and we present the letter to him as well. And it turns out that this is actually one Karma's handwriting, which is completely surprising because we did not expect that. For anybody who's playing this game for the first time, I don't think anybody would expect Juan Karma's handwriting to be that letter, because obviously there's a letter, but we don't know whose letter it is, and we just like, wait, Juan Karma of all people is like plotting all of this stuff? Why? What happened? That's when we realized something. Juan Karma took a vacation for several months after a DL6 incident, which is, again, what is happening here? This case just keeps on taking massive turns over and over again. And that's when we go to the police department record rooms again, where we found all the DL6 information, and Juan Karma is there as well. And we just present a letter from the safe that we got to Juan Karma like a stupid ass, and Karma told that he told Yogi to burn that letter. I don't know why he is still there. It is still there. And Juan Karma removes a taser out of nowhere. Otherwise allowed it to bring a taser to a police station, but he brought a taser there. He chases us, he chases Maya, and just runs away with all of the DL6 information. Thankfully, Maya tackles Karma and then gets tased, due to which she finds the DL6 bullet, which will be really important in this case. So we move on to the next day, and we see that whenever somebody teaches us, there's this funny scene where we're just like, oh, please don't touch me. I'm still suffering from all that stun shit that happened. So, straight away, there's a surprise package as Juan Karma is just being very calm for some reason. And he straight away calls the caretaker, and our cross-examination begins. We start pressing on every statement that the caretaker has, and straight away, the judge asks us to know who this guy is. And we answer. Yogi and the judge and Juan Karma both want proof on why, from where this guy is Yogi. We don't know anything. So we tell them that we should check the caretaker's fingerprint with Yogi from 15 years ago. And Juan Karma says he has no fingerprint because he worked at a chemical plant before running a boat rental shop. And he burned off his fingerprints, which means that we don't have proof. And now it's just like, wait, what do we do now? We don't have anything. And then all of a sudden, Karma jokes about bringing the caretaker's parrot, and he's like, wait a minute, the parrot, yes. And then we bring on the parrot, and we're just so confused. Like, I was confused, because I don't know what to ask the parrot, because there is 2 sentences, literally. Like, what? If I have no idea what I needed to do. So I looked up at the guide, and he's just like, what do I do? what did I do? I was trying to figure out that, because this was like so confusing for me. Because I figured out that we could ask him about the whole DL6 incident, right? And then we asked Maya to say something that we forgot the thing that he said. And then Polly doesn't answer to that. Well, that's happened. And then we asked Polly what's her name, and then Polly answers her name. I mean. And then he's like, wait, what does this have to do with those identity and everything? Like, what does this have to do with all this? And then we present the big evidence, the DL6 case file. And then Juan Karma is like, you're just pushing it now. Where the hell is this coming from? And then if you check the suspect data, there's a specific paragraph which says that Yogi's fiancée Polly actually committed a suicide, and we check that and we provide that information. And we say in memory of it, he has actually given Polly this guy name of this parrot. And then the next statement is, what is the safe number? And Polly says 1228. And the judge asks, why should we care about this? And then we present the case summary, the date, 228. It's December something 8. I can't remember. But yeah. And with that, we finally have all the facts in our book. And that's when Yogi actually is like, we should just stop. And he just tells that he took revenge on Edward for by killing Haven, and that is about it. There's nothing else. And Miles Edgeworth is found not guilty. And that's when we realize that what actually happened is actually what was written in the letter. He took the gun and he shot Haven. I mean, he called Haven. He shot Haven. Took the suit. He met Edward. He faked his own death. Went back, and then he threw the body into the water, and that was about it. But there is all of a sudden an objection, and Edgewood wants to confess a guilt. This case is over yet. So, Edgewood wants to confess his guilt now about the DL6 incident, where he says that he was part of the reason was that he believes that he killed his father. And that's when he presented the DL6 case file to Edgewood, where he says that there was a single gunshot and a scream. And what Karma wants to know which file has been presented. We chose the victim data, and it clearly says the murder weapon was fired twice, and one Karma objects to that, saying that the second shot may have been nothing to do with this case. And that's when we say yes, this has to do something with the case. And that's when we present the DL6 incident photo, which shows that there is a broken glass with a shot through it. And we just present that, and someone other than Edgewood by a shot through a window is something we come out with. And one Karma objects to that, reminding that the case file says that there was not a single clue with the elevator, only one bullet found. But we are really getting into this troublesome situation again, and we are all of a sudden hearing as a voice out of nowhere, and she's like the second witness, and then he's mentioned about the stolen bullet, and then the judge asks if there was a pressing need for the murderer to take the second bullet. And we say the murderer didn't need to take it. The murderer didn't need it, not need to take it. There's another sentence like that. The murderer didn't need it. And then Mia all of a sudden tells us to think crazy and out of box. Like, she tells us to think about why the bullet wasn't taken, but why he had to take the bullet. And we tell the judge the bullet would have hit the murderer first. Then he realized the murderer would be outside the elevator that got hit by the bullet thrown by Myers before collapse. One Karma denies it has coincidence. Myers then remembers something crazy. Rosebud said that after one Karma dealt a blow to his perfect record, he had to take a several months vacation. Then the judge asked you for a possible date for a possible murder, and then we decided to say it's one Karma, and because he had to take a vacation to heal his wounds, and everybody is like in dismay, and they're like, what? No way! It can't be one Karma. One Karma is a prosecutor. He's not a murderer. And that's when we decide to use the metal detector we have. We say that it is possible that there's still a bullet inside him, and we should test a metal detector on him, but one Karma obviously refuses, and the judge forces it since the statute of the limitation runs out today, and the case has to be decided now. So we must find if the bullet is in his right shoulder or not, and hence why we find the bullet, and he's like, oh, this bullet has been long before this incident. That's when we present the DL6 bullet, which is an important evidence. And we say that if we check the ballistic markings between this bullet and the bullet inside your shoulder, I'm pretty sure it should clear out your name. And that's when one Karma screams, and Edgewood recognizes the scream from the elevator. And that's when Edgewood is found not guilty. And it turns out that because Edgewood's father actually gave one Karma this bad record about this flawless victory and stuff, and he got penalized from the court. He basically, one Karma basically wanted revenge, and he took it. And then, Miles Edgewood also shot him in the shoulder. That was one part of the reason as well. But yeah, this was a crazy incident that happened. It was really good, with a really wholesome ending to this game. And then we see the credits roll out and everything, and we're like, wait, game isn't over? Game isn't over! We move on to episode 5, Rise from the Ashes. It's a crazy episode, this one. This one is one of the episodes that is like Phoenix Edgewood mixed together into one. It's a great episode, trust me. It is one of the best ones I have played. But I had the guide open all the time for this episode, because this episode specifically I was stuck so many times that I actually just said like just keep in the mind guide open for this episode, because it's just this episode is just has so many things in it that I needed a guide for it. It's just I couldn't do it all on my own. So Maya has left us, obviously. Maya has gone to training in the mountains, and so we don't really have anybody to help us. And that's when a girl named Emma Sky comes in. She's a scientific investigator apparently. She's pretty young. She's like 16. What? But she reminds she's like we need we're like searching for Mia, okay? And she's like she needs somebody to defend her sister. And Emma's like wait, Phoenix is like wait, what? I'm not taking any cases, sorry. And Mia is not here anymore. And just like Emma just like is like wait, please take the case and everything. And she knows that her sister hasn't killed her already. And Phoenix kind of sees Maya in Emma, so he just is like fine, I'll take this case. I'll at least hear what her sister has to say. And that's when we got to know her sister is actually the chief prosecutor. Yeah, we went from defending our best friend to defending a chief prosecutor in like a time of 5 episodes. We have 4 cases so far, and now we are in the 5th case, and we're already defending the chief prosecutor for some reason. And she's just acting cool. She's not giving us any information. She's like, "Oh, I have done it. That's basically it." This case is kind of like a really on the darker side in comparison to the other cases, and it also has much different animation and everything. Like even like the short animation where we actually see the murder happen is like so much brighter and so much better than all the other ones that we have seen so far. And another thing about this whole incident, this whole case, is that we get new functions in this case. One of the new functions is viewing evidence, and we straight away view the evidence. We have viewed some of the evidence that the police have already gotten. For example, when we go to a car, we actually get the ID of the person who has been killed. That is Detective Goodman. He's a detective, and we check on that, and we see that there is a name of the victim and everything there. So that's when we meet somebody else. That is Angel Star, and she's known as a pop-up queen, and she's the major witness. And she says that she claims to have seen Lana actually stab the witness, and that's about the information we get, except for one cowboy who just appeared out of nowhere. But that's anyways, we move to the High Prosecutor's office. We are going to Edward's office, where basically we just talk to him, and now he's taking all the responsibility since Lana is in jail for some moment. And so we talk about Lana for a bit, and he says that he met her 2 years ago on a case, and she took him under her wing, and he's disappointed that it appears she now would try and frame him for murder since Edward's knife was inside the killer's thingy. Yes, there we go. And we also get another thing that is the King of Prosecutors trophy, and we take that as well for some reason. Again, these evidence just randomly come in there, and then we present it to Edward, where Edward basically says that this is a King of Prosecutors trophy, and like it has like a broken shield on it with a large gate, and well, that's all we get for now. Anyways, we go out of there, and he shows us the parking stop. I don't know why, because like there is like no reason to have this, honestly, because he does show that Edward got back to the office at 5:12 p.m., but that's about it. Like, he has nothing to do with the murder. That's all there is to it. And well, there's one more important part, that is Mike Meekins, this officer that is very weirdly skinny and skittish, comes out, and just because Edward is like, no, just get out of it, even though he wanted to show something to him. Oh well. But yeah, the parking stop is used. I don't even know if I should talk about it. Anyways, let's keep on moving. We go to the police department this time, where Emma will note that it took 30 minutes to get from prosecutor's office to police department with little traffic. So here we'll see the dancing machine called the Blue Thatcher, and you can see someone else dancing with it, and that's Detective Gumshoe. And Detective Gumshoe basically tells us about the case. and she claims to have summoned the across his office and killed him when he got there. That's about it. There isn't much. But we examine the blue voucher. Gumshoe says that she designed it and Gumshoe built it himself. It's battery powered and there's no switch, so Gumshoe says the battery dies. So we put in we get that thing into our evidence as well. And apparently Gumshoe drops this idea a lot. And Gumshoe realizes that Goodman is in fact the victim in this case. And then we talk about Goodman to him, and Gumshoe says he was a really good detective. And we present him the prosecutor's trophy, and Gumshoe is very proud of Edgewood when he received it. And we also present him the Edgewood's knife, and Gumshoe wonders why someone would try to use Edgewood's knife as a weapon and hide it in the body in the car, with the body in the car. And then there was another thing that we get, and that is Gumshoe gives us the letter of introduction for us to get permission to the crime scene that the cowboy dude is guarding. So we move it to the another parking lot again. We go to the parking lot again, and this time we present the letter of introduction. And it will get removed from our court record, so we just go into and ask cowboy dude about Goodman. And he gives us the autopsy report, which we obviously have to and Marshall tells us there's something surprising. The men barely knew each other. He tells the only time they interacted with each other was when we worked 2 years ago, and there doesn't seem to be any motive over here. And then we check everything around, and there's a phone over there. So we decide to check the phone on that, and blue button on the phone, which basically has the Steel Samurai ringtone, which sounds familiar, and Marshall comes over and wonders what is going on. And that's when we realize that the phone that was ringing is actually Emma's phone. And then we examine the open trunk that Edgewood had, and there was a note saying 67S202. And this seems like an important note, because Goodman left this note apparently, and we don't know that, but for some reason the game knows it. But yeah, and we just have enough clues, and it seems like it's going to be a tough day tomorrow, and we can start moving on. We start off by Edward calling on Angel to start the stand, and usually they call it detective, but according to Edward, Angel was a detective about 2 years ago, and she starts to describe about the crime and everything, and adds parking lot floor plans to our inventory. And then she starts to give a testimony, and in her testimony she says that she brings lunch boxes to her boyfriends apparently, and then she saw the chief prosecutor actually holding a knife right into Detective Goodman's chest. And we start pressing statements that Angel Star actually puts on. And Angel tells you that the reason she hates the prosecutors is that they fired her. She was bringing a lunchbox to her boyfriend's security guard room, which is about 8 block. Go look in the whole lot from its glass front window. Now we press another statement, and because she was a visitor, this statement, when there was the wire fence, through a wire fence, she saw chief prosecutor standing with the garnish car. Well, when you press that statement, she basically says because she was a visitor, she had to park in B block, which is where she witnessed the crime from 30 feet away. So Agent presents a photo taken at the moment of the crime, showing that the person is actually Lana who did it, and we get the crime photo. So we present the crime photo in the fifth statement, where she is basically saying that the sixth statement is where she's basically saying that she thrust a knife into Detective Goodman's chest, and we talk about how there isn't a knife that she's holding. However, Edgewood objects, saying that Lana actually took the photo moments after the crime because the blood was always splattered on her coat. Edgewood sees no problem with this. And then we get a choice that object or accept, and we have to obviously choose rejection. And then we ask Angel, didn't she take the photo moments at the moment of the murder? She takes it lightly, however, and it was a little wrong. And Angel says that Lana committed the crime in a premeditated way, as you can see in the crime photo. Lana was wearing rubber gloves, surgical gloves. There we go. Why would she be wearing them if she didn't know there was a bloody corpse on? And the judge realized that that be added to her testimony. She did. And then we present Edgewood's knife, which is obviously an important thing to this new state, because why would she be using Edgewood's knife if she was actually doing a premeditated murder? That's impossible. And then she says that she had like planned it, but like she saw like forgot a murder weapon or something, and they're like, "What? That's impossible." Then after that, the judge asks Angel to ask her like, "Can you test?" In which she said that for some reason she changed a statement to Lana continuously like stabbed Goodman, but the autopsy report says that he was only stabbed once. Weird. But okay, the judge has Lana testify from like another statement where she did she says that Lana was wearing a red muffler which looked like blood, but obviously the crime photo that we see, Lana wasn't wearing a muffler. The angel swore she saw something red. The judge has Angel testify to a mistake, and we're making some progress. But at the same time, Edward is stealing our thunder for some reason. Edward is the one protecting Lana all this time for some reason. Anyways, we get a new statement as Angel and Lana were struggling. Lana knocked out an oil drum, and that's something that she points out. So we press on the statement that is, she quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. And Angel says she was 20 feet away from Lana before she was arrested. And we press her further, and Angel earlier claimed that she witnessed a murder from B block. There was a chain link fence separating two parking blocks. Angel says that she climbed over 9 foot first to get to Lana. How could she do that in real time? And then we press on Angel's third statement, which is basically when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. Angel said Angel heard Lana say the word muffler on her phone, to which we asked her further, and Lana attempted to use emergency phone at first, but it was out of order. The cell phone that gets updated, and she adds that testimony to it. She says that she gave up trying to use the phone at the fall, and she just used her cell phone. And we press on the statement. The parking lot floors plans will appear now, where she will detail what she saw and where. If Angel had witnessed the crime from where she claimed she was, she would have not seen Lana use a phone because the partition of that was in the way. So Angel has to be lying. So we present the parking lot plans on the statement, and Edward wants to know why or what she's talking about. And then we say where she saw it, and if Angel saw Lana use a phone, she might have seen it in a different location. Judge wants to know where, and that's when I was very confused. Like, they show us a map, and then they're like, "Oh, where do you think she might be?" And I was like, "Wait, where would she be?" So I looked at the guy, and it's in the security room. I was like, "Oh, that's dumb. Yeah, she should be in the security room." Because she was selling one of the lunch. I did not pay attention to. I thought that was just an irrelevant thing where she was selling with not just one of her boyfriends. I was just like, wait, that's an important thing? Then Emma doesn't know this is something odd. Like, why would Angel lie, right? And Edward presents a fight for the reminding us that Angel took the picture from Block B. The judge wants to know what Angel is lying about and tells Phoenix to do so. Emma recalls what we know so far. Angel says that she saw the crime from the security room, but she lied about seeing from Block B. Phoenix then wonders what would change by that. Then we choose the distance of crime. The security room is also 30 feet away from the crime. But what matters is how long it takes for the suspect to reach. As you know, the crime scene. The door to A block was actually locked. Angel had to take a long way around to B block. It took Angel 5 minutes, and then you raise an objection at that. It took Angel 5 minutes. If it took Angel 5 minutes to reach crime, Lana would have already had a chance to run. And this looks like we were able to take advantage of Angel's slip up. That's when Angel gives a decisive evidence. She presents a boat, and we are like, boat? What is decisive in that? So we are like, wait, there is a problem with this boat actually, because if you look at the crime photo, there are no footprints here. How the hell is this even a decisive evidence when there are no footprints? And then they're like, Lana is like, wait, the oil was full of water, so Lana's full of footprints of radish. And just by that, Judge was about to declare the verdict. We didn't know what to say. And Emma says that since Angel is working on the prosecutor's side, she could be lying. And Angel actually hears that. And she presents another photo of crime. The body itself in the trunk of the water. The car, not the water. Trunk of the water? What is the trunk of the water? But yeah, trunk of the car. And that's when we see that there is something stuck in the muffler of the car. And And that's something that is similar. And then everybody's like, wait, muffler? Well, what is the muffler? And that's when you use a lot of phone as an evidence to actually like to say that, oh, look at this muffler. She did say muffler while she was on the phone. And then there's a half time. This case is big. You're in the second half, alright? And that's crazy. They get a recess, and after a recess, we actually get to meet Jake Marshall, the cowboy. Let's call him cowboy since it's easier to call him cowboy. So the judge resumes the case, and we see Edgewood looking very shocked and angry, and he's like so confused. And he's like, wait, who is this guy? So like before, like after meeting Jake Marshall and defendant lobby, we go back to the court obviously, and there is this guy, this massive ass, bulky ass orange dude that appears out of nowhere with like weird ass hair, and his name is David Gaunt. What the hell? A man looks like he does gym all day. Oh my god. So there's apparently another crime that took place in the police department, and that there is also a new evidence apparently that has appeared, and that is the switchblade, which they took from the muffler. So we get the switchblade from the muffler, and there's a testimony from Don that appears, and we cross-examine the testimony, and we find something in this testimony, the knife. The knife actually has something to do with this stuff, because they are like, this guy, David Gaunt, I don't know what kind of detective, I guess, but like he asked if there's any connection we can make between this knife and the case, and we are like, yes, we can. And we present Goodman's note, which basically, if upside down, it says they got a knife and it's SL9. So yeah, so 67S is actually SL9 if you go up sideways or upways. I don't know how to say so whatever. So he has a testimony the knife was evidence in the case and stolen from the apartment's evidence room. And we press on it and we'll find out the knife was stolen on the day of murder, and which happens to be the murder weapon from a case long salt. And then we press on another one of Don's statement, which is a detective was still at the police department, and we're like, who killed the detective at the police department? Don says that they are arrested as suspect now. Gant allows you to ask another question, and we have a choice. One last question. And we said, where was the fucking pawn? Don says he can't tell you, but just tell us that the murder took place in the evidence room. That's where he said that the broken knife was stolen from. And then we press on another one of his statement that Gant has for us, and that is the time of the crime is the same, 5:15. And so, like, we say that they are also connected by the evidence room, right? Like, this case is already connected by the evidence room, so Don says he'll give more information, unofficially. And then he adds a statement, I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim of the crime. That's when you ask him for the ID. And we are like, okay, so we asked him for the ID, we didn't get the ID, which is like 58 something. And then we are like, okay, here, ID, Goodman's ID. And he's like, oh, you actually figured it out. And yeah, it was Goodman whose ID was there. And that is basically how this day ends. There isn't much big of a day ending difference, but yeah, that's how it ends. So, day 2 ends with that. And then we start off being really confused because we're just like, wait, what the hell happened? Why is there a bloody place all over the place? I don't know, we're just but yeah, we're just confused by why the 2 murders taking place at a single time. And then we just go to the prosecutor's underground parking lot because that's where the thing is. And you get a new system. We get luminal testing fluid, where basically we can test for blood by spraying luminal spray all over the place, and that's what we do. We do that, and the amount of blood that was there under the car is sublimely low. It's like really less. If there was a fighting going, then there should be a lot more blood, but it's really, really less. So that's that happens, and then we talk to Angel again, and we ask about why she like lied and stuff. But like she says like, yeah, she did lie, but she swears that she saw a lot of stuff good, and that's the only thing that is true about her statements. And then after that, it is also noted that Detective Stars were actually, well, detective stars when she was actually like fired for the SL9 incident. Before that, she was a tough-up queen, which is basically she made all the criminals confess. So we present her the note that Goodman had, and the agent reveals that Goodman was the head of detective on the SL9 case. And she tells that the switchblade that says SL9 on it was due to transfer the very day Goodman died. She somehow also knew the case wasn't over. So we present Goodman's ID, and until 2 years ago, like, Hazel had one of them. But she doesn't believe that Goodman was also killed at the evidence room. And we then present the crime photo, and that Angel regrets getting flustered and waiting until she got down the crime scene to snap the photo. And she lied about the time it took her to because she had tested disregarded. And then we talked to her again and asked her about the SL9 incident. And we said that the criminal, she says the criminal was executed, but they never found decisive evidence. But instead, high ups fabricated their own evidence. So that's it. And then she gives us the steak lunch and we leave. We go to the evidence room entrance and we see a whole ass wild west team evidence room entrance, and that's about it. There isn't anything else you can check, but we can examine the door and it says that it's locked, so you can't. Then we go to the police department where we try to meet Kamshu, but he's not there either. So we go to detention center. We meet Officer Mickens. He's the one who's suspected of killing the second gunman that we know. So we present the Goodman's ID and we ask a few questions before that. But we present Goodman's ID and it helps Mickens jog his memory. And he doesn't remember the man, so he asks for a card. And instead of an ID card, the man put a knife on him. So Mickens was knocked out and woke up at the detention center. That's basically what happened. So that is the only important part from there that is necessary to remember. Then we move to the police department criminal affairs where we meet Chief Gaunt. So he's the one who informed the detectives that have been searching for something but haven't found it. So basically Detective Gaunt or Chief Gaunt, whatever you want to say, he says that Goodman was creating a lost item report or something and he needs that and we get it. And so we get it and then we talk to Gaunt again, and this time he gives us the permission. A permission report? I mean permission to go into security or evidence room. And then we go to the evidence room where we talk to Marshall, but Marshall isn't really ready to talk. And so we give him the steak lunch, which which basically Marshall will like cowboy, and that's his name. Well, that's where like the cowboy will be like, okay, fine, I'm ready to talk, and he talks. He basically talks, and he says that how a few years ago, like, this case was like solved and stuff, but feels like this case still has a lot of things remaining in. So we present Goodman's ID to him, and Cowboy basically says Goodman used this ID to open the entrance 1 minute before the stabbing. So why Goodman point the knife at Mickens rather than showing his ID? And that's when Cowboy shows the ID to us, like ID card record to us, and we get a massive. This is a massive clue, by the way. We get that big clue here. And then we go to the evidence room finally where actual evidence is there, and we start like talking to Greg Gumshoe, and he basically tells us about the event that occurred inside here. And he also tells something important that all these safes, they are like fingerprint identification safes, so it's impossible for them to be open. And then we also talk about the SL9 incident, and he talks about how the transfer was like a couple days ago, but the whole thing, like it was to put the whole thing to rest, but this whole incident happened and then again. And then we present the ID card record, and Gumshoe is shocked because Edgewood's ID card is on this. And then we start examining, and that's when we find our rubber glove, and we get it. Then we find a bunch of broken fragments, and we're just like, we're gonna put this unstable jar on, but we don't really know what to do with it, so we just put it on. Like I just random push go with it, and it works. That is basically it. We use a little testing fluid on it, and we can see that there's some blood on it. Then we start spraying around in the lockers, and we also see that there's a lot of blood on the lockers as well. We go to Edward then, where we present to him this thing. We also make the bellboy, but he's irrelevant. The bellboy from the second episode, but is irrelevant. But we present Edward the ID record, to which he presents us the screwdriver which he wanted for a case. So we also present him Goodman's note, and then there's a new thing that appears where allegation of forgery is a thing that we can't ask about. And we do ask it, and Edward claims that he never touched evidence, but dating branch was under the whole thing around this. So we now find the fingerprint set where we can find out whose fingerprints are where. So we go back to the evidence room and we start cleaning stuff up and finding the fingerprints. And one of the fingerprints that we find are cowboys, and we are quite interested to why the cowboy had the fingerprints. So we go to the next day, and we straight away start all by Meekins giving us his testament, and we start pressing on all of Meekins' testament. And there's a bunch of things that he says, but the only relevant thing that is that Meekins was assigned to Blue Botcher, and Meekins needed an ID card to enter the evidence room. So he reveals his ID card number, and we obviously see that on the ID card record, which in this Meekins number. So if you look carefully, number that was used twice in 35 minutes was Goodman's. The first was to for relocate Botcher to the evidence room, and the second time was to get back. It was during the second trip that he spotted a suspicious man. The ID card gets updated, and I said Goodman. I meant to say Meekins. Meekins is the one who used the ID card 2 times. So now we get a security view. So the security video basically shows us Goodman walking, Goodman opening a locker, and Meekins sitting up to Goodman, and then they have a fight, and that's this weird left, right view. So that keeps going. So we talk about the mystery man that Meekins encountered, and we press on this statement where it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. And Edward asks us if there is a problem with the videotape, and then we say there is a problem with the videotape. And then we present the rubber glove that was hanging on to the locker room. There was this one rubber glove that was hanging on the locker room, where we just see if you go to the right, you can see that. And then Meekins testifies again, and this time we present Goodman's ID actually, because Meekins says that to enter the evidence room, the one must have his ID. So we present Goodman's ID, and Goodman had lots of things important to say on that day, and this is ID. So now when we found the ID and locked parking lot. So Phoenix presents the case that the man that Meekins encountered was not Goodman, but rather the man who stole Goodman's ID. So Edward comes to the conclusion, if the man on the security video is fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. If murder did occur at police department, then that means that the murder that must have happened in the parking lot. That makes a lot of sense. Once again, we object to that. While the camera doesn't show the murder, it still is related to the case. So it's time to call someone who is related to the case, and that is Cowboy Boy. So the judge gives us 30 minutes to call him, and we go into the second part of this trial. So now, Marshall or Cowboy, how you would call him, he's here. So Marshall is he was in this saloon, and we present Marshall's fingerprints at that statement where he's oh, I'm at the saloon, because obviously he wasn't. And then he's oh, obviously, I have been in the locker room, my fingerprints will be there, so it's not a surprise, yada yada yada. And then he says that the murderer was wearing gloves, and then we present that statement, and we ask him, how does he know that he was wearing gloves? And he states that they tried to print Gumshoe's locker and determined that the murderer was wearing gloves. Then Marshall refers to security video. It says if you can't prove he's in there, you get nothing on him. So Marshall gets testimony. He says, too bad it wasn't me, right corner. And then we press on that. The cameras will move back and forth, and it doesn't show the floor. So if someone is familiar with the movement, could have found a way to leave the room without getting caught. Judge wants to know if we have any proof. We obviously show the evidence. He showed a piece that is sticking out of the locker. That is Marshall's locker and his locker only. And then he asks for proof. And then we are like, hey, this locker are all fingerprint censored lockers, you know? And then the judge wants us to explain how Marshall like got away. Like, where would he be standing? And I'm like, oh, where could Marshall be? Where could Marshall be, I wonder? Gee. And I started like pressing things, and because in my headcanon, I'm like, oh, he must be talking about when Marshall was 21, but obviously he wasn't. So we put him at the victim spot, and he's like, okay, but Edward like says that we should pretend to the basic, and because Goodman, like Marshall says good. But how could he have had, we could have had Goodman's AD, like, how could he have Goodman's, and then Marshall says that this is all circumstantial evidence and we actually don't have any proof. And Edward is like, let's just go back to the basics. Instead of finding evidence that Marshall was in disguise, find evidence that came out because he was in disguise. The tape should answer the question pretty easily. So, just when we pause at the moment when Goodman lunges at Goodman specifically, lunges at Megan's, there's blood on his shoulder, lots of it. And then we present that to the court. There was a lots of blood on it, so it would have been too obvious that he fought Megan. So he had to hide it, and hiding the spot must have been his own locker. Marshall says, are you happy now? For 2 years. If he had persisted in the SL9 case, and none of this would have happened. Marshall would have given his confession a long time ago. And then, next testimony, he says that there was no murder for this. And we start pressing on Marshall's statement, basically. And the first statement, he basically says, like, I had to do it that day. I couldn't stand by and let die. So, he wants to keep on going after the SL9 incident, and the reason for that is basically simply, well, the judge asks us for that first, that why does he want to go after the SL9 incident? There is no reason to go after Joe Dark, who's a serial killer. But we present the SL9 incident case. There is something interesting in that. The name victim list. The name on that victim list is someone named Neil Marshall. We're talking to Jake Marshall, who was his brother. So that is basically one of the reasons why he wanted the case to continue, because he feels like the case is not over yet. And then the judge is about to declare the verdict because the only person there is Lana that committed it. And then Emma basically like stops the judge from it for some reason. Like, what? So, after finding out Joe Dark, turns that, after finding out that she was involved in Joe Dark's killing, which was earlier in the recent stuff, which I didn't talk about, because Lana basically, like, revealed that the SL9 incident was not Joe Dark killing, the serial killing, and that, Emma was, basically involved in some, shape of so she leaves talking to us, and the judge asks us if there's something not right with the handprint, and we say I object. And something might have not been right, something might have not been drawn in the evidence showing floor plans. So we're like, wait, what do you mean by so we present the blue batcher, and the blue batcher was transparent and the fight chick. It would have been impossible to place a handprint on Robich's locker, because the blue batcher right in front of it. And Emma comes back to tell the solution. Print wasn't during the fight. It must have been put before the fight happened. That's why there is a blood spill in the evidence room twice. So we present the ID code record, and there is a murder that took place between 4:20 and 4:40 p.m. It's very possible. And then it would have been impossible for Edgewater to claim a cleanup and before Meekins would put aboard the blue batcher up. So the only number remaining is all sevens. And if Goodman lost his ID that day, then he must have walked in with a real murder. So the judge asks anyone to find the number of their ID. However, Edgic says that he doesn't have authority because someone higher ranking is involved in this. And because of that, probably wants Edgewood for all his cover-ups and for his say that's how prosecutor office operates, because he just basically slanders Edgewood, and well, people are pretty angry at him. Anyways, we come back to our office and we're just like, what happened to all this stuff? And then we ask Emma about this whole incident, and Emma says that there's this image of Neil trying to help her from dark, and she was the reason that Neil died. And basically we come to also know that Lana was a detective, and we talked to Lana about it, and Lana was so sad that she was the first to see when she found Neil's body and the unconscious body of Joe Dorgan. So that's something weird. There's something weird about her statements, because the way she talks about it, it just seems like the trial they're being in is like waiting a minute for all this to happen. So we just move on, because we are but keeping that in the move on. We move to the police department entrance where we meet Cowboy, and he says that he tells that the evidence room is no longer access to trial. Yes, also he turned himself to the chief prosecutor office. So there isn't anything specific that really Marshall tells us other than everything we already know. So, but we also know that Neil Marshall was prosecutor. So that was the only thing that was major that we came to know, but it wasn't really that major. So we move on to the police department criminal affairs, but it seems that Gumshoe isn't there because the chief detective is actually having everybody in the conference. And then we move to the police office where we see a huge church organ apparently there, and also we find a weird pig. We find something weird about this pig that we get of the whole team, in which there's Kant, Lana, and Neil. And we just like, something is weird about it, but we go back to, Kant comes in and he basically just kicks us. We are not allowed there. So we meet Gumshoe, who is like serving coffee in a meeting, and says that Edgewood is now under fire since the rumors were true, and the rumors were forgeries were true. So, we present him the switchblade knife, which gives us updated autopsy report on switchblade, and we also get news stuff from it. So that's everything that was necessary from here, and usually high prosecutor's office, where we see that Edgewood is there, and we present the picture that we had, Con's team picture that we got, and Edgewood notices that Emma notices that the trophy that Neil has and Edgewood have are two different trophies, and Edgewood says that there are two different trophies that actually were there. One was the one with the points and the thingy on it, and one was like the broken ass thingy on it, and he explains the whole last Chinese thing, which I did not pay attention to too much because it wasn't related to the story. Anyways, we also find that Edgewood is actually putting a letter of resignation, which is useful for us because we go back to the parking lot actually, because we can find angel stars over there, and then we find out that everyone liked Nana and wanted to be like her, because she hated Edwin Crooked and watched her for other detectives. She especially felt bad for Jake when his brother was killed, so she felt like she lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, Jake might have actually gotten over the shock of the murder, but something happened in that incident made her change and so cold, which totally is surprising for how far somebody like her. But we go to the police department right after that conversation, and we Gumshoe. And Gumshoe just show him the letter of resignation, and we get Gumshoe's ID, which also means we can go to the police chief's department. So we go there, and right after us comes Gumshoe for some reason. Hey Gumshoe, you're normal. Don't scare us like that. So I just randomly try to go to that safe locker that we saw in the detectives chief detective's department, and just type in stuff. Just type in 777 and you're like, oh, cool, that happened. And then we assemble the fragments with the unstable jar and find a fingerprint set. We also get a sort of plot from it, and we basically get a fingerprint set and start getting all these fingerprints. But the fingerprint and strip of cloth is actually of Emma. which kind of surprises. We also find the evidence list, which is like the half of the evidence list which Edgewood has for some reason. So then we visit the detention center again, and we present like we ask Lana about why she's keeping quiet, and we then present Damon Bounce profile to her, and we say that you're doing dirty work for Damon. That's the reason why. And we also present the evidence list to her, to which finally she gives in, and she's like she was ordered to bring the man's body to Edgewood's car, from Edgewood's car. And if that is true, then she wasn't the one who killed him, but she was the one who was working under the person who killed him. And we have to find who actually killed him. So with all that there, we finally have something to go with on the fourth day of the trial, which I believe is the final day of the trial. So it's the final. I believe this is the final day of the trial, and we begin with Emma's testimony about 2 years ago, where we did Emma's testimony from 2 years ago, as we straight away press at Emma's statement that says, "I'll never forget what I saw in that instant." And then we say that we want to hear more about it, and she says that she drew a picture of it, and then we ask about the picture. And then it seems that she had lost that picture, but she drew a picture of that same one, which gets added. And to which we present the evidence list. People are like, wait, why the evidence list? If you turn around the evidence list, it turns out the pictures over there. And I've been playing this game with straight eyes. So I was like, wow, so wait, what do I present here? So I just presented the evidence list, and my god, it was there like this. If you turn it around, there's a picture there. And then we get this, and Emma says something, like he says, "Picture shows exactly what I saw in that place," to which we actually present Neil's autopsy report, and then the judge wants us to find a contradiction. When we examine the picture, we present the knife which is held by the builder, because that wasn't actually a knife that was stabbed, but instead a different type of knife. And yet the picture was shown like the knife is broken. The knife was broken after she was killed. That's what autopsy said, if I remember. The story was told this way: a lot of our facts had to be lied. Emma denies it. Edgewood concludes, if that is true, then there could be another broken knife. What do you mean? There is another. When asked what the weapon present, Bronstein picture. When we see Bronstein picture, there is actually a knife that is the prosecutor's trophy, and there is a broken knife. When its tip is broken off, Neil must have taken a blade out of the trophy, and for George the Chief's theft, since he wasn't a detective, he didn't have a gun. Our Edgewood concludes that if that is true, the man Emma saw raising the knife is actually Neil. But Neil was the one who died, not George. Before we continue, Emma stops us and says now she remembers what happened. She calls right at the other half of the picture, the side of the blue batch. And so it's weird because when we talk about blue batcher is it just doesn't make any sense that she talks about blue batcher, because it is it was made a long time ago, right? Like not a long time ago, just recently, 1 or 2 years. So this was another case. What the hell looks like a blue batcher? And then I looked up and there was a jar. Yeah, how do I even make this? Gee, this is impossible. It was so impossible for me that I was not even trying. But hey, it's fine. So, anyways, that was a really, really tough fight, I would say. It was one of the tougher ones to actually go through. But hey, so we get that. And Edward sees our point, but it just doesn't change the case here. So, the tragic truth about this whole situation is that Emma is the one who actually murdered Neil. Because if you put the unstable chart together, the name Emma coordinates with each other. And, well, we have the name, so we have to present it. As a defense attorney, we are defending someone. We have one of our loved ones to be murdered. Someone takes a stance and reminds Edward about 2 years ago. He said that innocent man, and to do that, he had to forge evidence, which leads the crowd into an uproar, and the judge calls a recess. Holy shit. Like, this case gets crazier every minute, like, literally crazy. So, as we apologize for Edward in the recess about what happened, Kamshi comes in, and he's like, have this evidence law, this will help you, and this is gonna get crazy from here onwards. So now Gaunt is in the stand, alright? Gaunt has arrived, and he says that, like, there is one thing that he's clearly lying about, and he says that he has nothing to do with the forgery, to which we present the unstable chart that we have, because we found it in Gaunt's office, but the judge has Gaunt testified to prove this point. Now, Gaunt, he retestifies his whole thing, and this time, He again lies by saying that rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help him out anyway, so he presented that statement. Because he probably rearranged the crime to get his chief of police position. However, Don tells you that even if he didn't, you're still going to get a position anyway, so he probably get to help someone. Scott denies it, saying he only helps himself. The judge has gone to add that statement to his testimony. So he says, I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. And because of that statement, there was nothing in it for me. And Don didn't care about Emma at all. And Edward backs up the claim that he only looks out for himself. Something else was going on here. When asked if Gandhi would help someone out, Gandhi chose Lana Sky. If he appointed Lana chief prosecutor, he must have done it for his own profit, right? He had Lana transferred to the chief prosecutor's office, and basically she was her puppet. Which the judge was really amused upon. He replies like, "Oh, wait, what? Lana is his puppet?" So it's just funny. But the judge wants us to show evidence that Chief Khan is a murderer. And we present the ID card report, and the last alphabetic card number of the list is Chief Khan's number. And we say that because we have been to Chief Khan's safe in the office. So this proves that he was there in the evidence room, and not admits that he was in the evidence room, but as he's allowed to go anywhere, this is immaterial. So, we claim he met Goodman, but the judge wants to see more proof. So we say that we have Goodman's report, that lost item report, in which we obviously know that Goodman's ID was not with him that day. Somebody stole the ID from him. So Goodman and the murderer must have used the last one left, which was God's ID. Furthermore, if God had just lent the card to Goodman, it would have been found on the body. You have gone to other ropes now, but he still says that he never left the office. And how would he even how would he even get to the prosecutor's office if he never left his office? So the judge wants us to show how he was managed to move the body, and then he showed a screwdriver that Edward gives us. It was useful. So 100-day crime, Don actually told Edward to take this screwdriver from the prosecutor's office, if you remember, and that screwdriver actually helped us. So Edward did, and Don moved the body into Edward's trap. So Don decides to take a break as he's the chief of the police, and Don has the authority to refuse to testify. So he can leave the courthouse unless we have concrete proof that he killed Goodman. So I have no proof, so I just have to leave it. So before the judge can continue, he wants us to give us one last chance to call up a witness. So we call Lana Scott. So we continue on with our trial after a recess. Like, holy shit, this trial goes on forever, literally forever. And then we begin with Lana's testimony, where she talks about fabrication and how she's the only one who did it. So we press on Lana's statement that when I found the prosecutor marshal's body, I rearranged the crime scene, which is not what we think, because obviously she saw the knife from prosecutor's trophy inside Neil's body, but didn't die from accidentally stumbling into the suit of armor. Lana stands by her statement that Dark killed Neil, but if that's true, then what happened to Dark's knife? Lana says it was lying on the ground. The judge asks Lana to put it in the statement, and she does. She says that I broke on the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. And then we press the statement, and we give her a choice. So we ask her, why did you move the body? And she adds another statement to it. She says the piece of the jar that shattered during the event threatened our plan. But what could it have threatened? There is nothing really to threaten, and yet it was broken in the struggle. Then the judge asked Lana to testify on our claim that we made. So, again, in her second testimony that she said, she says that the fragments were lost, so she was sure that she got them all. But we present the unstable jar to that statement. There was still one piece left, and Lana didn't wipe off, and that piece was found in Don's locker. Lana hears this. She's not just as you hope. Lana, she just justified every piece. That means Don's piece was collected before Lana got there. If that is true, God was actually the first person to get there. So what was God doing? That was a big question. So once again, Lana actually confesses, but Lana actually tells about the crime scene again. So Lana had told that she saw Neil on the armor, and that was inside her evidence. Check that, and there is actually proof on that because we find the dead body of Neil in that. So you're holding from God out of nowhere, and he's like, like Edward says, Edward tells God that he already qualified his charge to make further statements, and God says he doesn't have to, as he claims that evidence of the real murders actually right with us. I didn't know we didn't have to show the evidence there, so I showed the evidence, and it was a game over. This was some bullshit. So after getting back to this point, I decided I cannot show the evidence. So when the court realized that God hid the evidence in his safe, God decided to complete. He was at the scene for Lana and saw the opportunity to take control of Lana. He knew she would come to him for aid, so he helped her conceal her sister's involvement after hiding two pieces of evidence on the scene. He put the evidence in his safe as insurance in case something is planned or the little road. To ensure that he never gets fingered for the crime, he kept the most legible piece of the broken jar. Only he added content on Lana wiping off the other pieces. Edward wants to know how they can believe he didn't forge Emma's name on the jar along with everything else. That's why he get the other piece of evidence, piece of plot. But God knows that we have it, and so asks you again to present. So, the evidence. But ask whose fingerprint it belongs to, and we say it's Emma's crime, obviously. Before we regret this, however, we find a contradiction on it, and we should catch it as well, which we did. When we are asked to show what was the contradiction, we present Lana's picture, and it's very weird that there's blood splattered everywhere, but on Neil's chest, even on the spot where the piece of the cloth should have been, there is not blood. My English is weird. What the hell did I just say? But yeah, there is no blood on the cloth for some reason. And the fingerprint proved that Emma showed Neil. The cloth must have been cut off before he was impaled, or could have been poured blood, which is impossible. The cloth was there before Lana. He also did cutting on the strip of cloth and arranging the scene in it. When God arrived at the scene, he looked at Neil's body and impaled it, then wrote Emma's name on the jar in victim's blood and shattered it. Leaving there, the clues led Lana to believe her sister was responsible, which set her up to blackmail. And just when it looked it was finally over, he accuses her of providing illegal evidence, which can be used to convict the suspect. So God says that when we concealed the strip of cloth for the first time, he asked us to present it. It became illegal evidence. But asked if you admit purposeful concealing evidence, we say we did not. It is true that we refused to present the approach at one point, but it's because we couldn't, not that did it. When asked who the evidence is legal, we present the evidence law. There are two rules in the evidence law. Number one, the evidence shall be shown without approval of police department. The unregistered evidence must be relevant to the case in trial. And then, obviously, God's evidence quote was it wasn't unregistered evidence when God wanted us to present it to the courtroom. It became relevant. So here it is. God finally gives a play. Not only that, but he also explained he was doing what he was doing in the court. Cowboy never let that SL9 incident go, and he continued to investigate behind his back. He finished recruiting Stark and Deadman, and God also revealed the reason he killed Goodman was Goodman wanted to reopen the SLI case and wanted to bring some evidence to Cowboy. And Lana takes a stand again, and our boy Phoenix explains to Lana that Emma did nothing wrong and God betrayed her trust. She had known that no one was silent and she could reveal everything. But from that time, she and God forged evidence up until today. So we gotta get Lana out of the trouble, but in the end, we did get a happy ending. So, as we know, everything took place in this span of 2 years, and it was great. This whole case was great. That's not over 2 years that happened from the first case where Lana was taking control of from God. And up to this point where Lara was accused of the murder, but she didn't actually do anything. It was just a puppet up to this point, and was just trying to protect herself. It was a great little interaction. If you play this case on your own time, I would say I have been skimming through things really quickly for all the cases, but this will take about, I would say, 6 to 7 hours for you guys to play, and you guys will have fun playing all the cases that are available to you guys. And you guys should definitely play all these cases that occur at the end of the game with a really heartwarming scene between Lana and Margie in this beautiful art, and I definitely think this is one of the best scenes in the game itself. It was a great game, it was a great journey in general, and with the ending, we talked about Emma is actually going foreign to study scientific forensic, to be a scientific investigator and stuff. In general, I think the Phoenix Wright, when I first played the Ace Attorney game, I haven't played the other game in general, but I did play Ace Attorney at least 2 or 3 times before I again played now. And I really enjoyed playing Ace Attorney when I was a kid. It was something that was always close to my heart, partly because the first not because of the first chapter, which was like very funny and like lighthearted comparison to that. We had these other chapters in the second, fourth, and fifth chapter, I think so, in my opinion, which were great for me to enjoy. This is a long video, I know, but I think this was worth it all, and it was definitely a lot of work in general for me to do, but I am happy to get this video out. Even if I can get some of these videos out once or twice a month, I think so I will be pretty happy with my channel, what I'm doing right now on YouTube. I think I will be pretty happy to just give you guys all this content in general. We did complete the Ace Attorney game. We also have Triumphantly and Justice for All. Those are the 3 games that we have in general for PC version. So we have all the trilogy on. We also have a few more Phoenix Wright games, or Ace Attorney series games, I should say. We did pretty good but part of the reason was because I remembered a lot of stuff because I played this game a bunch of times, and it helped me remember all this stuff that happened this year. Other than that, next game which we play, I think it's Trials and Tribulations. I think so that one I'll be more like confused about what's happening because of that. I will actually record that, but I will record one full gameplay of worry, like just like this, but a full gameplay of it with like my commentary and everything, where I will like try to like get stuff done. So because I knew what I was doing in this game, I decided to record it like in a very simple manner, but in case I do not know what I'm doing in the game and it's blind recording is better. I don't know. You guys tell me what you guys want. I would love to do whatever you guys want. I have to get back to editing now for this video because this video is super long. It's almost 4 hours long, but it was worth it, like I said. Like getting all these 5 episodes out there for you guys to actually enjoy this series. And I hope that I can get more Phoenix Wright series done in time because the next game I'm playing is Murders Over, I believe, and I don't know how it will work or what I will do in that series. I haven't played that game because it's a small game. It's like attached to like a 3-hour game or something, so it will be like a 2-hour video, 1.5-hour video. I don't know. So yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed the video. Next time when I see you, I will see most probably Murders Over or Transition. I am not sure, but until next time. Peace out. So let me talk about Phoenix Wright Justice for All because I completed the game, and honestly this was most probably the best Phoenix Wright game I've played yet. I don't know how Trials and Tribulations was. I was wrong about Trials and Tribulations being the second game in the last video. Sorry for that. But my favorite case is the last case especially, so hanging around for that because that was one of the best cases I've played in this game. Definitely. I also think the third case was really emotionally tolling for me. And I think the game overall continued well from the first game and showed the boundaries and ropes and everything about how the game works, and in a way introduced a lot of new mechanics in a really good way, I would say. So let me talk about the first case straight away. So I'll begin with a few things that this first case has, alright. Like the first case, we have our victim. His name is basically Dustin Prince. We have the defendant, whose name is Maggie Bride, and our defense attorney is obviously Phoenix Wright, and the prosecution attorney is lawyer. I don't know how to put it, but yeah, the prosecutor is Winston Payne.
the guy who was in the first game's first case. That's basically who he is. The case has one witness, and his name is Richard Valentin, and we'll be looking at this case. I mean, if there's one witness, it's pretty much we understand who the killer is for the first case, right? So let me just put it simply like this, alright? Phoenix Wright series, for anybody who doesn't know, it's not about who done it, but rather how done it, because it's more about you already know the case is killer and everything, except for the last case. The last case really took me off guard, I would say, but this case is more about how done it than who done it, because we already know who did it, and we have known this since the first Phoenix Wright game. So we know who done it for like quite some time. So most of the stuff in Phoenix Wright is all about how the crime takes place and everything, because the where the killer is literally in your face. So let's talk about the first case. The first case is called The Lost Turnabout. To put it simply, we wake up in a defense lobby and look at a phone whose haunting ringtone gives us nightmare, basically, and we try to answer it, but there's no answer. And then there's this man who comes in who's claiming that he found something and just knocks us out of out cold with an extinguisher, fire extinguisher. So after we regain consciousness, we are greeted by this young lady who's obviously the case's victim, and sorry, not the victim, the case's defendant, and that is Maggie Bride. That's officer, that's a police officer that we have to save, whose case we undertook, and we had promised her and make sure that she's found not guilty. So all that is fine, but we don't recall like who she is or what kind of promise we made to her, and we don't even recall who we are, and we are just like, oh, what is happening? We don't know who we are or what we are, and stuff like that. So this is a good way to introduce this game for newcomers as well, because the game already like has a set judgment and everything for you, and obviously it expects you to know some of the stuff from the previous game, but at the same time they will also teach you the game in case that you don't remember a lot of stuff. It is basically an essential tutorial that you have to play in case you're a newcomer to the series. But why would you be a newcomer to a series without playing the original Ace Attorney game, the first game, you know? So yeah, like in the start we are given an option that whether we want to, like, whether we are ready or not, and it does not matter really whether we are ready or not. Vincent Payne will always accuse Maggie of murder, and the judge will always say like we have to continue on with the case because we are the defense lawyer, obviously. Anyways, well, Vincent basically takes and accuses Maggie for killing her lover, apparently, who is supposed to be this Dustin Prince guy who is the victim of this case. So he calls in Gumshoe, who is on the stand, and he's basically talking about how Maggie is working under him, and she's basically she's basically a trainee, and they're like great buddies and everything. And then Gumshoe describes the murder to us and tells us that the murder happened at a park near the police station in an exposed park, and the victim, one of the local cops, whose name was Dustin Prince, he was pushed down from the benches of the upper part, and the land basically snapped his neck when he fell down. And we get a photo which basically confirms this death scene, this crime scene, basically. And basically we get a few of the things. We also get glasses apparently from somewhere, we don't know where, if we look at the evidence book, because we see like we have the autopsy report, the glasses, and the crime photo. I'm just guessing that the autopsy report and the glasses are from the previous, like, whatever things we are investigating from that, and the crime photo just got added, obviously. So yeah, okay. So there's a new mechanic in this game apparently, which I think so the first game needed this mechanic as well, which obviously improves the gameplay by a lot, I think so. And that mechanic is presenting photos to people. So yeah, like Gumshoe has his testimony and we have to present stuff to him. He also sends us a second photo, Gumshoe, and we begin our cross-examination. Now the game explains what's cross-examination and everything, and if you guys don't know what cross-examination is, you should watch the first video basically I made on Phoenix Wright, which will be in the playlist, maybe up there in the exclamation mark, most probably, that put over there. And yeah, like basically you have to like get through all of this. Gumshoe has given his testimony. We have to break down his testimony and everything. And this is a new system. This is a new mechanic that the game has added, and this mechanic is none other than presenting the profiles of the characters. This was lacking in the first game. You could not check the profiles of the characters that are involved in a case in the first game, but in this game you can check the profile of the characters that were involved and present them to the people. I think so you could check the profile, but I don't think so you could present them. I don't remember that well, but like in this second game you can present those profiles to people, and that's exactly what we are trying to do. We present Maggie's profile to one of Gumshoe's statement, which is basically, I think it was saying that it was clearly defendant's name Maggie, which is not Maggie, but Maggie, not Maggie with IE, but Maggie with EY in the second photo that we get. So we present that, and it's impossible if so. Like, if what Payne is saying is true, Maggie and Dustin are lover, it's impossible for Dustin to forget Maggie's name, and we just found a first contradiction in this game. And the judge is curious about Maggie and Dustin's relationship, so he just asks Gumshoe to testify on that, and he does. He pulls on a testimony here. So Gumshoe says something really weird in his testimony, and that is about something about a gift that Maggie gave Dustin, and basically Gumshoe is like, well, there is this gift that Dustin received from Maggie, and we ask him, well, what was the gift? And Gumshoe basically says it's a baseball glove, and he shows us the baseball glove, which will be relevant for later on. So we have to choose it's relevant, so we can get the baseball glove, obviously, and it's relevant for later on. Trust me, it's gonna get better from here onwards. So this helps us with one of the next testimony that Gumshoe is gonna give, and the testimony that I found contradictory on this one is when he said we found out that there was sand trapped under the victim's fingernail. Well, to be honest, if you look at the glove, it's left-handed, isn't it? So how the hell did he write the thing with his right hand? Doesn't make any sense, right? So like, I went for that one. I think so it was another testimony from this. We could confirm the victim wrote his name from right hand. I don't remember, but one of the two, because both of those was contradictory for me, and I was just like, wait, but you know, his left-handed, so I just presented. I think it was in the right hand. That might have been what it triggered, because the victim's fingernail one was also very contradictory to me, and also the right hand one, so I just said that. So it seems that we proved that Dustin was left-handed, and he could have not written Maggie's name, which means the killer could only write the name, and which means that Maggie's innocence was actually proven. But before that, Payne stops us, and he says that there's a witness who can appear right after a break that we have. So yeah, it's after the break. After the break, we tell Maggie about her amnesia and everything, and she basically uses our business card, I would say. So that business card contains our phone number, and that's gonna be important. Keep that in mind. So it was like before, she also described what happens basically, and it was like before 6 p.m. that Maggie and Dustin were like walking in the local park when Maggie found a lost phone, which suddenly rang, and apparently the caller had lost the phone that was there, and Dustin, so not Dustin, but the caller and Maggie decided to meet up at 6 p.m. or something, so that Maggie could return the phone. So we asked about the phone now, and Maggie says that she gave us that phone yesterday. As soon as she did, my eyes lit up, apparently. That's what she said. But what does that even mean? I don't understand. And then all of a sudden we see a really familiar face barge in, and that's none other than Maya. She basically tells us that this is a list of con artists, apparently, and, well, you see where the case is going to go, right? If there is only one witness, we already know who the con artist is going to be, so let's continue on. So Payne calls on a witness with a very smuggy attitude, I would say. He's so like, I'm the best, baby, kind of attitude, you know, with sarcastic remarks and everything. Well, his name is Richard Wellington. He's the case witness. And obviously there's only one witness, so we know what we're gonna do. So he explains what he saw that day, and well, there's a very contradictory thing in his statement. In his statement, what he basically says is he saw something fall in front of his eyes, and what? There's a weird thing that he says when he says that, and that's why I went, what? He says he saw a banana fall, which means we present a baseball glove, which is yellow in color. Remember, this was going to be important. I said it. So yeah, we basically make fun of this guy saying like, oh yeah, this is our bananas, right? And he's like, oh yeah, he's a banana. And he's like, Wellington is like, yeah, these gloves are we are like, sorry, we are like to Wellington that these gloves are not bananas. And Wellington is like, oh, what? But I see bananas. And then we tell we'll tell the judge that Wellington has bad eyesight. So, well, there's a funny thing that will happen, that if you choose he likes banana or he knows nothing about baseball, well, he likes banana is a funny response. Don't know about he knows about nothing about baseball, I guess. But yeah, so yeah, like Wellington will admit that his eyes are 2200. That's what he says. So we ask him where are his glasses? What happened to them? And how did Wellington see the glasses without the crime scene without glasses? And Wellington changes his testimony right after that. So in this next testimony that Wellington does, there is another contradictory thing that he says. He says that he made a call around 6:45 p.m. and right before that, above, he says, after that I immediately called the police station after the crime took place. Like, so those two statements are very contradictory. I went for the one that is, I immediately called the police station to report the crime, because this statement doesn't make sense, because the murder happened at 6:28 p.m., but it took 17 whole minutes for Wellington to make the call. So we asked him, why did it take so long to make a call? And Wellington says that he was searching for a phone booth because he had lost his phone. Well, there is something weird about this, and we talk about it, we question further, and then we choose that there is something weird about the situation, and the judge is like, why did he take so long, and asks us to present the evidence. And the evidence is the first crime photo, the first crime photo. It shows that there's a telephone booth right in front of Wellington. So he just tell him like he just had to take a few steps. You know, there is literally a phone booth. But yeah, so we bring up the cell phone we are holding, and he probably killed Dustin to get his cell phone. But the question is why? If he didn't call him immediately, then what could have he been looking for? And the judge asks us that exactly, and we say they're the glasses, because remember, Wellington has glasses, and well, the glasses were in the victim's body. And we continue on, and then Phoenix basically wants to know why he is wrong, and Wellington basically recalls the victim's name, and we remind him that the victim is spelled incorrectly. Maggie is not spelled M-A-G-G-I-E, instead M-A-G-G-E-Y. So that's the funny part. But Payne reminds us that he did not know anything about Maggie, but that's not true actually, because if you look at the conversation on the cell phone, there is there's this funny thing that will happen, where like we'll look at the conversation in the cell phone and we realize, oh, her name is Maggie, but it's actually a Maggie with EY, not IE. Yeah, it's very confusing, don't mind that. But yeah, like when he called Maggie says her name very clearly, and that's why this guy has no idea about it. So Payne asks us what would be the motive. There could be no motive that Wellington had to kill Dustin. And then we present the name list. The name list contained con artists, obviously. And when asked what Wellington's connection was, the answer was pretty simple. He's a member of the group. And since his phone contains such an incriminating list of contacts, well, he feared that Maggie or Dustin would look into the number and not knowing what to do about anything, Payne basically objects. And he reminds us that Wellington was promised he'll get his back phone. What the hell? He'll get his back phone. Yeah, back phone. So why did he have to do it in such an unfriendly manner? And then we started thinking out of the box and think about why he would commit murder. And we show that profile of Dustin Prince, obviously, because he was wearing a police uniform when the murder occurred, and Wellington saw Dustin, and he must have thought that Maggie had checked the list of numbers and brought a police officer with her to ask Wellington questions about the list. Thinking they ran a check. Basically, he panicked and killed Dustin to keep him quiet. Basically, if that is true, uniform. Wellington killed Dustin because of his uniform, out of all people. So this is like the second time in the game where we're actually using the profile, because profile is a new feature, but this is just a start of it. There's a lot of moments in this game where profile has been used like a lot of times, and sometimes I get really confused on which profile would be the correct one to prove something or the other. So Wellington goes crazy and he wants us to prove whose cell phone it belongs to. Basically, when we asked him how to prove whose cell phone belongs to, we choose that we should try fingerprints. But here's the funny part. Maya tells us that, well, the fingerprints have been wiped out because of the sand all over it, and Wellington reminds you that his phone is right next to him, and we're like, wait a minute, what? And then we ask Wellington that where did he get that phone from, and he's like, well, you don't need to know. And then Phoenix remembers everything, and he's like, oh shit, I remember something now. He was the one who attacked us and got the phone. But there is one thing that can happen. So we raise an objection, and we give the judge the business card, where the judge gives us his business card, which is a very funny scene to me. I had a chuckle there. And then the judge is like, what the hell are we doing, dude? We're doing this case. And then we're like, oh, no. Check the back of the card. And he's like, what's on the back of the card? And then we say, Maya, call the phone number on back of my card. And the ringtone is obviously the Steel Samurai ringtone, which we have. And it looks like Wellington went to retrieve his phone, but he took our phone instead. And hence why Maggie Bright is found not guilty. Whew, what a case for the first time. Like, yeah, the first case in the first game was something. The Larry Butts case was definitely something and fresh. But man, this case is already like 100 times better than the Larry Butts case, just because of how it was, well, it's orchestrated well, like everything comes into pieces all together, and the tutorial is pretty well as well, and well as the new function where you present the whole profile thing. I think so the Trials and Tribulation cases will be even better if this is the case. I have high hopes for Trials and Tribulations, but man, this case was something really cool, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. So let's also get to the part on what really happened. Richard Wellington, who's claimed to be a first-class university student and a drifting virtuoso, well, he's part of the con group whose names were listed on his phone. So one day he lost his cell phone at Expose Park, which is basically the RD police station, while Maggie and Dustin, who are just good friends, not lovers or anything, they're good friends, and both of them were like police officers, went in a park, and Maggie gave Dustin a birthday present, basically a yellow baseball glove that we saw, which suited Dustin's left hand. And as they saw strolling, they basically saw the lost cell phone and decided to pick it up. Wellington eventually called his cell phone in order to get it back, and Maggie answered and promised him to get his cell phone back by 6 p.m. Well, when Wellington met Maggie also saw Dustin in the uniform, Wellington panicked, and in that he basically killed Dustin. He fought Dustin more like, and he threw him off the balcony. And, well, he grabbed his glasses, and, well, that went with him down below. Dustin snapped his neck, basically. That is what happened, actually. Maggie ran off, taking Wellington's phone with her. Well, Wellington climbed down to the corpse and spent 15 minutes looking for the glasses, where he gave up and eventually called the police and implicated that Maggie was the one who murdered the cop. Well, that was a case, I'd say. Though Maggie is innocent now, she just blames herself for her death because her name literally is Lady Bad Luck. Shite. That's crazy. Like holy shit. The whole scene is funny to me. Because she believes that her Destin's death was also part of her fault because her luck is incredibly bad. However, Maggie always remains strong, and so now she once again tries to change everything, like everything about her life. And we certainly remember everything in our life, that is Maya, Gumshoe, the judge, everyone except Pain, which really makes it even funnier. And we reunited with Maya 2 months ago, and well, that is another case to talk about, which we'll get to in the second part. But I just want to talk about this case once again because I just gave you the overview of the case, but just this case was so friggin' cool, man. Like all around, like jeez, I love this case so much. Like I'll say I did not hate a single case in all the second part. The reason I like the first case the least is quite simple. I had to do this case 3 times because my my electricity wasn't going in a good direction. I was had power cuts at least twice or thrice a day, so I had to do this quest at least 2 times, and that really frustrated me. So that was the only part of the reason why I really hated what happened. But anyways, it was a great case all in all, and I won't deny that. Now we're talking about the second case, and another case which I believe is seriously good. So for a second case and something like for a second case and something that we are trying to like figure out this whole new game and everything, this case really like threw me off guard. It's very similar to the first game's case, the second case of the first game, but at the same time it's really not that similar if we're talking about it, right? Really similar and not similar. We'll get to that really, but yeah, that was the first case. Now let's talk about the second case. The second case is called Reunion and Turnabout. That's the second case. Yes, that's episode 2, baby. Let's go. Now Reunion and Turnabout is, it has all the main characters obviously, but the defendant is Maya Fey. Yes, we're getting back into that territory. And the victim is Turner Gray. Those are some names. And this time, the prosecutor is none other than One Karma. Not the One Karma we fought in the previous game. It's his daughter, the chick who's named One Karma. What was his name? What her name again? I think so. Francisca, yeah. Francisca One Karma. That was her name. Yeah. But Francisca One Arm, One Karma, baby. And I think so. I really liked her as a character. I'm not gonna lie. She also has a really commanding objective, I would say, but not has so breathtaking as the One Karma from previous game. His objective is literally like, objective. I can't even do it. I don't have that deep of a voice. I'm sorry. I can't do it. But holy shit, that objective really killed me. But anyways, let's talk about this case. Obviously, the defense attorney is us, Phoenix Wright. Defendant is Maya Fey. The victim is Turner Gray. Prosecutor is Francisca One Karma. Witnesses are some of the returning characters, and that is Lota Hart, baby. We have Lota Hart as a returning character. We have Eeny Meeny as a witness. Yes, Eeny Meeny Miny Mo. Yes, I know what you're gonna say. And that's who I'm talking about, Eeny Meeny. And some of the other characters that will appear in this case are Mia Fey. Mia Fey appears because she's kind of important. If you have played the first game, you'll understand why she appears. There's Detective Gumshoe, obviously. We have Pearl Fey. We have Morgan Fey, so we have a lot of Fey family, yeah. And then we have Mimi Mini. Just calm down. Alright. We have Mimi Mini. We have Director Hoti. We also have Amy Fey's mentioned. She's not really a character, alright. So yeah, these are the characters that are mentioned in the game. This time we'll also be traveling to locations, so people don't get confused. I'll also tell which locations we'll be traveling to. Brighton Coast Law Office is obviously the starter location that we have. Then we have the Detention Center. That's another place that we will travel. We'll travel to Crane Village, which is basically the home of all these priestesses, the spirit mediums that we know. Mia Fey, Maya Fey, Pearl Fey, and the Aunt Fey. I forgot her name already. We will be also traveling to the Fey Manor and Meditation Room. We'll also be traveling to the Fey Manor and the part of Winding Way, and Fey Manor and the part of Channeling Chamber. We'll also be traveling to the Fey Manor side room. And finally, we'll also be traveling to Hoti Clinic, which will be the reception hall. That's about it. Other places we'll be traveling to, and we'll get into the actual case this time around. So let's begin. Let's talk about this case. Turner Gray is a surgeon who visits us basically, and he visits us, he asks us for two things. The first is to help him resolve the incident that happened like a few years ago, 2 years ago, where 14 patients died, and the nurse, not a few years ago, I think it was a few weeks ago. Yeah, a few weeks ago, because obviously, if it was years ago, then the clinic would be closed by now. But yeah, he asked us to resolve that, and there's this nurse who was taking care of 14 patients who like died and died in a car crash because of some sleeping pills, and there's these rumors that Gray is the culprit. Apparently, it's not him. It was the nurse who did it, and he asked us to take us to Maya, who's basically a spirit medium, and he wants to channel. He was married to channel in the nurse, basically. So, well, Maya puts on the condition that if Gray brings us along with him, then and then only she'll channel this deceased nurse, if possible. And so we make our way to meet Maya because we haven't met her in a while. So we meet Maya and we ask Maya about stuff. And there's this girl we see, her name is Pearlface. She'll be important later on throughout this whole game. But well, let's just talk to Maya for the time being. And Maya basically says what we already know, except for a girl. The girl's name is Pearlface. She's the cousin, and she's supposed to be some kind of genius in spirit medium, due to which we can contact Mia Fey a lot of times. There's Maya's bigger sister, if you didn't know, now boss as well. Anyways, move into the mediation room where we get the guide map for Fey Manor, and we also get to talk to Gray. And Gray basically says that he just wants to get a confession out, nothing else, that's it. So that happens, and then we move into the channeling chamber and we meet Morgan Fey. Yeah, I had to research her name because I forgot who she was. And she basically calls him Mystic. She puts Mystic in front of Maya every time we start talking about her, and she's also putting the name Mystic in front of Pearl, apparently, because it's some kind of tradition and everything. And we asked her about it, and this is basically that's what it is. It's like a tradition. And also her power is quite weak, apparently. That's the thing. Also, we asked her about the challenge chamber, and she says that this is where people are usually taken with the medium and the client to the channeling, so that the others don't absorb the channeling process, basically. In case anything goes wrong, there's a huge door, and this will keep the ruckus from coming out. Anyways, we move to the winding way, and we look at all these places, the side room, the winding way, and that's when we meet Lota. Oh boy, he's been something, and I wrote for something like, was it Lota hair? It's funny. It's a funny thing to say, so I just said it, and then she's like, no, I'm Lota Heart, come on. Did you forget me already? Like, no, I didn't. You made a big mess of the whole Edgewood case. How could I ever forget? It was the Edgewood case, right? I don't remember. Was this? Yeah, it was the Edgewood case, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it was the Edgewood case. So yeah, she made a mess of it. Anyways, we go back to mediation room and we hear a loud bang, and then we break into the chamber, force our way into the chamber, I should say, and we look at Maya, who's like fully covered in blood, and basically the aunt, I forgot her name again, Morgan Fey tells us that we should most probably call the police and leave Maya to her, and so that she could remove the channeling and stuff, and so we do. And well, Laura takes a lot of photos. Yeah, not looking good for us. Laura takes a lot of photos, and well, we also send Maya is also sent to detention center, and we're like, oh, shit, what the hell? There's some serious bullshit happening over here right now. So yeah, we talk about that, and we talk to Loda, and Loda asks Loda if there's any ideas, and we learn that Loda took 2 pictures from the crime scene, and she also says that after this experience she'll become a celebrity photographer, apparently. We explain why she's there to she's there on the final chapter as well, which is farewell my turnabout. Anyways, let's talk about what happens next. Go to the side room and meet Eeny Meeny. Yeah, she's here because of Gray, because he asked her if she knows that any kind of spirit medium, and she basically told that Gray she could come over here. That's about it. She's important later on though. She doesn't do anything. She doesn't do anything for the time being. That's all for now. So we go to the detention center after all this. We also see a little girl, but Pearl will be later on. She'll be relevant later on. For now, time being, we'll talk to Maya in detention center, who says that we ask Maya about stuff, alright? So because she's in panic, she says that she was too weak to stop the spirit's power, so we talk to Maya now. So we ask about what happened during the channeling, and Maya says she really isn't a master of technique, but her mother was, and Maya will inherit the title of master someday apparently. And we ask her what happened actually, and she says all she remembers is that she went inside, she sat down and began channeling. The rest is blank. So when Maya was channeling someone, she basically loses self and consciousness, and she starts having a dream. Okay, and we ask her about the dream, and Maya says that she dreamed that she was dead and buried and she couldn't move, but she felt something familiar. Interesting. She also gives her Magatama and says that we should give this to Pearl and this will help us out. So we go to our office again, and we remember there was a newspaper clipping that Gray showed us yesterday, and we basically add it on. This will be later on relevant, so we keep that newspaper for the time being. So we go into the channeling chamber, we talk to Morgan about stuff, and she basically tells it's nothing useful yet, so we just let it be. So we do examine the place as well, and we look at the folding screen. The folding screen has a bullet hole, right like around 8 inches above the ground, which is interesting to say the least. And then we go to side room where we meet Amy again, who doesn't remember telling us what she told us yesterday, apparently. Weird. Anyway, she's not gonna give us anything relevant, so we just move on to the Winding Way, where we'll meet Pearl, and we present the Magatama to Pearl. Now the Magatama, yes. Let me talk about this. We give it to her. She gives us a black key. All right, let it be. Now Magatama is gonna be really important because Magatama is gonna set basically teaches a new mechanic in this game. This mechanic being that there is a way to like basically read these guys, and this Magatama, what it does is basically puts us into a cyclock mode where we basically have to find clues and break this lock so that the victim can speak the truth to us. Very interesting. I would say I like the mechanic. It's something different, you know. I like it a lot. So yeah, that happens, and then we meet Gumshoot, and he notices Gumshoot. Did I just say Gumshoot? Oh my god. So he notices Pearl, and he tries to give her the gun for some reason. We stop him because guns aren't really toys for young kids. So we talk to him, and we show him the newspaper clipping, and Gumshoot remembers the story of the nurse committing suicide apparently. After the whole foreign patients incident, and he gives us a second clipping, which is interesting to say, which also again will basically tell us we'll talk to it about later on when necessary. For now, we go to the side room and we talk to Eni, and suddenly there is this like I said, the cyclock mentioning that I had, and we have to present the evidence to her. Well, the evidence is quite easy to actually break down, because what we do is basically present the Magatama that we have, and when we present, we'll begin a whole new thing. He wants to know if there's any connection to Dr. Gray, and we present the newspaper clipping too. So there is a name in the clipping. One of them is Mimi Mini. Mimi Mini is the sister of Eeny Meeny. Oh my god, that is so weird to say. I wrote this down, but it's so weird to say. Oh my god. So, Mimi works at the Gray Surgical Center or Clinic. So there's no way Mimi could not have told her. So it says that we ask her about the victim, that is Dr. Gray. And he says that Dr. Gray was really hard on his employees. So every night Mimi came looking very tired. This basically exhausted her, and this caused Mimi's accident. So that was basically it. There is a whole new thing that happens in the detention center, though. We go to the detention center, we talk to Mia, who is now Maya, who is now Mia. I don't know how to put it. But we talk to Mia and we tell her that we think that Maya is not guilty. And basically, when we ask about evidence, it's she says that there's a key for the key that we have is an evidence for an entire case. And well, when we present the key, Mia tells that we shouldn't be possessing this key right now. Well, we ask her why, and there are three Cyclocks. Ooh, we're getting into the good part now. Let's go. So, Maya is in shock to hear that we'll be facing prosecutor One Karma. Of course, I was in shock as well because I did not know that One Karma had a daughter who's like 18. Anyways, yeah, she's 18. She's legal, and she became a lawyer when she was 16. Yeah, crazy, right? Anyways, Maya thinks about Miles Edgeworth, and we just brushed the topic. Considering what happened last year, apparently, if you remember the last game, Rise of from the Ashes, right? Edgeworth goes away for trying to figure out what it means to be prosecutor, because he was defeated at that time. He felt really defeated and he did not know what to do. So yeah, the trial begins, and we are introduced to our new opponent, who's no other than Francisca One Karma. That's her name. And One Karma basically mocks us and everything. Yeah. I like the character, but she's too annoying as well at the same time. The whip is really annoying, and that's the part that annoys me the most. The sound of just like whoosh, whoosh, just happening over and over again is so annoying to me. Oh my god. And other than that, I actually like a character. If not for that sound, everything is fine about her. Anyways, Gumshoe describes the map basically, where the channeling has no windows and it was locked shut. At the time of murder, the only victim and defendant were in the room. The defendant was basically channeling a spirit, and a few minutes after the channeling started, gunshots were heard, and a few witnesses broke down and rushed into the room. And that's where they found the victim already dead. So we get a floor plans from that. So Gumshoe puts on a testimony, and we also get Dr. Gray's report. We press on all the statements, and we get a knife and pistol from it, and things are looking pretty bad for us, honestly. And everything is basically implicating that Maya is a murderer. And when we get a choice to plea or make a justifying self-defense, right, we choose to plead not guilty, which means that we just begin like this whole ass thing now where we have to be the defendant, because if we went for self-defense, it's just game over. It's nothing. Anyways, Gumshoe testifies about more evidence. So we get Maya's costume added, and there is something strange about the costume. We'll get to that as well. There's a statement that Gumshoe tells about. There's a statement that Gumshoe talks about basically. So there's a statement that says like, as you can see, it's covered in blood, but there's something that Gumshoe doesn't tell us. And we press on that statement, and Gumshoe is like, well, there's nothing. And we're like, is there anything else on this evidence that you have presented? And at that time, One Karma is like, objection. And I actually like a voice. Well, and then she just says that, and then when we're given a choice to press further by the judge, and we are like, yeah, there is a thing that we can do actually. And when we examine the costume, you can see there is a hole in the costume. Well, the sleeve to be exact. So the judge takes a look as well, and it smells like gunpowder. It looks like somebody tried to shoot Maya, but missed. So we get an updated costume, and we found a hole in One Karma's statement. And finally, after the statement is updated, the defendant attacked and killed a person who, without a doubt, was not fighting back, as the statement that Gumshoe gave. We present the thing. What is it called? The kimono, the Maya's costume. There we go. That's the evidence name. Well, we presented to Gumshoe, and we present a bullet hole that indicates that Dr. Gray did fight back in all of this. And he probably should try to shoot Maya. It seems that changed a lot of things, but one karma states there's a mistake. What we said suppose only justified self-defense, and we plead to we refused to that. We said that that our guy was not guilty, Maya was not guilty, and this is a justified self-defense. So well, things are looking really bad for us. So another statement that Gumshoe says, and then we again present Maya's costume. The statement that victim took a shot because they were too close, he missed it. But he was like, well, that's because if we take a close look at the bullet hole, well, there's no gunpowder burn. If the slave was shot like point blank range, there should have been gunpowder burn around it. One crime tries to explain that the victim could have pushed the defendant away before firing. However, the stab wound weakened Dr. Gray so greatly that he couldn't have had the strength to fight back. One crime explains that defendant pushed the victim before the latter fired. That means, well, whether we agree with it or not, it just doesn't make sense. So, One Karma wants us to show the hole in our theory. So, we present the folded screen. The folded screen has a hole that is 8 inches off the ground. If both defender's sleeve and the screen were not shot at the same time, defendant couldn't have been squatting down. Which means, well, where was the defendant standing? Right exactly next to, like, around the hole, I would say. Well, it's shown on the map, but like, it was around the hole, that's basically it. And we are asked if our claim changes the case in any way, and we say, yeah, it changes everything. Well, why would Maya be squatting near the folded screen when she should be preparing to attack? It doesn't make any sense, right? So, well, it looks like we're getting somewhere, but it seems like One Karma is smiling, and well, here we go. Judge calls in the recess, and we get into the second part of the trial. And there's a short scene where Pearl basically congratulates on making theories and stuff, and we still haven't proven the innocence. And One Karma calls Lota to testify about her account and everything. Well, this is gonna be a crazy case. Lota basically testifies here, and she presents a pic to us, to the whole court, which is basically Maya from behind holding a gun to Dr. Ray. So we press on all of Lota's statement, and we press harder on the fourth statement, that is, inside was the dead victim and defendant waving a pistol around. And we are given a choice, after that where, like, she asks us where she looked, and we asked her whether she looked behind the folding screen. And things have gone from bad to worse. We are given a choice to present the further evidence. Well, we can't really present anything yet, as doing so will get us nowhere, actually. So it looks like all of our hopes are lost, and there's this one voice you hear, and it's Mia's. Well, Pearl is channeling Mia, and she tells us to recall the event from when we first entered the crime scene yesterday. So, you remember something? Oh? Remember what I said earlier? 2 pictures. Lota took 2 pictures, and well, we asked Lota about the second picture, basically. Lota says that she managed to point the camera at Maya and take a shot, but well, we never had the second picture. So we basically confront Francisca Von Karma about why she would do this. And this is a very funny scene that happens right after that. Anyways, One Karma says that she didn't submit the second picture in court as she thinks this is not much of a use. After we finish our protest, she submits the second photo. When we look at the second photo, that kind of doesn't look like Maya now, does it? Well, obviously they have the power to channel other guys, but this just looks weirdly very much like Mimi, doesn't she now? So, things are going downhill, and when we look at Lota's second photo, you wonder if there is something wrong with it, and which means that we can prove that there is something wrong with the photo, actually, because when we look at the right hand of her sleeve, there wasn't any bullet hole there. And, well, we present the sleeve to the court. Well, if Maya was squatting and the sleeve had a bullet hole during the fight, then it should be in the picture as well, right? But it isn't. The judge accuses One Karma of hiding evidence, but One Karma says she wasn't informed and blames the police, basically. The fact that the bullet bullet hole is in the sleeve on the costume we have now, but the picture was taken at a crime. Basically confuses judge, and he's like, "What is going on here?" And we're like, "It's obvious. The shooter is someone else." So this leaves the question: where did Maya go to? When did Maya leave the room? Well, judge asks us like, how would Maya leave the room? Like, there is no way. So we have to present something for that, and we do have something actually. The black key. There's only one key like this, and Maya is the only one who has that key when she entered the room. And we actually got the key from Pearl, but she was nowhere near the scene at the scene of crime at that time. So if that's the case, then Maya might have left the key in the room with the key. So with this, the code is adjourned, and well, it's time. It's time for investigation, baby. Second part of investigation is incoming. So there we go back to Korean village, obviously, on the next day, and we talk to Pearl. Nothing is that important except for one thing, that is Pearl's alibi. We see two Cyclops over there, which means she's hiding something. We present her the black key and ask her where she found it, but she says that she found an incinerator. And well, it's time to look in the incinerator. What is happening? So we go to Winding Way and we run into a familiar face that is in form of Annie. But we first examine the incinerator, since Paul said that there was something in the incinerator. Like, where she found it in the incinerator. And when we do, found a clothes scrap, which is quite interesting. Where's the key? Now the clothes scrap. And then we also find something else over there, and that is the sacred urn. It's for some reason it's written I am, but it's supposed to be Amy Faye's, the founder of the Korean channeling technique. It's supposed to be her urn, but for some reason it's just there. So we talked to Edie. There is nothing important about her either, except for one thing. She also has Cyclops around her traffic accident thingy. She didn't want to talk about a traffic accident that occurred a few weeks ago. And we're like, okay, I can see that. So we check on Morgan, and again, Morgan seems to be quite sinister this time. I wonder if she's involved in this somehow. Well, Morgan Faye, we talked to her. Again, nothing really important, I would say. There's some story-related stuff which you guys can check on, but nothing important to our case yet. So we move to the detention center and we talk to Maya, and Maya basically tells us that we believe in her, and because it would be impossible for her to dream if she was really channeling the spirit. So if Maya did pass out when the murder occurred, could possibly be that she was drugged and set up to look like she was responsible for it. So we talk about that. And Maya also tells us that Pearl really loves to play with her ball that she keeps in Faye Manor, which is quite interesting to me. So we go back to Korean village and we learn to Lota, who considers herself trash and runs away from us. What? Anyways, we go to the side room where it doesn't look like Lota is there, but we do get a ball over there. So we get the ball, we examine the box, and there seems to be a hole in the box as well. The clothing box, and that's when Lota appears and she's like, why are you looking at the clothing box? Well, indicating that we're trying to steal some girly stuff from over there. Anyways, we go to the meditation room, my bad. We go to the meditation room where we see Paul, who says that Lota passed by. Present the Magatama to Pearl, and Pearl basically asks us that where she was, and well, we basically answer her that she was in the Winding Way. And Pearl says that we are right, but she wants us to guess what she was doing there, and we present the ball, which basically breaks one of the Cyclops. Pearl seems to be handling the fact that something bad had happened while playing the ball, so we present the sacred urn, and we tell her that she knocked over the urn, breaking it, and Pearl wants proof, and then we say, we prove her by showing Amy Faye's profile, because Pearl doesn't know how to spell Amy, so she writes I am instead of Amy. So someone probably broke the room and put it together, and put it together, which unlocks the psych successfully. So talk to Pearl, and Pearl admits that she accidentally broke the urn with her ball and sets Amy's spirit free. She tried to fix it. She found a glue, and since there were big pieces, she was able to fix it, but she did poorly. Anyways, we talk to Lota, who basically tells us that apologizes to us for what happened today and asks if we'll forgive us. And well, I forgive Lota because I kind of like her. It's fine. So Lota tells us everything, and Lota suspects it's Eni who could be the murderer. And we present Eni's profile, and then she claims that she was once hospitalized and gives us the address to the clinic. And so we go to Hoti Clinic. Now, Hoti Clinic, we see this really perverted old man who's missing a few teeth and purple hair. Oh boy. Talking to his name is Oti. Yeah, his name is Hoti. Or is it Hoti? I don't know. I'm just gonna call him Hoti because that sounds right. I don't want to call him Hoti because that he doesn't look like a Hoti from any angle. Anyways, we ask about Hoti and about the clinic. Well, he doesn't care about diesel. He just does surgery. So let's come about Eni, and he said that there was a significant surgery that she went through, and he's not allowed to go into details. And we're like, I'm an attorney. And then that's when he's like, okay, we'll tell you. And then he says that Eni had a major surgery. Her entire body was like wrapped in a huge cast due to sustaining serious injuries in a fatal traffic accident, basically. And what was the operation? It was to reconstruct Eni's badly burned face. We get a driver's license though from that, and that'll be important. So Hudi also claims that the newspaper article about the accident. He also says that Eni was a passenger car and managed to get out by herself, which updates the newspaper clipping number 2, which is good for us because that'll be important later on in the case as well. Anyways, we go and talk to Lota. She says that Morgan called the cops earlier, and we are very confused by that. So we asked Lota about it, and Lota says that she suspects Morgan could be plotting to steal the title of master due to murder. Interesting. So, anyways, moving on, we go to winding pathway and present Maya's Magatama to Eni and start our cyclock. So when we ask Eni about the accident, Eni asks us, well, whose accident? This probably means that she knows about another accident. When asked whose accident, we basically present Eni's profile, and Eni wants proof, and we present the newspaper clipping. So we told her that she was interviewed about the accident, and Mimi's name was in it as well. Eni is still in denial and wants more proof from us, so we present the license photo. Well, that breaks one of the psyche. Now, one of the psyche has been broken. Eni confesses that she was hospitalized after the accident, but denies any connection to the case. So we show Mimi's profile, and remember, Eni was with Mimi after the accident occurred, and Dr. Gray was at the village to speak with Mimi, but was killed, which basically helps us know about it. We talk about traffic accident, and he finally admits that she was in Mimi's car when the accident occurred. She was basically sleeping in the car when it happened, so Eni couldn't do anything to save Mimi, so she picked up the photo from her purse and made it out alive, but badly burned. So that happened, and we also ask her about Dr. Gray, and she says that she blames Dr. Gray for the accident, accusing him of drugging Mimi with sleeping pills. Interesting. That's an interesting theory. I'll not lie. When I was playing this game, I'll get to it in the I'll get to it after the ending of the case. I'll talk about it. Anyways, let's continue on. We go to detention center. We go to Korean village again, and basically, we can talk to Pearl. She had a bad feeling that something bad is going to happen. So we should see Maya. So we go to Maya. We'll see Mia there instead, though, and we talk to her. So, there are 3 Cyclocks. You know what time it is? It is time to break down Mia. So, when Mia asks who she's protecting, basically with the Cyclocks thingy, we present Morgan Fay's photo. So, yeah, she's protected Morgan Fay. So, that's one Cyclock broken. And then Mia says that Morgan has an alibi. She asks us to present another evidence where Morgan was at. So we present the clothes scrap we found in the incinerator, something out of the motor. But Maya was wearing her costume and she was arrested, so who changed her clothes? It could only be Morgan, who was alone in the manor. So Mia wants proof that the clothes was from Maya's costume. and we present the black key. Earlier, Pearl told us that key was in Maya's clothes with the incinerator. If that is true, Morgan would have had to change Maya's clothes first, since she was the only person inside the manor with Maya. So that breaks another cyclock. And the final one, Mia reminds us uh, that Morgan has an alibi and wants you to show what she needed to kill Dr. Gray. And we present Eni. If Eni could have done it, then Eni and Morgan were at cahoots. Which means we know who the murderer is. We now know, baby. It's time to get into the next day, and it's time to actually get the murderer. Let's go, baby. Alright, let's go. The trial begins. And one Karma tells us that she has cameras on us, and our defeat will be seen all over the world today. It's like, okay. So she calls on Morgan, obviously. And she asked Morgan to testify about the whole spirit severing technique. So the reason Morgan has been hiding this is that she thought this was a problem for Maya if she mentioned it. So basically, like, she testifies now, like, about all of her stuff. Anyways, we press basically on all of her statements, and well, after pressing on all the statement, one Karma calls eeny meeny, because there's like literally nothing we can do about this situation. There's literally everything is against us in the statements that Maya says that is against sorry, not Maya, Morgan says against Maya. So everything is basically against us. So she calls in Eni, and Eni says that the terrible thing that Mimi said is that she was murdered by that man, basically. Yeah, her sister. She saw her sister, basically. And she basically says this weird ass sentence which catches me off guard, and that sentence is like, I hadn't seen her in so long. And it's a happy and a sad way, and I was just like, this is weird. What? And then I pressed her, and then question her further. And then we choose it's very important, and Eni will add a statement right after that, which is, I wasn't like scared at all, and like her costume was totally normal looking. Like, what? No, her costume wasn't normal looking. We have proof of that. We have the second photo that Lota had. So, or we could just like show Maya's costume. Either of that. Like, we can show either of that, and that will pretty much give Mimi. Mimi. I'm sorry, Eni. Oh my god, the names are confusing. Anyways, you get it. Eni, Mini. You can get it. Yeah, like, it's. I was like, what are you saying? What are you on about? Are you high? And then she changes her testimony, and then we press on her testimony that says, like, she persuaded the sister it wasn't like the right thing to do, and the second statement that she says is that it must have started channeling chamber. And when asked where, so so after pressing on those statements, we ask her if she saw something strange, and when asked where, well, we say that you were going to the crime. She says that she was going to the crime scene, and we press harder on that, and we are asked is important. We say it's very important, and she adds on the statement saying that she didn't see anyone on the way to like the channeling chamber, and then we find it that the contradiction is right over there, because we can just prove that that's the case, because we can just show Pearl's profile, because Pearl was literally there. She knocked the ball. She would have made a mess. So there is no freaking way that Eni would have missed out on that. And then we ask Eni where she really was, but one Karma dies, and that Eni's lying, and that she was indeed in the side room when asked about the situation. And we say there's no way. And that's when we realize there's a contradiction. When asked what was the contradiction, we say it's in our testimony just now. And it's true that Phoenix and Lota were out calling police, and Morgan was the only one in challenge chamber. But how did Eni know if she was asleep, you know? We then ask the question, where was the witness at time of murder? And one Karma basically has us answer the question. And we examine the Fey Manor map, and we basically present channeling chamber, and then we ask, like, when we are asked to like show us where, we show behind the folding screen. But Laura said she didn't see anything behind the folding screen, so we are asked to show another evidence, and we obviously know what the evidence is: the clothing box. So we must have, she must have put it behind the folding screen to keep herself hidden. Ini insists that both she and the clothing box were in the side room the whole time when the judge asks us to prove the box was there at the time of the crime, and we say that yeah, there is evidence for that, and we present the clothing box itself because the clothing box has that hole, right? And we presented, and the hole is about the same height. If this is true, that clothing box must have been behind the folding screen because the bullet went through. But that only leaves one question: if Eni hid behind the folding screen, dressed up as Maya, drugged Maya, and killed Dr. Gray, how did she get away with it? It would have been impossible, right? Well, in normal cases, yes, but not in this case because we present Morgan Fay's profile, which is obviously for her accomplice. So we finally describe what happened. He took the clothing box behind the folding screen to hide in wait for channeling to begin. When channeling started, Edie dressed up as Maya, completed the clothes and a wig. Stanley crept up to Maya and the doctor. She drugged Maya and then stabbed Doctor in the chest. Edie then hid Maya in the clothing box to make it look like channeling was a success. Suddenly, Dr. Gray, still alive, attempted to shoot Eni but missed, leaving a hole in the folding screen and the clothing box. Eni took Dr. Gray's gun to finish him off, but Phoenix and Loda came in to see Eni, who had covered herself with Dr. Gray's blood. Morgan then kicked Phoenix and Loda out, not to perform the spirit severing technique, but to help Eni and cover up. Eni cover up the crime. Crime? I meant to say crime. I went perfect over there, except for the last word. Holy shit. Anyways, so is this all over? Not really. One karma and the want us to prove one last thing. The motive. Well, it's quite simple. If we present Mimi's profile, it's quite simple. Eni denies taking revenge, though. She says her desire for vengeance isn't that strong and no one has proof of Dr. Gray ever drugging her sister. Furthermore, we have no proof for a reason of why Morgan would help Eni take revenge. Doesn't make any sense. So, it looks like the murder plans was too complex, but Mia of course persists that she knows that we can find Eni's motive no matter how confusing it sounds. So we give another chance, and we just reply yes. Obviously, we'll take the chance. And then Phoenix basically asks to be allowed to present evidence, but Eni reminds us that the cross-examination has ended. However, one karma is like, hell nah. So, the judge gives us a recess, and we begin the next trial session. We talk to Maya. She's a bit traumatized. Same goes for Pearl. Well, not Pearl, but Mia, Pearl. I don't know, man. Just leave it. Anyways, let's begin with the second one. So Edie gets a new testament, and it's about last year's accident. We press on Edie's statement that it was unlike the night of the accident. My sister was totally tired while she was driving, and Mimi was tired. Why didn't they switch drivers? And Edie says she didn't have a driving license, so she adds that to the testimony. But like, she had the driving license. We have proof of that. And Eni says that she got it half a year ago. There is no proof of Edie ever getting driving license before the accident. What? This is getting weirder. Okay. Anyways, second, she gets a new testimony, and then we press on her testimony that says she had just gotten this really shiny bright red sports car. My bad. So she says that the sports car is from UK, and then we press horror. And the judge will have Eni revise a statement, which means that my sister's new car was like a totally special model from England. That's what she said. And then present the second newspaper clipping that we have on this very statement. And in this article, Eni mentioned that she escaped from right side of the car. But since it's a British car, the right side would be the driver's seat. But does this mean that Edie was actually sitting in the driver's seat? That was not what I was expecting. Yeah, that is actually not what I was expecting, because like, I'm writing this as I'm going through like each case, right? And that is something I was actually not expecting, like to actually get the British car over here. Weird. I do the voiceovers after, but I actually write the stuff beforehand, so it's like so weird to like read it like that because I already know the things that happen, right? Anyways, let's talk about solving the case now. So this leaves us one question: who was really given driving the car? And we were given a choice. If Eni was in the passenger seat, then who was driving the car? We choose Mimi, obviously, because there were only two people at that time. So Eno was in driver's seat and escaped, but Mimi was driving the car yet was killed. That raises another question: who's the woman standing in the stand right now? Well, there's only one woman I can think of, and that's Mimi, which would make a lot of sense because Eni is actually not Eni, but Mimi, who became Eni, and I'm confusing everybody now. Basically, what happened is that Mimi, well, she was the one who was in the accident. She was the one he was involved in the accident, but it was her sister, Eni, who got killed. So, and Mimi's face got burned, so she got a surgery showing Eni's license. Wow, that was so unexpected from me. Like, wow, that is something. This case was really something. It was a long case for sure, and basically what happened was like, Edie, or Mimi, I should say, she got into an accident. Obviously, Eni passed away. Mimi decided to get a surgery, and after the surgery, she shot. Oh my god, she thought that this is a good chance for her to like basically like just leave everything, leave her whole life behind, and start a new one. It's kind of messed up, but still, like, she thought that we should be able to do things, and Mimi is obviously presumed dead, and everybody blames Dr. Gray now for all these events that inspired and everything. And obviously we have just explained throughout the case how everything happened, how Morgan basically set everything up for Eni, and then Eni came out of the floating box and then replaced Maya, killed Dr. Gray, and yeah, well, this was something, I'm not gonna lie. This case is great. Amazing case, I would say. This was my second favorite case in the game, honestly. No, actually, it's so hard to put the second favorite case in the game because I think that this might be third. It's not by a big margin, though, I would say third. Because the next case is also really, really good. Like, legit. And a case after that is just phenomenal in my opinion. I just love all the three cases equally. It's just so hard to put them third, second, or first, really. But I think so my fourth case is my favorite case in this game for sure. Yeah, I think so. This is my third favorite case. It's a good case. It's a good case, and with a really wholesome ending picture. I love it. It's very wholesome. It's cute, and I can't help but be like, yeah, this case, it was worth solving. But the next case, it was worth solving even more because the way everything was planned out, ooh, I love it. Anyways, this is the third case. It's called the Turnabout Big Top. Ooh. Let's talk about Turnabout Big Top. Well, let's talk about the characters again. Characters are Phoenix Wright. The defendant, though, this time is Maximilian Galactica. He's basically a magician. The victim is Ringberry. Ringberry? What the hell? I did a Russell Berry, but I said Ringberry. Russell Berry is a ringmaster, and yes, we're going to a circus. That means yes. The prosecutor is obviously one Karma. The witnesses are Moe. He's a clown. We have Ben and Trilo. These are Guy and Puppet. And so the other characters that appear are Maya Fey, Big Gumshoe, Regina Berry. I guess you guys already guessed who Regina Berry would be. That's the daughter of Russell Berry. There is Acro and Bat. The locations we'll be visiting are Wright and Co. office. Obviously, that's always the detention center. I think this should be out of the picture. These two will always be in all the games. Doesn't matter which game we play. We have the Very Big Circus. Yes, Very Big Circus. That we'll be visiting. We'll be visiting the circus' entrance. We'll be visiting Big Top, Ringmaster's room, cafeteria. We'll also be visiting the lodging house, which is And this lodging house will contain the plaza. The first floor will contain Moe's room, and the third floor will contain Acro's room. So these are the rooms that we have to visit. So yeah, we basically I wrapped up like all the important stuff, so that I don't have to mention that over again in the case. I think there's a better way because it wastes a lot of time explaining stuff about characters and stuff. Instead, I could just like have fun. I like the start of this case because it's just us going to this circus to watch some magicians and ringmasters perform. Really good case. Trust me, this case is an accidental good case, I would say. How do I put it? It's a very accidental good case. Anyways, let's continue. Yes, the start of the case is basically we are in the circus. We look at all this stuff that's happening, and then we move in to Ryanco office because next day, and then we come to know that Max Galactica has been. I'm just gonna call him Max because that just sounds way too long for me. Anyways, Max has been basically arrested for murder of the ringmaster. So, well, Maya wants us to solve the case, and we're like, alright, buddy, alright, we'll solve the case if you say so. So we do. So we meet Max himself, who is basically just posting about stuff. Yeah, okay. Okay. I can't help but laugh about how Max was just posting like everything's fine. Jesus. So we present the attorney's badge to him. There is a psych though. He won't tell us about the meeting with Russell, but we can get to it later on. Anyways, we present the attorney's badge, and well, he seems that he's I don't know. He breaks the cat. I love Max, man. I can't help but laugh at how he becomes a country bumpkin the right second he comes to know he's in danger and asks us to save him. The guy is not bad guy. He's just funny to me. I mean, he's a bad guy at the same time, not like as a human. I would say he's trash, but like as because he plays around with Ben's feelings and stuff, so like yeah, but as a character is pretty funny. Like he wouldn't murder somebody type of character, that I could say. Anyways, we move to this circus where we are a very big circus and we see nothing but police, so we move to Big Top. Once we enter Big Top, a tiger attacks us, and well, the tiger's under control of Regina. So we talk to Regina and she basically tells us what anybody would say as like how the murder happened. Well, the murder victim is our father, not how it happened, but yeah. So well, Regina is a regent until this whole case gets closed up. And we ask about we ask her. Oh my god, my English! Holy shit! Anyways, we present Max's profile and ask her about Max. Apparently, she didn't know that Max was arrested, and she has other things in mind. And we ask her what, and Regina only wants to tell Maya, who's amazed. I guess nobody loves us here because even the magician wanted to smash Maya. So I guess nobody loves us. Any love over here? I mean, she's 16. I don't want to love her, but at least some respect, dude. Okay. Anyways, that happened, and then we present Russell's photo profile to Regina, and she says that she last saw her father running nearby his office. So well, that is good to know. So we move to his ringmaster room, I would say. Yeah, ringmaster room, that's the correct thing to say. Anyways, the ringmaster's room, we get there, we see an envelope, and it seems to be Max's salary, and it's crazy high, apparently. It's dated a week ago, so there's something that, because Max did say that he was negotiating with the ringmaster for salary. And we also examined the tailcoat where Maya, being an obsessed fangirl has already swiped a Maxi promo poster. Okay, that's actually going to be a useful thing later on. Anyways, we go to Plaza and we talk to Gumshoe. Gumshoe gives us a crime photo, which is obviously going to be useful. Well, there's also something else that is unusual. There are no footsteps. Okay, This is gonna get interesting because it's a magic show over here, a shit show more like. Anyways, we present Max's profile, and Max's arrogance doesn't make him a criminal, but Gumshoe claims that he has proof of Max's guilt, and he shows us a silk hat, which is interesting. It does have his classic cloak, and it includes its classic emblems, the signatures, you know. So yeah, Gumshoe also tells us that there's an eyewitness, so it's quite interesting as well. So yeah, thing. Anyways, we move on to Sarkis's entrance. We also meet Ben, who is he's not in pretty good mood because he can't help but he needs his puppet. He can't talk without his puppet because he's stuttering a lot. So yeah. Other than we go to Moe's room in Lodging Plaza. In Moe's room, we talk to Moe, this clown. He's a witness basically. So we present Max's profile to him, and Moe seems to hate the guy. So he said that he heard a clunk at the night of murder, and he basically saw Max from behind. That's what he says basically. So that's like the basic gist of it. There's a lot more things he says obviously, but yeah, like he basically has a loud clonk or thump, I don't remember, something that basically hits hard, and he's like, okay, we know about it. Yeah, he also makes some bad jokes. Anyways, moving on, let's continue on. We move to the cafeteria. There is a broken bottle. Examine it. It'll give us evidence, so we continue moving, and we move to speak Max again in detention center. In the detention center, we talk to Max, and we start Maya's Magatama on him. Now, Maya's Magatama will show us 3 locks again, and Max says he only talked to, if you remember what I talked about Max earlier, so that continues on with this, where he says that he only talked to Russell to negotiate his fee, but, well, we already know that we already negotiated a week ago. So we present that to him, which breaks one of the psych locks, and Max admits that Russell did call him in his office, but he doesn't want to say for what. And then we show him the broken bottle, which Max recognizes the bottle upon seeing it. So Max basically gets another psych lock broken. Max is sweating bullets now, but like he's still hiding something, so we present Ben's profile. And well, Max probably used a bottle to hit Ben's head. That's why I said he's not a good human. It's because, well, here's the thing. Now that the truth is out of the bag and we unlocked him successfully, Max basically tells us what the case is. The case here is Max and Ben got into a fight over Regina, who is 16. The ringmaster wanted Max to marry Regina, who is 16, remind you. I don't care the age of consent is 16 or something. The hell do you mean marriage at 16? What? Ugh, I don't know. There's some messed up shit right over there. Ugh. Yeah, Regina is 16. If you look at her profile in the profile menu, she's 16. And Ben wants to smash Regina as well. Well, the puppet, Ben says it's its puppet, but he wants to smash Regina as well. Brother, what? I don't know, man. This is some... Max is pretty old, I'm pretty sure. I did not check his profile. You know what? I'm gonna check Max's profile. Wait, I want to know what Max's profile is. Just give me a moment, alright? I'm doing it live right now. I want to check what his profile is. Alright, Galactica, Ace Attorney, profile. Yeah, I want to know his profile. What's his age? I want to know Max's age. He's 21? Wait, Max is 21? From which angle is he? 21? Well, it doesn't matter though. 21 wanting to marry. Max Listen up, Max wanted to marry Regina. 15 or 16 at that time. Oh my god. My voice is gone. Oh, you know, Japan has some weird stuff, but man, that's some seriously messed up shit, you know? Oh my god. Oh, I hate it. I hate it on other levels. Oh my god. Yeah, you give Ben the Ben the thing, the puppet. Yeah, he wants to smash. What is Ben's age? Wait. I want to know what is Ben's age now. I am doing this live right now. Okay, I don't care. I want to know what is Ben's age. I swear to God, what is Benjamin Woodman? He's 31. That's even more messed up, dude. Oh my God. Oh, it's like a 15-year age gap. It's like a pedophilia level age gap. Oh my God. Is this some straight A bullshit? I'm telling you. Oh my God. Where are we going with this case? I take back about loving this case. I forgot that Regina was 15 or 16 for a moment. I was like, oh, I love this case. No, I don't. Not anymore after reading all that. Oh my God. Yeah, he wrote a love song for Regina, okay? Oh boy. Anyways, there's a monkey who takes Arturi's badge, and we follow the monkey who loves shining things. We go to Acro's room, where we basically find the attorney's badge. The monkey will be added to our thing, and the attorney badge, we get it back, obviously. We also find a ring, by the way, over there, which again, it'll come up later on because I'm traumatized right now. Anyways, the trial begins on the next day. Max is really nervous. Whatever, nobody cares. Now I want him to go to jail. Anyways, Gumshoe testifies the details of the event and gives us the autopsy report. I don't think the autopsy report was useful in any of the stuff, but we'll remember that if there is a time when I have written about the autopsy report, because I don't remember it was any use of any time. Anyways, we have to present all of statements that Gumshoe has. There's one statement that Gumshoe will really help us in, and that is Vipton was found bent over the wooden box. So we asked about the contents, and Gumshoe basically said presents small seasoning bottle. So, well, that's good for us, because that's an evidence that will be really, really useful at the end of the case. So after Gumshoe, we have our next... the murder weapon is missing as well. There we go. That is very important. I almost forgot that. Anyways, next person that is on the court is Ben and Trillo. And Trillo is the one testifying, not Ben, definitely not. Anyways, Trillo testifies, and he says that he basically implies that there was a guy that was passing by, and that guy is none other than Max. And Trillo's fourth statement said that he was the only one heading that way, and how could that punk not be a killer? So Trillo is basically convinced that he was Max and only Max. So when we're given a choice, we ask Ben only saw Max, and we suspect Trillo was waiting outside for someone else. And we asked who. We present Russell Berry's profile, and if Trillo saw Max, he should have also seen Russell, since both Russell and Max went to the office before the crime occurred. One comment, however, says that, as we heard from the defendant, the veracity is dubious. If Max said he was at the office at that time, then why did Trillo see him outside the tent before the murder occurred? Well, can Max be lying? That basically weakens our claim, but we wanted to, without cross-examination. We then press on to the next statement that he says, that is, the police showed up and the magic boy took us taken away. But Ben and Trillo were outside the tent. It was very cold, and well, there is a reason why they were waiting, and there could only be one reason why they could be waiting, and that is Regina Berry. And we basically present the evidence of Regina Berry to the court. Trillo was going to propose to Regina. That's what's going to happen. Yeah, sure. And then when Trillo gets a testimony again about the proposal, it's so weird to say that I know their ages. But yeah, the cross-examination leads to Trillo basically is giving us a clue, so we press on to the statement where he says that he had something to give to Regina, and well, that something is the engagement ring apparently. One Karma wants us to move on, but we asked him to revise the statement anyway. So the statement comes, and then we present the ring. On the statement, I planned on giving an engagement ring to Regina. And Trillo instantly recognizes it's the ring. And if Trillo says he has the ring in his pocket, then why doesn't he have now? And Trillo admits that Money the monkey stole it since he loves shiny things. Well, Ben says that Money stole it right after Max passed by. So Ben chased after it, but Money got away. Well, that is good to know. What we heard just proves something. When asked for, we choose basically Ben's testimony has flaws. So Trillo had said he was waiting at the crime scene for some time after Max passed by, but now he said that he was actually chasing Money. In that case, it's very possible for someone to pass by Trillo while Trillo was absent. So we can choose Ben doesn't exercise enough as well, but I will remark us to go play video game, and it really gives a penalty because I tried that because I was going through it really fast and I forgot to click on the stuff. I'm dumb. Just. Anyways, we get third testament from him, and this time around he says something weird. He said good evening to Max. To Max. What? Okay. I'm confused. Like, why would Trillo say good evening to Max out of all people? He said something like that to Max. Oh my god. Anyways, we present a broken bottle on the fourth statement where he says good evening to Max. And well, here's the thing, right? We know that Max basically clunked the bottle on his head, Ben's head, basically. And if that is true, there's no way Trillo just said good evening and let it slip up, you know. Ask what Trillo really saw. We basically are asked that by the judge, so we say we saw a different person, and when asked who, we figured Russell. Yeah, Russell was the one who was basically in Max's costume. If it was Max, Trillo wouldn't have been so pleasant at all, honestly. This only leaves one question. If someone was dressed as Max, passed by Ben and Trillo, then who was it? On camera says that she has a new witness, and, well, the judge calls for recess, and we move into the second part of this. In the second part, let's talk about this. Max basically says that he has no idea of the scene or anything like that, and the trial continues. So now the clown has been brought on the scene. I hate it. I forgot how much I hated this case. I take it back. The clown is the most annoying piece of shit because he doesn't say anything that we want, but like we try to press stuff from him. He starts making jokes about stuff. Like, come on, man. Anyways, we press on a statement where he says, I thought I'd go straight to sleep, but before that I glanced at the video and we ask him why. So we keep pressing, and Moy says, I forgot something, and revises the statement. And he says that he heard a huge sound, and we obviously press that. And Moy says it was sound of something hard getting hit. So he also says something weird about keeping a watch, and all of a sudden Max clunked at the ringmaster over the head, and we press that statement. Moy says that he didn't see the murder weapon, and then we ask him, what did he see? And ask him if he did see any kind of crime at all. Sorry, that was me coughing. Don't mind that. Anyways, one karma tells us that if we can't answer what this case basically what boy in this case Dixie, like what actually he saw and stuff, and how our health bar goes. Yeah, this game is very punishing if you didn't know. Especially in the last case, you can just lose in a single mistake. You have to say regularly. So Moy says he saw the crime after Max clunked Russell dead. They did not see the crime occurring. Moy admits that one karma made him lie, apparently. One karma is crazy. Anyways, there's a new testament that Moy has, and that is basically there's a silhouette now that he mentions. And, well, there's something weird about it. He said his silk hat, the black coat, they were all there, but that is weird because If you look at Mag-G promo poster, his silk coat is not really black coat. Not coat, I mean cloak. It's not really a black cloak. And we asked Moe about the white roses, but there weren't any white roses. And Bonkarma says it's too dark, but we says roses are white. Bonkarma says that the roses fell off, but you say the police would have found them, right? Anyways, we recall Trillo's testimony, and he said he saw all three symbols, when Moe now says he only saw two. The judge decides to hear testimony from another testimony from Moe, and so Moe gives another testimony. Well, it's at this moment I realize something. We can't press on this shit. Because pressing on any statement here means one karma will whip us and drop our health bar down. Anyways, Moe does say something weird though. He says that he was wearing it the entire time, the hat, on the scene. And we present the silk hat, which is found at the crime scene, but Moe says Max is wearing it the whole time. And Phoenix asks Moe how the murderer left the scene, but Moe says he just turned and walked away. And then judge wants us to show evidence to counter this claim, which obviously we show the crime photo where we can see the victim's footprints, but where the murderer's footprints. Moe decides to testify once more, and this time he promises to tell the truth because one karma made him hide the truth, but no more lies this time. So, well, let's just go. So, the actual truth that Moe says is that the murderer flew, and that is actually the truth because I believe that. I definitely believe that. This leads us to the third day of investigation. The third day of investigation, we basically get the photo of a Grand Prix, I believe, and in this Grand Prix photo, we see Max performing basically, and this also leads us to another thing, and that is the bust. Max's bust. I thought I would say that words, but yeah, Max's bust. So we go to circus, we talk to Brent Trillo. Nothing important, we just talk about Grand Prix. Again, you guys should play this game on your own to know more about what we talk and everything. I'm just going through these stuff faster so that I can actually get to shit, because this video will be otherwise 3 or 4 hours long, just like the previous ones. I have to just get to this shit quickly. So yeah, we go to Plaza, and we run into Gumshoe, tells us that one karma is here and currently investigating Acro's room apparently, which is interesting. Anyways, we go to the cafeteria right after, where we see Moe after being tormented with another joke by him. We present the Grand Prix photo for him to him, and Moe says that Max has shown the photo to everyone. Not only that, but he also makes everyone down to his enormous bust every day. Oof. Never said I thought that would be the thing I would say. Really? I never thought that would be a thing I would say. Anyways, moving on to the next one. We go to the detention center. We actually found a note actually, which Moe gives us, and it basically talks about a murder, and we present a note to Max, and he says that he has seen this note before, and he says that on the morning of the murder, Russell saw the note posted on the wall. After reading it, he became enraged and tore it off the board and stuffed it in the pocket apparently. So that actually leads us to this to his coat in Ringmaster's room, which we examine, and we get the we stick like two papers together, and it's what it says is, to the murderer, I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Meet me at 10 p.m. tonight at Lodging House Plaza. That's when the murder took place actually. So we do go there to the plaza, and Gumshoe says that he just finished the investigation in Acro's room, and I hear a beeping noise, which means that one karma is here. So one karma, we talk to her, and it kind of gets into a more Edgeworthy territory. Yeah, we talk about revenge, and one karma says that she's here for revenge, and we say what her father did was wrong, and then one karma is like, who cares about my father? I'm not for that. I'm here for Miles Edgeworth. I see a ship over here. anyways, yeah, she basically talks about Miles Edgeworth, and well, she's here for Edgeworth because he's like a little brother to her. Well, I don't see a ship here anymore. Anyways, yeah. There is also Edgeworth's death, which indicates that Edgeworth is dead. but he's not really. Because I was like, wait, when did Getchford die? Yeah. Anyways, there's also that indication of that. But anyways, moving on. We go to Acro's room where we meet Acro, whose real name is Ken Dingling. Which I love that name, Ken Dingling. Holy shit, that's such a good name. Anyways, he says us about a very important clue that he says that he witnessed Acro, not Acro. He witnessed Max flying in the air. Okay. He's also in wheelchair apparently, and when we talk about why he was in a wheelchair, we get a psych lock. So we have to unlock that as well. So we go to Big Top. We present a note to Regina, and she basically says that the note was given to her. And we present the small seasoning ball to her. She says that she saw this in the cafeteria. Also, she's not a fan of pepper, and we'll get to that later on too, because of why she's not a fan of pepper. Anyways, moving on. We move to Moe's room to get Regina's stage costume, because she asks us to bring the stage costume, and Monkey's here, and Monkey is like my costume, and we get it for her. And we present the stage costume to her, and she says that this actually belonged to Leon the Lion, apparently. And Leon's practice went awry and bit someone. Because of this, Russell was enraged and had to put the lion down. Ah, poor Leon. I feel sad for Leon because it wasn't even his fault. We'll get to that part as well, though. Anyways, let's moving on. We go to the cafeteria where Moe says that there's something that he wants to get over with. And, well, we get a Cyclops over there because he doesn't say what the event that occurred 6 months ago is that he wants to get over. So, we present Miles Magatama since we have all the clues. And we are given a chance to show the cause of accident that happened 6 months ago. We present Leon, and this incident happened 6 months ago, did the death of Leon, which happened 6 months ago. So, one psyche is broken. When we ask Moe who was involved, Moe said he promised he wouldn't say anything. Apparently this person was involved as well. When given a chance, we present Acro's profile, which obviously unlocks this whole conversation punch, and we come to know that Acro's brother actually was killed. Well, not killed, he's in coma, but 6 months ago, Acro's brother was bitten in the neck by the lion. And the lion was smiling, apparently. Interesting. We go to Acro's room and start the Magatama thingy again, breaking the psych lock. Questioning about his wheelchair. Acro says that his injuries were accident, and we present Leon, and Acro was probably attacked by Leon. That's what we say, which breaks one of the psych locks. Acro asks us why he was attacked with a lion. You think he actually battled? He asks us if we think he actually battled with a lion. When Acro asks why we present Bat's profile, who is Acro's little brother, and Bat was attacked by the lion during the practice. So Acro probably attacked the lion to protect his brother, which unlocks another psyche. Acro suspects that Moe told us that, but Moe hasn't said anything about Acro. Acro says it was only an accident, but we still see one psych lock, which means that he's hesitant to mention someone he doesn't seem to like too much. So we present Regina, someone who he doesn't like so much. So, sorry, I had to burp. Regina, who is the lion's owner, and she was the tragedy she was the reason why this whole thing happened. Yeah, she was the lion's owner, Leon, I think so. Yeah. Anyways, Acro says that Regina never taught Leon to attack people, but he still hates Regina. And when given a chance to show how, we present the note. Every morning, Regina brings Acro's breakfast, so Acro probably wrote it and put it in Regina's pocket because he's good at it. Anyways, that breaks the psych lock and basically unlocks the whole confession of Acro. Yeah, there we go. And Pat wanted to basically take Regina out on a date, basically. Well, I don't mind this because Pat was around the same age of Regina. I think so. Pat was like 16 or 17 as well. So he dared to put a hand inside the lion's mouth to impress her, and he did. But he was bitten and ended up comatose. And ever since then, Acro has been in hospital, and now and then waiting for basically hoping that Bat opens his eyes someday. Yeah. Well, we also talk about Regina and Bat apparently, and it seems that they're good friends. Yeah, the Pepper is gonna come in really handy. We get a scarf, which is this bloody scarf, which is really important for tomorrow's trial as well. This is gonna get a little bit darker territory, I would say, because I felt the emotional burden on this one. This case was really good. I won't go through all the cross examination and anything like that, because this case was very emotional to me. It's obvious that Acro did it, and well, he was hiding the bust. I'll tell you that he was hiding the bust under the cloth that he was wearing on his wheelchair and everything. The case was really emotional for me. I don't want to talk more about the trial because, well, I just felt the emotional burden on this case as I was going through it, bit by bit. We knew that Acro was the real culprit. I wouldn't say how he did it. He basically used a bust. He lowered it when he heard the loud thump noise of the heavy bag, that Russell was lying on. When he heard that heavy thump that Russell kept the bag down, he used the bust, hit Russell. The cloak that Russell was wearing hit Russell on the back. The cloak that Russell was wearing, it went on top of the cards of the bust. He pulled it up. He's obviously an acrobat, so he has great upper strength. So he pulled up the bust and basically, yeah, that happened. Oof. This case is something else. I feel so bad for Acro because this case is something that's really like everything started with a child's play and ended up horribly wrong, because all Regina wanted was to play a small prank with Bat, and so what she did was pour pepper over Bat's scarf, and Bat was sneezing really badly. And the lion grinning, that was actually not the lion grinning. The lion sneezed, and that actually bit through what's his face? Bat's neck, which put him in coma. It's a really sad story when you think about it, because in the end there was nobody at fault really. Or I should say everybody was at fault. Bat was too daring. He should have never put his head in the lion. Regina was too playful. She shouldn't have done the seasoning thing. Regina did it as a prank. It wasn't something she meant to do, and it led to this. And well, all this led to Acro actually trying to murder Regina, but well, Regina never appeared. It was instead her father who took the blow, and that's really sad when you think about it, because it's just a case that really emotionally burdens you when you go bit by bit deeper into this case. The next case I can freely talk about, but this case is so like unexpected in this whole thing, because this was much more, you see, this is what I was talking about. Phoenix Wright, when I was playing Ace Attorney, yes, Edgewood's case was dark and everything. Like, there was nothing emotionally burdening about it. We were just thinking about how to save Edgewood. We were just thinking about nobody's right or wrong over here. We know who is the right person. We want to save this person at any cost. Same goes for the second one, as last two cases that we did. Not the last two cases. I think so. We just did. No, we did the last two cases. Right. The last two cases we did. Right. Same goes for same. We know Maya was innocent. We knew that that Maggie was innocent. Right. But here, everybody is somehow involved in the crime. It's not like everybody is innocent. Somebody is innocent, right? Everybody is involved in a crime. Even the guy Max, he's a trash human when you think about it. All the things he does and stuff. And this whole case just morally questions everything that is happening around you, especially the whole Ace thing. But you leave that aside and you just look at what happened throughout the case. You question whether this case was, it was such a well-written case. Even I can't really help but like notice, like, well, it's a sad case. It's just a sad case when you think about it. Everything is just, when Acro even tried to like trying to like frame Max for everything that he did was because he wanted to he wanted to look at his brother. He wanted to make sure that he's there when his brother wakes up and opens his eyes. And that's the only reason Acro didn't want to get caught. If that was not the case, Acro would happily be there, obliging to be in the custody. But instead, he doesn't want that because he wants to see Bat open his eyes again. It's sad because this is something that's more realistic than anything. People are crazy to do things like this, and this is actually something that's pretty realistic if you think about it, about how people think and everything. I love this case for that very reason, because the ending of this case was so unexpected. It just came out of blue to me, and as again, I was just focusing on getting Max out of here, and all of a sudden I'm here in a morale situation where I don't know who's right and who's wrong. It's an unbelievable case that is done right, and I think this case had a top notch work done right. I hands down can say this case is some of the best writings I've ever seen. And yeah, it's an amazing case all in all. Great case. I again, it has its flaws. I think the case is just weird at the start. But when you get to the second half of the case, it just gets great all in all. When you present the evidence and you dig deeper into it, it's just emotionally burdening, and that's how cases should be. And that's how the next case is gonna be, because the next case is gonna be quite an interesting one. Ooh, talking about this case really took energy out of me. Alright, this next case is called Farewell My Turnabout. It's time. This case is gonna have some fun, guys. Obviously, the defense attorney is Phoenix Wright. The defendant is Matt Engard. Victim is Juan Corrida. The lawyer who's prosecuting this time is Edgeward, baby. Edgy is back, and we're gonna see what Edgy is gonna go through. Oh, we're gonna have a Phoenix Edgy team composition this time around. Let's go, baby. We also have our witnesses who are Wendy Oldbag, yes. Will Powers, yes. Oh, guys. These are all old guys from previous cases. And we also have Adrian Andrews. We'll get to who she is. Yes, it's a she. That is going to be important. Remember that. There are also other characters who will be important as well, like Maya. But Maya won't be in this case for that long. Pearl, obviously. We also have Mia, who will form with Pearl, them. Yeah, you get the whole medium thing by now. We have One Karma, we have Gumshoe, we have Lota as well, we have Shelly the Killer. Just we have Celeste and Pax, we have Hoti again, and we have John Doe. These are the guys we have. Talking about location, we already know 2 locations we'll be going to, so I'm not going to mention them again. We have the Gatewater Hotel, and this time in Gatewater Hotel we're going to go in Viola Hall. Then we're going to do hotel lobby, hallway, Ingrid's hotel room, Corrida's hotel room, Ingrid's mansion. We'll go to private lounge, and then we'll go to wine cellar and criminal affairs department and horticlinic. So yeah, there's a lot of places we're gonna be going to. So yeah. So the first basic thing happening in this is basically we are here because the Nickel Samurai is here in the Grand Prix along with some of the other characters who are like Power Rangers and everything. Don't question it, just move on with it. There's nothing important over here except for one important evidence that we'll get, and that is the press conference ticket. That will be useful later on. Anyways, we get the press conference ticket, which helps us move into the hotel lobby, where we met Wendy Obag. Well, she was fired from Global Studios after that whole incident that happened, and now works as security over here. So that happens, and then we again move on to next places, where we go to the Viola Hall, where the bellboy bores Maya for a moment, saying that someone is asking for her on the phone, and well, Maya gets kidnapped. Well, let me just say, a murder takes place, and Matt Engrod, who's basically the Nickel Samurai, kills Juan Corrida, who is Corrido. That's what his name is. Yeah, he is he is arrested. Matt Ingrid is arrested in because Juan Corrida is murdered, and well, I think so. His name is Jamin Ninja Juan Corrida. So yeah, the Jamin Ninja was murdered, and well, Matt Ingrid's profile gets added. So yeah, we get that, and then in the hotel lobby, we get a radio receiver from Powers, and we talk to when we talk over the radio transmitter, Power says that there are two nasty rivals, and they would butt. So that happens in Power. We talk to Power about Matt and Juan, and we also talk to him about the press conference. And well, there we go. Paul asks us a question, where is Maya? And she's been gone for a long time for answering a phone call, and that's when the trans receiver that we got, I'm just gonna call it the radio. The radio that we got, it basically beeps, and we get a mysterious voice which brings bad news. Well, it seems that Maya has been kidnapped, and the killer, he basically wants us to take Ingrid's case, and Ingrid's, I'm just gonna call him Matt. It's a way too weird name. He wants us to take Matt's case, and he wants us to basically declare him not guilty in 1 day. Oh boy, this is gonna be a case, isn't it? Anyways, this first case where I couldn't really make it anything out for once. So I was just like, interesting. We tell Gumshoe about the ransom, and Gumshoe saying that the killer is holding Maya for Ingard's complete acquittal, like everything is planned, and surely he must be working for Ingard, right? So that makes Ingard the real murderer, or in other words, Matt the real murderer. So the police found so much evidence on it, it just feels so wrong. So it could be a setup for Matt's murder. So the game leaves Phoenix's POV and switches to Maya, which makes us wake up in some kind of cellar. We encounter a kidnapper who looks quite familiar, and the man introduces himself as the killer, who ensures that he isn't planning to kill us yet. And then he calls to Phoenix, and then it begins with the call that we had earlier on. Well, the next day, we have Pearl who will accompany us, and it's time to go to the detention center. Talk to Matt. When we talk to Matt and we ask him about the murder charge, well, Matt says that he actually isn't a murderer. And when we check the psych log, seems he's safe. Interesting. He might be innocent after all. Fuck me. I think so anybody would think like that. Like, when you think about it, this case is like, what? It surprises. It surprises a lot. It's a great case, honestly, the way it was written. So yeah, we moved to the hotel lobby right after that, where we see Obak, and we talk to Obak, and we ask her about what she witnessed, but there's cyclops all over her because she doesn't want to talk about what she witnessed. So well, okay. We go to the hallway, and we talk to Lota, who's annoyed. He said she bought a camera for $1,600 of secret $1,600 for $700, but she lost it at the night of murder, and she doesn't really know where the camera is because she doesn't really remember what picture she took. So that's really important. And also she talks about a big scoop, and there are two cyclops about that as well. So well, there's that we have to encounter as well. And then we go to Matt's hotel room, where we meet a young woman who is supposed to be Adrian Andrews. Yes, her name is Adrian Andrews. That is right. She's Matt's manager, and we talk to her and ask her about the whole situation, and seems that she is not really involved in anything until we present her with Juan's profile, and we get the whole thing, motive of murder. So we ask her about the motive of murder, and you ask her basically what she knows, and then she's just having a cyclops around her. Interesting. So we have 3 people with cyclops all over the place. So we just decided to go to Juan's hotel room, I would say. Yeah, Juan's hotel room. And we see Gumshoe there, and he can help us with whatever he wants. So he gives us hotel map, which obviously added to the cult record, but honestly, not that useful. Anyways, he tells us the cause of death, but Gumshoe doesn't have an autopsy yet, which is fine. But he does have a crime photo, so he gives us a crime photo, so that's good to know. And then we also get we get to pan to the right, and then we can examine like an open guitar case and a wine glass. Both will be added to the record. So we present the wine glass to Gumshoe, and Gumshoe says that Von Karma noticed it as well, and she takes. Well, there's a beeping sound, and Von Karma appears in the room right after that because of that, and then she takes Gumshoe away with some seriously funny shit that goes on. I loved it. Anyways, moving on. She leaves behind a piece of paper which has an autograph, so it looks like an autograph for a certain someone, you know. So we get that. We also examine a teddy, but there are a bunch of teddy. Like, it's not that important yet. It will be though later on. Anyways, we go back to the hall where Powers is, and we talk to him. Basically, he's in the hall. We talk to him. He's just there to be there. He doesn't really add anything onto it. But he does help us with something there. If we present him Adrian Andrews, he gives us a magazine clipping. So this magazine clipping that he gives us contains information relevant to her and Juan, who once had a relationship apparently, and she's referred to as Miss AA. Interesting. Anyways, we go meet to Olbag. We present Magatama, and Olbag's cyclogue starts happening. So we present her with the autograph, and the autograph we give her gets taken off the court record, and that breaks all the cyclogue records or something. Cyclogues? What am I saying? That breaks all 4 cyclogues, which means that we unlocked her conversation. We asked her what she witnessed, and she tells us that she saw Matt coming out of Juan's room on her way to toilets 10 minutes before discovery of the crime. And she also says that she'll be the witness of stand. Oh boy, that's gonna be something. We also ask about Matt's past, and Obak says that Matt created a scandal that plagued Juan's career. Basically, the scandal involved Andrews, apparently. That means Adrian Andrews. And she thinks that Matt did it on purpose to drag Juan's reputation through the mud. Which, by the way, later on we'll know what happens actually with that whole thing. Then we meet to Lota, and we use the Magatama on her. And we present Andrew's profile on her because it's the big, the big. So we prefer the big, you know what the hell is a big, the big scoop. Anyways, we prefer Adrian Andrews' profile on her, and then she says that she wants more proof that she met Andrews, and then we present a magazine clipping, and well, she says that she'd already written an article about that scandal. However, it was her camera case, and the camera got stolen. So yeah, that was good to know. So we move to the criminal affairs department where we see Gumshoe, and Gumshoe basically just didn't help us except for maybe with the magazine clipping, because the magazine clipping says just one part of it, where Gumshoe explains to us that the case is related to a woman who committed, the S word 2 years ago. I can't say that word because, well, her name was basically Celeste Impacts, and she was Juan's Carrera's manager, apparently, or Juan's manager, and also Andrew's mentor. And then we talk about Celeste, and then Gumshoe says there isn't any connection between Celeste's S word and murder. And suddenly, Von Korma arrives, Gumshoe for aiding Phoenix all this time, and that's when a familiar face appears as well, and it's Edward, edgy baby. Edward basically scolds Von Karma for being so revenge about her lost perfect record, and Gumshoe will be safe from Von Karma's clutches for now, that is. So we talk to Edward, and we'd ask him about Celeste's profile. So Edward talks about this whole thing, and he basically gives us a missing S note. And there's no solid evidence, but there is definitely a missing S note, and we suspect that Juan might have hidden the note. And there is also the S report that Edward shows us, it says the attempted SO note said something about Andrew's codependency. So that helps us a bit because we just want to unlock what was it, Andrew's psych locks. So that helps us in a lot of ways. So we also show Celeste to Matt, but it just doesn't work. So yeah. Anyways, we move to the hotel room again, and we find that one Karma Andrews just finished talking, and she shows us how she knew where Gumshoe is, and it's a transmitter apparently. And when one Karma leaves a room, we present Matt's profile to Andrews, and she was talking to be his manager, and we're able to get a question about Matt's motive for murder. So she grows defensive and quickly shuts down the conversation, which means the Magatama can be used now. So Magatama, when we use it, the first thing we do is present the magazine clipping, and then right after that we present Celeste's profile, which breaks down one of the psych logs and basically says that before the S, Celeste wrote another S note, and Andrews met Juan to find out who more about the note. Andrew details the importance of the notes, and then we present the S report where the S note was lost. Andrews talks about Juan since the police suspect that he hid it. So another psych lock gets broken, and then she still doesn't admit anything. So we just show the attempted S report, which makes Andrew looks like a strong, independent woman, you know. So that basically breaks her, and it basically shows that Andrews always looked up to Celeste, and when she died, she basically fell apart. Andrews fell apart, and we get a psych lock broken again. So we just don't have anything to do from here. We just tell Andrews that Celeste's note went missing, and Andrews would do anything to get the note from Juan, even attempt murder. So the psych lock is broken. So we ask for the motive of murder, and Andrews basically admits her insecurities, and she was scared by the death of her mentor, and would go to great lengths to find note and the truth. However, she says that she would never kill anyone to get the note. We promised her that we won't tell her about her insecurities that anyone else. So, Pearl notices something else as well. Andrews has been playing with a card in her hand. Andrews says she found it in a purse after the crime, and it looks like a picture of a shell on it. So that happens. We are right now in no situation in any way that we can do anything, but we do get another switch scene where Maya finds the similar note that Andrews was playing with. Is this an indication that Andrews might be the killer? I mean, could it possibly be Andrews who set up everything? We'll know soon. So we begin our trial. Before trial, basically what happens is the killer sends us a present, and the present is that one Karma gets shot. Oh boy, here we go. Right. So, the guy who is in the stand is edgy, baby. It's edgy once again. Let's go, baby. So, Gumshoe starts off with his testimony, and he talks about the bare facts of the case. It's basically the case, and we get Juan's autopsy report from it. It's not really that important. We also found Juan's fingerprints on guitar case, and that's about it. There isn't anything important and anything else that's important. I'm just gonna glance through everything quickly because I think I'm already over 2 hours on this video, and I don't want to be late. Go even further beyond on the video. So we asked Gumshoe why he would arrest Matt, and he says that there was a knife that basically was at the gate water, which means that there was a premeditated murder that Matt did. But well, it's weird. So this is around a time where we start to like get into crazy parts, alright? Because now it's so bad that even one bad move can end your game. So make sure to constantly save, because if we can't counter Edgewood's claims here, well, things are gonna get crazy. So we are asked to prove that how is this not a premeditated murder, and we obviously present the wine glass which was on the scene, and if there's a complete mess due to struggle and everything that as Gumshoe mentioned, then the wine glass should have been broken or something, but it was full. It was filled, and then And then Edgeworth says that he sees no problem with the scene because it was a wine set by Adrian Andrews. It was set by the woman who discovered the scene, and he suspects that she set it down after the crime without thinking. And when asked if we agree, we say there's no way. Andrews could have. Oh my god, I burped again. Holy shit. This video has a lot of burps and a lot of coughs and a lot of, I don't know, sniffings. Andrews could not have set it down because it was probably someone else. And this says they found Andrews' fingerprints on no one else's. And that's really an important clue. And then we get Wendy on the stand, and well, all she says is that there's a person wearing a jacket, and it was Ingrid or Matt Ingrid or whatever. That's the only important thing she says. So he was wearing she basically says that he was wearing this flashy racing jacket when you press some of the statements, and we can present the jamming ninja button on the statement, and the button was caught on Matt's nickel samurai costume. So if Matt was wearing a jacket as Olbach saw, then obvious question comes: how the hell did it get into his costume? So Olbach changes her testimony. Well, we press on Olbach's testimony, but really we don't get anything of that interest. So we just present the knife to Olbach in one of the costumes. I meant to say one of the statements that she says that about he must have worn the nickel samurai costume when stabbing poor Juan. There's a contradiction there actually. So yeah. There's a massive contradiction. What's the contradiction? The knife. If Matt went to Juan's room without any intent, then he might have not brought up his knife. And if Matt was wearing gloves, then there wouldn't be any fingerprints on the glove. I mean, knife, not the glove. So real killer most probably set this up to mislead us. And if anybody asks why, it was to frame Matt, obviously. And after a conversation, Olbach will admit she was waiting for someone other than Matt. So other than Juan. So when asked who, then we can present Adrian Andrews, because there's this big secret, and the big secret is obviously that the whole AA and Juan thing, right? Well, turns out that's not the case. So the secret information we get is that, well, it seems that there's somebody with what's it called, the costume that appeared there. So yeah, we've pressed on the statement. This is a top secret. Nobody else but you and me know it yet. And Olbach says Olbach doesn't want to talk about this information. So we choose to present evidence, and that is Laura's camera. Laura's camera kept and Laura kept her notes in her camera case, which Olbach happens to whip out during her rant. And Olbach now admits she took Laura's information because she thinks Laura was working for Matt. So Olbach wanted to get information. Well, Olbach looks very sorry, but I pulled a pile of more pressure on her because she's really annoying. Olbach said she took the information, but she is lying, and she took something with it. When asked about what we present Laura's camera, and Laura said that she had a case containing both the information and the camera, and she also said that both disappeared on her. Olbach gives in the show accusing and shows the camera, and the court takes it in and investigates it. They find a relevant photo and that nickel samurai heading to Juan's room. But there is something strange about the photo. When you look at it, there's no socks, because usually nickel samurai has a socks, but this costume is too long, which means somebody else was in the costume. So again, we have to save, because otherwise we're gonna get wrecked. It's a one shot, one kill thing. So we have to show who this person is in the costume, and it's obviously Adrian Andrews. Now the judge wants to basically have this trial adjourned for the next day, but well, we can't have that happen because we have to find a not guilty verdict today itself. So Edge, this time, Edgy, our boy, he comes in clutch, he saves us, and he's like, you know what, I got you, fam. I bought AA with me right here, right now, and that's what happens. So, Edgeworth basically calls AA understand, and she is finally here to be questioned. Now, to basically say what happens throughout this whole thing. All right. I'm just gonna skim through this. It's gonna take too long otherwise. What basically happens is that Andrew sets everything up, every single thing that happens. Like everything from the minute detail of everything. I thought this case was gonna be over in one day, and I definitely thought this was not the case, man. This case couldn't be over in one day. There's a whole finding the killer, the killer, finding the killer, and then there's also like finding evidence and stuff and everything like that. Like Maya wasn't still in our possession, and we are still trying to rescue this guy. So there's so many questions that were unanswered, and so many questions that was just, what do we do about the situation? Well, it seems that I was right. This case will be adjourned for the next day, because all we get through this conversation is that AA set everything up, but she didn't kill Juan. Juan was already dead by the time she made it there. Oh boy, this is gonna be something. This case is gonna be something, alright. Let me tell you that. We're gonna go into the next day and hope that Maya is safe. Well, for that case, in case whether Maya is safe or not, I'll tell you what happened in the Maya's case. Maya gets out. Maya basically unlocks the door, goes out, but like when she tries to leave, the killer finds her and just takes her away. That is what basically happens. Oh, and we move on to the third day now. Everything is falling apart right now, and we don't know what's gonna happen, and we're worried about Maya. We even tell Edgeworth about everything that is happening. Things are looking kind of grim, if anything, I would say. Oh yeah, I totally forgot to tell you one more vital information. The killer. Edgeworth recognized the cord that she was spinning. A was spinning, and he recognized that it was the killer's card. So yeah, Edward tells us about that as well. We moved to Hody Clinic next day to check on One Karma, and it seems like One Karma is still stuck up on like defeating us and taking revenge and everything. Well, oh well, things will be whatever. Anyways, again, I'm skimming through all of this. We will move on to the detention center right after this, where we won't see Matt, but one of the jailers gives us a note saying that Matt has something very important to tell to us, to feed his cat near the Gatewater Hotel, and Matt gives us his note. So we go to feed his cat, and this cat is gonna be really important. So yeah, his cat's name is Shu, by the way, like not Japanese Shu, but the English Shu for all the weebs out there. Anyways, moving on. We move to the hotel lobby. After that, we get the letter of introduction from Edgeworth, and this will help us go past Old Bag, who's guarding the stuff, but Old Bag will be after our asses as well. We check every corner of this, but there isn't anything important that is happening until Gumshoe arrives, who's now working with us because the police department fired him for some reason. Yeah, he's the one capable cop, and you fire him. Good to know. But he gives us Bug Sweeper, which basically can detect any kind of stuff, I would say. And well, why would I want a Bug Sweeper, you would say? There is a good reason to why I would want a Bug Sweeper. Because when I was checking in Juan's room, that killer called me. Yeah, the killer called me, and the killer said that, well, if you want Maya alive, we should find a way to get a wording not guilty tomorrow. And the voice started getting staticky and everything. And that's most probably because, well, there is something that's bugging. No puns intended. Anyways, Gumshoe gets us the Bug Sweeper, and we start to pan left and right, checking on where this could be. And the bug sweeper points towards the giant teddy bear's eyes, apparently. So Gumshoe rips the eyes while Pearl makes some funny comments about it. And then we get a camera, a transmitter, and a stuffed bear. Those are the three things we get from there. So Gumshoe decides to keep the camera and transmitter to find out who bought those things, and that's about it. The stuffed bear also, who bought those things. So this will help us like get onto the real killer. So yeah, there's all. This is gonna be an interesting case, all in all. So we go to the detention center. Now our dots are quite weirdly in a bad position. Oh, things are going to be something. We ask Matt about Matt's secret. Hoo-hoo. There are 5 Cyclops over there. This is gonna be quite interesting, isn't it? This whole case is quite interesting, all in all, because Matt does have a secret. We also move and talk to AA, and AA basically has a Cyclops as well about a whole revenge thing. So we'll move to that as well, but we don't have enough evidences to actually put any name on anybody. So we move around, get some more information around the people that we talk to, especially Will Powers, who talks about the S notes. And then we move to our office where we meet Gumshoe, and Gumshoe basically says that there's a credit card received, which basically shows the cost of the stuffed bear, which is 3,800. And as we predicted, the camera was dead end. The spy camera, transmitter, and stuffed bear all get back into the code required already inventory that we have, and also we get the credit card receipt as well. So it turns out Matt bought the camera and recorded it in Juan's room. Ooh, things are getting worse and worse. So we present Magatama to Matt, and let me tell you, boys, after we unlock the Magatama, by now you already know what we do in Magatama. Let me just tell you what happens after we unlock. Ooh, Matt pulls back his hair, and he just pulls back his hair, and he goes like, "Look at my scar, dude. I'm a baddie." Like, wait, we're saving a criminal? My voice is literally what it sounds like. Like, we're saving a criminal? It turns out he doesn't trust that killer, and he did all this so that he could tape him and even blackmail him if he wants to. This is not what I was expecting. Man looked like an innocent baby, and well, he did hire that killer, the assassin. Yeah, that killer is an assassin apparently. If you guys, I didn't say it, but he's an assassin who gets hired by people to kill people, and Matt hired him and even made him kidnap Maya, so that he didn't make him kidnap Maya, but he basically it was basically what's his face, the killer's assurance that he'd do it. But holy shit, what that is so what unbelievable, dude. So we moved to Matt's living room. Actually, no, we moved to criminal affair department where we are talking to Edward about all of this stuff, and Edward is like, "Now you see the situation, dude. Do you see how bad the situation is?" And like, yeah, I see how this situation is. Anyways, we received the transceiver and gives a big clue, and that big clue is meow. So we understand where the guys are, and we quickly make our way to Matt's room where we find a teddy bear near this door, which we pick up obviously, and it gets added. It's basically a figurine, and we break into the room, but just there's nothing over here. We move to the wine cellar, and there's just a photo, Celeste's photo, and that's about it. So we return to the detention center, and there's a last thing to do, and that is to question AA. We use the Magatama on AA, and we come to know that she framed Adrian because Adrian? What? She framed Matt because Matt and Celeste were apparently lovers, and Matt didn't want to ruin his. He never acknowledged the fact that Celeste was his lover, and he always used her. And you're in this Celeste move to Worldwide Studios where she met Juan, who called off a wedding Celeste proposed to after hearing the news. So Celeste lost all hope and basically committed DS. Well, that was sad. Okay. It's not as sad as the previous case, but it's still sad to know that she did all this and she wasn't partly involved in the crime because she was just doing this to frame Matt, and Matt was actually the killer. So technically she's framing a killer. Next day, we get the nightmare from our first scene that we get from this game. Crazy. I thought that I somehow resetted the game, and I was just like, "Wait, I saved the game, right?" Just that was crazy. Anyways, we meet Powers again, and Powers talks to us. Powers basically gives us a bit of clue in on stuff, and he really doesn't add much. We're just trying to stall time now. So you see, like everything we're doing, we're just trying to stall time on and all. That's the thing, because up until the end, until I would say the killer appears. Even when the killer appears, he appears on the radio, obviously, in the second half of the case. Like usually, I would go through each and everything of the case about the case, right? So here's the thing. The case itself. This has two endings. I went for the good ending, obviously. I didn't go for the bad ending, but the case itself has two endings. We'll get to that as well, but the first part of the case is everything about stalling. Nothing else. Everything you do, save before you do, and just stall for as long as you can. Because remember, you're trying to stall until Gumshoe finds out where Maya is. We know that he's after the killer, and obviously the killer appears as well, and even then Gumshoe's pursuing the killer. So we know it's just about stalling. Even in the second half, when the killer appears over radio transmitter, yes, he appears over radio transmitter trying to frame AA, but like we basically like trying to create a miracle over here. That's about it. So let's just talk about the two endings, right? The good and the bad ending, shall we? Like you keep on stalling the time, and I like that you're stalling time, and they're also good and bad ending. So the good and bad ending. Now I looked up what the bad ending was, and if you present something other than the killer's profile, like the videotape, and also why Matt wanted to blackmail us. So the judge will just hand out his verdict, and Matt will be found not guilty. So what happens is basically we just leave this place and just like, yeah, we just leave everything. So basically, like I would say, like you just leave everything. AA gets convicted and Maya is released, but we never see her again, and we think that this so-called miracle never happened because it never existed. So we never believed in miracles ever since. And obviously Maya never saw us again because we never sided with the truth. We did this all to save her and never believed in the miracle. So if you do believe in the miracle, well, one karma is there in time, and one karma brings all the evidence. It seems like Gumshoe also, yeah, let me just bring that up as well. Gumshoe gets into an accident, so Edgewood brings out one karma who has Gumshoe's thing, and tells her to pursue what's his face? I forgot his name. Gumshoe. Because she has a tracker, right? So she just pursues Gumshoe and gets all the evidence in. And that's when we present the killer's profile. Then we are asked to show evidence to the witness, and we present the videotape. So the killer will be called one last time, and then we ask him why he went back to his hideout to record a tape, and the killer says he was told that to protect his client at any cost. So we ask him if he saw the contents of the tape, and the killer says he hasn't, and as he is told not to. So we revealed him that the contents of the videotape are really the killer's assassinating Juan with Juan's scarf. Ooh. So basically, we just tell him that we wanted to blackmail him. So, I mean, Matt wanted to blackmail the killer, which means that Matt basically broke the rule, which also means that Matt is not innocent, which means he is guilty. Yes, this is the first case where we actually plead guilty with uh our guy, because holy shites. I can't tell you that this case, how cool this case was, alright, because I skimmed to it so quickly because I already think I'm like past 2 hours, 2.5 hours or something. But holy, this case all in itself is one amazing case. It's so well done, and you never know that you're not actually defending somebody who's not guilty for what they've done. You think your client is not guilty because even at start it provides the information that, oh, the client is not guilty. When you use the Magatama at the start, you can't see anything. You don't see Cyclops. So you obviously think your client is not guilty. And you want to prove that he's not guilty. Well, it's a surprise because he's guilty. He did not commit the crime, yeah. But he paid an assassin to commit a crime that he wanted to happen. And that's what happens. And at the end, we present Edgewood the whip after the credits. And we give him... and we send him to meet... what's her face? I forgot her name. One Karma. And this is really wholesome scene with One Karma and Edgewood just like chilling around. And One Karma saying that she'll be back. And the ending showing this Phoenix Wright, Maya who drew Phoenix on the killer card. It is really cool. And then One Karma is like, I'll be back and I will defeat Phoenix next time. Like, I'll defeat him next time. Here. And she also learns the whole lesson, which is pretty cool to me because it's a character development all in all. I can't help but be happy for how it went out in the end. Well, I know that at one point in the game, Phoenix does lose his attorney's badge. Might not be this case, but the next game most probably, because this whole trilogy is ace attorney. So he's supposed to be an ace, right? He's supposed to win every case. Even though he didn't win this case, he actually proved why, and what made Matt guilty. So he's supposed to get it. Well, justice for all. That's what this is supposed to be. This one is trials and tribulations, which most probably means that Phoenix might lose his badge in the next one, or maybe in the later ones. I don't know. At some point he does. I know that. Well, this was a fun game. All in all, it was most probably my favorite Phoenix Wright game out of the three yet. I haven't played the third one, Trials and Tribulation. I do want to play Trials and Tribulation, so that's gonna be an interesting game as well. So when I get to that game, that'll be most probably next month, end of the next month or start of March. Most probably I will play that game. I wanna really know what's the next game after that, because I'm pretty sure I will be excited to play whatever the next game is after that. I don't know if it's on PC, but I'll find a way, one way or another, to play that game. This has been a journey, I will say. I recorded this game for 4 straight days because I always want to know what's happening in the next case. And, well, it was fun. Anyways, this was great. These 4 cases were great. Next week, I'm not sure what I'm gonna record. I'm thinking the first part of Call of Duty, get away from more from strategic stuff that I play every week. I want to move a bit away from that. I would have done Age of Wonders, but Age of Wonders will take me some time. So I'm thinking just do Call of Duty the very first Call of Duty. I want to go back to the days like 2003, I think, so the first Call of Duty released, and I want to play that and then move on from there, because I also want to go through Call of Duty series, which is gonna be pretty fun to play. Well, not the new ones for sure, but the old ones starting from the first one. Up until I think so Black Ops. I think so up to Black Ops I wanna replay all the Call of Duty games on my channel. So that'll be another series that I'll be starting next week, most probably, or this week, depending on whenever I download the video. My next video, but I promise, is gonna be Call of Duty. I still want to do War Hospital. It's I'm learning that. I'm learning that game. It's kind of tough to play that game. I don't know when it'll be out. It might even take 2 months for me because I'm also playing other games by side. So yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed the video. Next time around when I come, I'll be seeing you in a shooter, an old FPS shooter, Medal of Honor style old FPS shooter. Until then, peace out, boys. So this game was brilliant. Okay, now a lot of stuff will be scripted after this, but this is unscripted for the time being. The game itself was brilliant in my opinion. I think this was the best out of all the trilogies. Out of all the trilogies, I meant to say out of all the 3 parts, this was the best part, the Trials and Tribulations. I still say that this might impress me, and it did. It was honestly great storytelling, and it pulled in together all of the other 2 parts. Now, if you are a first-time player, this is obviously gonna be hard for you to play, so I recommend playing the first part, second part, and then Trials and Tribulations. That means Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Justice for All, and then you get to Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations. Please follow that method because there's a lot of stuff that you'll miss out on if you don't follow the previous 2 cases and come to this itself. For the previous game, I would have not said the same thing, but this game, I will say this because there is a lot of things in this game that are mentioned from the previous cases. So be sure to actually check on that, okay? I just say that because you need to play the previous 2 games at any cost. Again, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney and Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Justice for All. Those 2 games you should for playing this game. I can't put emphasis on how important it is. Also, my English is bad, so don't mind me. Anyways, that is out of the way. I also want to talk about the characters in this 5 episodes that we're going to talk about. I'm just going to talk about the main characters like I usually do. That is Phoenix Wright, obviously, the lawyer. Second main character is Maya Faye. Got Pearl. I don't know what's her surname. I think it's Faye. All the Faye family. So we got Pearl Faye. And then you have Bodot, who I will talk about later on in episode 5. You have Miles Edgeworth. You have One Karma. Francis One Karma, I think her name. It's hard to pronounce. Just go around with it. Anyways, yeah. We got One Karma. One Karma's daughter, Manfred One Karma's daughter to be exact. And you also have Larry Butts. So those are the characters that may occur in other series. So that's the reason why I had to put emphasis on that. So yeah, now that is all. Don't forget Mia Fey, Nick's mentor. Mia Fey in fact plays a major role in this. So yeah, this is a different game after all. The trilogy pack, right? They're playing 3rd part in the trilogy, so this is a different game. So yeah, this game Mia plays a very, very, very important role. In fact, you play as Mia, you play as Phoenix Wright, and you play as Miles Edgeworth in this part, which is amazing, honestly, because I wanted to play as Miles Edgeworth, and I know there is a game for Miles Edgeworth, but I'll get into that later. Now then, speaking about this, we'll move into episode 1 and we'll talk about episode 1, which is Learn About Memories. That is the first episode. Now this episode is connected to each and every episode that is related to me. So here's the thing. We see 2 men arguing. One man is warning another man about some woman, saying that it would be bad news if he continues to hang out with her. The latter refuses to believe this and eventually snaps. We see an electric spark. We cut to the man lying down and not moving. We see the latter's face. I didn't do it. Bleeds. None other than our own Phoenix Wright. That's right, folks. Oh my god, I messed that up so hard. That's right, folks. Phoenix Wright is in trouble. And this case is from 5 years earlier, where we will be playing as Mia Fey and we will be taking her trial, her second trial to be exact. This is not our first trial, it's a second trial. And who is the guy in our second trial that we have to save? None other than Phoenix Wright, baby. So what happens before the trial? You arrive at the defense lobby not easily prepared, so you meet Marvin Grossberg, your mentor. In other words, Mia's mentor. He says he wanted to take the case while you mention what happened, maybe. So you meet Phoenix Wright, blind, who looks like he's having a cold. It looks like he has a cold from the rain. You promise him you'll find him in a... It'll be hard to ignore Phoenix sneezing and Grossberg's hemorrhoid comment though. Yeah, that's a thing that it happen. Phoenix constantly sneezes and Grossberg makes comments on his hemorrhoids constantly. Yeah, that is kind of crazy when you think about it. Grossberg just having the hemorrhoids, which is kind of... yeah. So, if you haven't met Grossberg before, well, you've seen him in the first game. Well, first game where... Well, in Turnabout Sisters and Turnabout Goodbye. He's related to DL6 case for anyone who wants to remember him. So Mia introduces herself to you. And her last case was about a year ago where they were haunted by that case. What happened? Well, he'll find it out in episode 5 actually. Well, episode 4 is Mia will wow, she'll... So we arrive in the courtroom with Grossberg. Our opponent is none other than our old buddy Vincent Payne. But Payne has hair this time. So, well, yeah, more hair to be exact. Well, Payne will mention that the murder victim dog Follow, a pharmacologist student at Ivy University. Again, this is hard. So Payne will present the crime photo itself. He mentioned that the students discovered the body after the crime. Phoenix walked out in a suspicious way, so he was arrested. With that, we have crime photo 1, which will be added to our court record, and we can check it out at any time. Payne will say that the dog died of an unusual death, and wants us to guess how he died. Don't know about it, but Grossberg tells us to look at the court record. It has all the information on the statement and answer questions. And when we look at the court, we are asked about the cause of Fallow's death, and we're given multiple answers or choices like we get in the... So if we check the autopsy report, we can Fallow died of confusion. So Payne will mention one vital motive. So apparently there was a bad blood between Phoenix and Doug, and there is a certain person who was causing it, and he wants us to know who that is. So Grossberg tells us that we can use the Pulse profile from our court record as well by pressing R, I believe, on keyboard. So we check and we back and forth. Anyways, when we are asked who caused the bad blood, blah blah blah. What the hell is wrong with me? I think I need some kind of treatment. Anyways, when we are asked that who caused the bad blood, go to the profile and present Dahlia Hawthorne. Dahlia was girlfriend. I never actually... That's genuinely funny to me. I don't think about it because when I think about Phoenix, I can't help but think about him with either Mia or Maya. This just makes sense. And she was with Dog apparently until 8 months. Payne will now call in of it, and Phoenix Wright will be the witness. But it was a defense. So what's happening? Well, this is 5 years ago, and our defendant is a college student covering his mouth with a mask. Also, he has cold. So Phoenix pleads that he didn't do it, and the judge will have him explain his dog. So we go into our first test. So when we move into our first testimony, says he admits he was there, but he's not the killer, and all he did was find his body. He hardly knew the guy to begin, and he never talked to that suck-up wannabe British. So, well, can press on both statement if I had to. So pressing, what is this? If anybody playing the game for the first time or listening to this game, but so we can either present or press character statement. Present means evidence. Pressing means that we can press can push them to provide us evidence. So yeah. So what we do, highlight, talks about, and press that. So we get a new statement. Always walking around back of the shirt. So that statement we put records where we take the crime photo 1. Then like he's not wearing the jacket that unique Jack sword that he was talking about on his back. Wait, it was a leather jacket. Yeah, it was a leather jacket. My bad. Anyways, yeah. So if Phoenix discovered the body, he would only be able to see the leather jacket. So it would be impossible for him to see the shirt with Union Jack on his back. Just accidentally discovered the body. So that was the first contradiction. Payne tells us that you have to prove stumble up, and Payne will consider cold killer and stop it. So Phoenix says, but how does Payne know about it? So Payne will show another crime photo in which the same brand medicine and what's more to it is that it has Phoenix's fingerprints apparently. And not only that, Dog must have suspected, so he took it from hand. So that's pretty much an ink photo. So and also have cool. So Payne will also mention Dog's wristwatch stopped working. The follower talked. So Phoenix will explain the next test. So Phoenix, the next step happened. Because the truth is that he called, I mean, by he means, so Dog was, not Dog, Phoenix was in the pharmacology department. So he agreed at 45, talked for a bit around. Later, when went back, when Phoenix went back, he found the body lying, and the fifth statement says that he been taken coke for at least last 2, and he had lost his bottle around lunchtime that day. That's in the final statement. So when we press on, talks about the pharma apartment, Phoenix will say that Phoenix said that Doug had a laboratory filled with chemicals and high voltage. I'm stuttering a lot. You know that? Just while reading a script, much harder to talk. I don't know why, but it is. So we're given a choice to ask more about in our pharmacology department and high voltage stuff. So Phoenix will tell us that the electric setup all around the building, not to mention the high voltage cables all around. This sounds like a very good information, so we keep. For now, it's just an information, but we can. And then we press on the sixth statement where Phoenix says that he was always having lunch with, has always Dolly, and Dog around at matters. Needless to say, his testimony seems dull. The judge ponders a question. So how is the matter carried out? The murder weapon has been given a choice matter. So Payne will now challenge us to show how Doug was crime photo. What is in crime? One ask. Well, if you check carefully within the first photo, you can wires hanging. You can just present the seven cable wire above the box and recall what Phoenix hype. Surprised that is completely deadly. So Payne will now know how he took it. So Phoenix's fingerprints were actually all over Dog's jacket. It is likely that Phoenix pushed him over wires. And at this point, it seems really bad because Phoenix proven with does give a testimony about when he put the victim. So in testimony, guy talking bad about Dolly. Second testimony said Emperor gave him a shot. Third testimony said at the moment some kind of loud noise. A little while after I started to say a statement. And the fifth statement is, so I went back, but he was just lying dead. So those are the 5 testimonies. So we press on to his, and he says there's a loud noise, sound is loud, and Payne presumed follow. And Doug was, and when asked, so added. And so Phoenix steps into testimony as information not ratio down on top of his umbrella. And then in crime photo 1, we have closely an umbrella, but it is nowhere near Doug's body. If he did land on his umbrella, then when he was shocked that the umbrella body, so he might be a few yards before the umbrella would wait. The umbrella will be added to our. So they have given the judge reason to give the final verdict. However, they said that there's a huge hole that has been blown against Phoenix. Anyways, Phoenix testimony added to it, and this is where Payne will give us a new that he's going to Dahlia Horton, and the judge will call and file of his during the retrial of it. Phoenix also showed Dahlia's present, which basically ends with a diamond in, and Phoenix very first met 8 years ago, where he was studying to be. So he was into her while she was downstairs in him. So Phoenix presumes that this is a symbol of their relationship, and Phoenix will last tell us that they have been dating since. So that is all the information we need from Phoenix. But we ask for they met on August 27th in the courtroom, and he yes, and that actually means that we can show him a newspaper clipping that we have in our court record. I never mentioned, but there was a newspaper clipping that was in the court record, was mentioning about 7th. So we show that, and then it gets updated. And that is basically exactly the same day a murder that happened in the courtroom. So yeah, let's talk about the second part of the trial, shall we? The Payne calls Dahlia, who claims to be a witness of Feeney, and he didn't do anything. So Dahlia will testify about what she saw. So her first testimony is her first statement in her testimony of what I witnessed is I had been planning to go back to Feeney's place after class was over. Second testimony, Feeney and Dougie, they were talking behind the building. Third statement is then suddenly Dougie got all wobbly and just collapsed. Fourth statement is that's when Feeney noticed that I was there. And the fifth statement is I went to go and find some other students and they called the authorities. At that point, Dahlia will tell us that we haven't changed it. And it means that the foreshadowing, something that will... So, when we cross-examine Dahlia, we press on Dahlia's third statement, and she says she never saw Phoenix or Doug fight. When given the option, we fiction, and we demand Dahlia to tell us the truth. We will add two new statements. It says, actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie. It didn't look like they were fighting, and there any. So here's the thing: Dahlia has just slipped up, and we can just give testimony where Phoenix testified to us that he heard a noise of snapping. So Dahlia's Feeney testified that he had heard a sound when he pushed Dog, like a loud snap. Dahlia will cover her mistake, saying that she was wearing headphones at the time of crime. She's afraid of the sound of thunder and lightning. She was listening to her headphones, therefore she didn't hear the spark. You then spot something in her testimony when given a choice. We choose there was lightning, and we tried to change the case, saying that if there was lightning, then it is possible that Doug was struck by lightning. Does that mean it was all an accident, nobody killed Doug? Well, not exactly. Payne actually counters my argument by saying that there are no lightning strikes near university, and to support the electrical wiring environment case, he presents a report from Ivy University, saying that there was a blackout at the pharmacology department at 255. On the time Doug was killed due to severed cable. It's a severed cable. The cables were very old, so the smallest bump could cause them to snap. So the student's testimony gets added to our code as well. Judge is wondering about something. What did make Doug touch the cable? When given a chance, present Phoenix Wright's profile. According to the report, there was a power outage at 5 p.m. and the autopsy says that Doug died at 3 p.m. If you look at the crime photo, Doug's umbrella is far from him, near a far pool, and if he landed on his umbrella when he fell, Doug could have landed away from the severed cable. Does someone other than Phoenix might have killed Doug? Dahlia testifies again on what she witnessed and the 7th part 2. This is the truth as Feeney pushed him to ice. First time was into electrical port, that's when the cable broke. Dougie tried his best to run from him, but Feeney caught up and crashed into him from behind. Cable snapping and Dougie being electrocuted, it all occurred in less than a minute. So, begin our cross-examination. These were our statement, and press on the first statement. And with that, we actually get an achievement. So, do that, and then we present either the student's testimony or crime photo second. I think I presented crime photo second. On the 5th statement, but Feeney caught up and crashed in from behind pops up. And we look at the wristwatch. Yeah, it was the crime photo, because student's testimony also says the same thing, and wristwatch. The crime photo says the same. So, in the crime photo, if you look at the wristwatch, then it stopped at when Doug was electrocuted. Clock says 3:05, 10 minutes after the blackout. You now come to the conclusion of who killed Doug. When given the option, present Dahlia on Torn's profile. So what was she doing in those 10 minutes between the blackout and the shock? Doug to his doom. That's what she... So just then, Phoenix interrupts. He says Dahlia wouldn't ever do something like that. He was a simp. Roseburg arrives receiving the police report concerning the death of our boyfriend. He has a boyfriend as well. Okay, that's great. So we excuse Dahlia for murdering Doug and pinning the same crime to Phoenix. Dahlia says she would never do that, and she loves Phoenix so much, she would never do that. You request Dahlia to testify on how she Phoenix, which Dahlia does. Her first statement is, I first met my darling Feeny 8 months ago. Second statement says, it's like we are destined to meet in this very courtroom basement, yada yada yada. It's weird. Third statement is the moment our eyes, oh my god, this is so cringe. My heart skipped a beat. And the fourth statement says, we have been going out ever since that fateful day. So we begin a cross-exam. Press on the second statement, what exactly she was doing in courthouse. When given a chance, on pressing, and she'll answer a new statement. I've come to this courthouse to do some research for a paper I was writing. So we present a police report on the statement. According to the report, a crime occurred 8 months ago. A fellow attorney was poisoned, and Dahlia was listed as a prime suspect. Dahlia will respond to your claim with her final testimony. So, Dahlia's testimony to the poisoning. She says, I met the lawyer who was poisoned and discussed something in the cafeteria that day. I left my seat for just a moment, and that's when it happened. From what I heard, it was liquid poison that is at just not only that, I'd heard it was a very special kind of poison. You see, I'm innocent. I wouldn't even know where to get poison like that. Hold up. You realize this. I'm gonna get back to this. So, let's begin the cross-examination. So, at the fifth statement, we present Dog Swallow's profile. The dog is a pharmacologist because he has special chemicals in his lab. Without such a chemical, Dahlia would never have acquired such poison. Dahlia will now remind us that the poison needed 2 teaspoons to be lethal. So how did she manage to contain the poison? In the article, they couldn't find a weapon, so it is probably still lost. So we need to present evidence of how she managed to hide it. So we present Phoenix Wright's profile. Both Dahlia and Phoenix met on the same day of poisoning. Dahlia knew she had to hide the poison fast. She decides to give her necklace to Phoenix, who had nothing to do with the murder. Why? Well, if you look at the bottle, it could contain a small amount of liquid, such as 2 teaspoons of poison. Dahlia gave it to Phoenix disguised as a present. Suddenly, Phoenix blurts out with an objection. The reason he is doing this is to protect Dahlia, of course, because he's madly in love with her. So we need to prove that Dahlia doesn't love him back, and she was dating him for a reason. When given choices, tell Phoenix that it was because of the necklace. Remember what Phoenix said back in the defendant's lobby. Every time they dated, Dahlia would ask to please give it back. Yeah, that was a statement I omitted earlier. I should have actually bolted on. But when they were dating, she gave the necklace to Phoenix, and then she also asked him to give it back. So yeah, that pretty much gives the sus away. Why the necklace? Why you would ask that gives the sus away? Is the necklace said poison in it, and it should be obvious that Dahlia would be called a criminal since she gave it to him, especially since Phoenix showed the present to everyone. At this point, Phoenix knocks you unconscious and attempts to run out of courtroom. So, it's time to solve the case. So we came about only to find that Phoenix took Dahlia's present, which is removed from the courtroom. Eventually, Phoenix comes back to Stan. Where's the necklace? Well, Phoenix says he ate it. How did he even do that? Well, it seems a bottle could still have a poison in it, but it doesn't apparently, because Phoenix is still alive and well, and Payne argues that the bottle would never contain any poison at all. So he thinks that we are bringing out lies because we believe in Phoenix. This has his own life to his witnesses. So it looks like our claim has been thrown into gutter. But just then, Phoenix reveals more of a conversation he had with Doug. Doug told Phoenix some poison was stolen and he thinks Dahlia could have done it. So he rushed out of the crime scene, but has gotten worried and returned. So we see Dahlia crouching next to his body. He was told from her not to tell this to anybody. But he does insist that Dahlia was innocent. Well, this actually helps us. So we explained to Dahlia's motive for stealing the poison. She took to kill someone. When asked who, it is none other than Phoenix Wright. So Dahlia knew that if Phoenix kept the poison for not too long, it would be trouble, so she had to take drastic measures, even if it means leading him to this fate. So Dahlia will now reveal her evil side, and he says that Phoenix ate a necklace, so we have no reason to doubt her, and our only evidence is now out of picture. So we have to present that evidence, and or our badge will be stripped. So to give a final proof, though, we actually present the Cold Killer X. So Cold Killer X is actually the thing that has poison in it. So either Dahlia is not so innocent because she was trying to kill Phoenix with using Cold Killer X, but Doug obviously did not want that, and so he was the one who actually took it away from Dahlia and said that she can't poison Phoenix like this. Well, we offered Dahlia still puts out some resistance, but we offer Dahlia the medicine, and well, she doesn't say that she has. She just gives up at this point. But Payne denies the medicine is poison, so we offer the medicine to Payne, and well, Payne responds by just losing his hair, literally, and that's the origin of how Payne lost all of his hairs. Well, the top half at least. Dahlia is arrested and she leaves with a smile, but the judge asks us how do we do each other. Dahlia and me how to get new. And we says nothing. It has nothing to do with this case. And well, Dahlia says it's not. Looks like it isn't over yet. But in the end, Phoenix Wright is not guilty. Holy shit! What a case. That was actually pretty good. Well, that case literally was a starting point for this series. I would say this not series, but this game, this specific game. It was a good starting point. It just passed in a way on how Phoenix and Mia met, and it also showed a lot more characteristics on Mia and how she was a rookie lawyer back in the day as well, and 5 years later she's much better than she was, and obviously she got killed by Mr. White, Red White if I remember. And well, that was one of the great parts about this case in general. Great starting point. It was a good starting point in general. And now when we move to the second case, is kind of like a back case in all of the cases that are about to show up, because like the second case called the stolen turnabout, it's a great case, don't get me wrong, but in comparison to the other cases, it kind of goes mad. This is one of those cases where Phoenix Wright, Justice for All, had this one case not related to any of the other cases that you have actually played before. This, I think the next case after this are the two cases which are just meh and doesn't like have any kind of thing going on. After all, yeah, like it doesn't have any kind of theme going on forward. Anyways, we'll move to the second, that is called none other than Stolen Turnabout. Well, this episode kicks off with a robbery. A couple of detectives, one of them should be pretty familiar to us. After all, he's a veteran of the series. They check on the safe. Apparently someone has attempted a robbery and it looks like security scared him off. Well, actually no, they didn't. The mysterious phantom thief Masked Musk has taken a valuable item. The thief flies off and disappears into the moon. Now, one might ask, what is this valuable item they are speaking about? Well, actually, let's talk about it. So, we start off with Maya announcing he and Pearl are about to hit big time. The Pearl shows a poster at us, and it looks like a sacred urn from Korean village. If you remember what is the sacred urn, it's in the previous game where Pearl puts it together, and it's actually Amy's sacred urn, but it's actually like named I am because Pearl is still young and know how to like properly spell stuff. Anyways, yeah, that's basically what it is. So we are reluctant to go with them because obviously of presence. And we get the treasure exhibition poster added to our record. So we move on to session obviously, and we feel nostalgic, and Maya says someone is waiting for us in the basement. Well, you might think who this is. None other than Adrian Andrews. Now, who is Adrian Andrews? Well, she was in the previous game as well. She called in Nickel Samurai case, which is the final case of the previous game, if I remember correctly, and it was a freaking amazing case. Okay, you guys need to play it. Anyways, yeah, if we like pan to the right side, well, if we talk to Adrian Andrews, yes, about what she's doing there and whatnot, you guys can talk to him. But if we examine to the right side, we can find Amy Faye's golden statue. Examine. After examining that, the next day, Maya arrives with terrible news. Well, Pearl turns on TV and we hear that there's been a treasure heist. The thief known as the renowned phantom thief Master Musk. Well, Maya says that it took place at Lordly Taylor and their most valuable treasure has been stolen. The sacred urn, apparently. We talk to Maya and we ask her about the sacred urn. Maya reminds us that the sacred urn was supposed to hold the spirit of Amy. Why does it say I am on it? You'll ask. Like I expel. Sacred urn obviously taken was broken in the beginning and put together by Pearl. So we ask Maya what to do, and Maya says that we as a thief. And well, we recall last year's incident as well, where Pearl accidentally broke it, but well, it is what it is. We moved to the main exhibition, and it looks like everything is the same as yesterday. We meet another familiar face, none other than Detective Dick Gumshoe himself. Yeah, Dick Gumshoe. So we asked him what happened. So apparently the sacred urn was stolen by Master Musk, and the urn was kept in the basement warehouse where an ace detective is currently investigating. So we ask about Master Musk. So the guy is Phantom Thief. Ben's calling card when he is planning a heist. Persona 5 before Persona 5? Now the trilogy is obviously for PC, released in 2015, 2016, I think so. But the game itself is pretty old. And even if it's released in 2026, Persona 5 20 as well. I don't remember actually when Persona 5 released. Let me know. Anyways, Ace Detective is the next thing we can ask about to Gumshoe, and Gumshoe will tell us that Ace Detective had investigated all 4 of Demasks' last heist. He managed to get the 4th stolen treasure back. So, calling card. Obviously, we ask about calling card as well. The picture in front is Master Mask's emblem, and so it's not revealed in public. And then we get what the picture in front, that is Damask's calling card. So basement warehouse, that's very much next. The Ace Detective will introduce himself as "Look at me." He likes to use his magnifying glass from his right hand, likes to be show off. Also, his favorite catchphrase is "worry." What does that even mean? I don't know. Okay, so let's talk to Atmi. So he's the Ace Detective. So Atmi will say that he has been on Master Musk's heel since his first heist. He once returned one of the treasures that was stolen. So we considered a jewel on Atmi's ring, and he says it's a reward. So Damask, then we ask about them, and nothing new here. It's the same old story and stuff. So we'll ask him about Night of Crime, and Atmi will reveal that he was called in 10 days before the calling card was received. He was called before the card came. That's apparently the case. It was Andrews that called in, apparently fearing something bad would happen, and it did. Others Atmi set a trap for Master Musk and waited alone without without calling help from a useless group of nincompoops. Exactly what he calls police. He is hiding in such a secret place, not even the guards notice him. He waited at the entrance when no one came through. However, the sacred urn just disappeared. How is that even possible in the first? Admi won't let us investigate, so we present him the Musk's calling card, and this will make Admi change his mind and leave. He tells us to meet him in the office. So before we do examine stuff around. So when we examine a wooden box in the floor, Maya made it contain sacred ornament. Next we examine the Shichishito on the floor, basically a sword on the floor. So we get that added up, which is apparently bent, and it was on Amy's hand, the statue apparently, but they're still lying there. And then you examine the computer, and it looks like it runs security cameras. We don't know how to bring up photos, but we do know how to print them out. So we get the security camera, which went off last night, and the camera data gets added. Finally, when we examine the statue, we'll notice something strange, and that's apparently the tails. And Ray's statue will also be updated. Anyways, we move to the hall where Detective Gumshoe apparently is. And well, there's a surprise for us. The Gumshoe gets a call, and the call says that the actual culprit is actually arrested, which is quite surprising. Like, who would just give themselves up? Okay. Anyways, we move to the detention center, and well, it's time to talk to Ron the Elite. Ron the Elite is the character that we are defending, and he's definitely not a murderer. Just look at the guy. I don't think so he's a murderer. I don't think so he's going to be a guy who's going to plan murders. What the heck? Anyways, we ask him about Master Musk, and he says he is the phantom thief, and does it matter that does that mean he stole the urn? Well, Ron makes a request to talk to Desi, and we get a new conversation added to Desi. So we talk about Sacred Urn after that, though, because Desi can wait, and Ron will say he lost it, and what does that even mean? So we ask him about how did he lose it. So Ron doesn't know where he lost it, but he was sure that he asked him. These are some weird ass conversations. We talk about Desi, and apparently Desir Delet was his wife, and she's at his hideout, which is apartment actually. Yeah, go to his hideout, which is his apartment. I'll just call it the apartment instead of hideout. We'll meet Desir Delet. So we talk to her and ask her about Ron. Desir says that Ron is deluded. She thinks the fact that Ron insisted that he stole the urn and turning himself in is just crazy for her. So we ask about Desir Delet herself. So she really likes to put some excitement in her life apparently, and she enjoys riding a motorbike in full throttle. Ron isn't the same type, but he does make up for it by making a ton of money that he receives. He spends a lot of money shopping, and Ron receives so much money because he's a security guard. Wait, what? Doesn't make any sense. Her name is Oscar about a night of crime, and Desir says she got pulled over at the time of crime. She finally got home at 3 in the morning, and she doesn't know about Ron as they weren't together when he was out. So she went home to find Ron asleep. It looks like she had an alibi. Anyways, it's obvious that she doesn't care about Ron, honestly, throughout the whole game. Anyways, we present Master Mask's profile, and Desir says that Ron is just a big fan of the Phantom Thief. I think that Ron is delusional, actually believing that he is Master Mask. So we talk about delusions, and Desir doesn't believe that Ron is actually Master Mask. He assumed the decoration is just for fandom. Well, Desir requests that we send Ron a letter she wrote for him, and do that. We go to the detention center. We should present him the Desir wrote, and it'll also be removed from the court record. So after reading it, Ron requests that we be his lawyer, and well, it doesn't matter whether you choose what you choose, as both will end up us. So after hearing will defend Ron, Pearl gets mad off. Maya following. Maya comes back and tells us that Pearl is at Wright & Co. and we move there. Pearl is there and isn't quite happy to talk. Talk to Maya about all the topics, so just understand about what happens. Pearl will apologize about early and will leave the office to look for evidence, so we move to the exhibition hall. We'll see Andrew panicking, but it's fine. We can talk about stuff. So, we talk to Andrews, and she talks about Demarc's calling card. And Andrew tried to show the calling card to the police, but Annie stopped her, which makes it suspicious, actually. Anyways, the security after that, talk about that. Andrew says that she felt that the valuable, so she polished it. She also says that she left all of the security to me 5 days ago. Again, vicious. So, after all of this, we finally decide to take us to stroll at detective agents. We ask him about Night of Crime, and Admi says that Mask to Mask's first choice was Tear of Amanon. This is gonna be interesting because this is the only important part. That's so Sacred Urn. We asked about that. Admi says that Admi shows no interest in Urn, as he thinks it's just lure him to catch his prey. And then we asked Mask's motive. So it is strange how D-Mask managed to steal the urn while the ace detective is on watch. So how did he not know? How did he not know that the thief stole him? I was kind of blinded. I don't know why. Admi stays quiet. As a result, everything turns black and appear. What is Cyclops? Please present the Magatama, and present the evidence along with it. So we choose the right answer, break it, wrong answer, or drops depending on the circumstance. So yeah, that's the thing that can happen. Anyways, we obviously present the Magatama, and we present the camera data, which according to camera data, the camera only went off once. That will say that the computer might have malfunctioned, but we suspect that he's hiding the fact that he didn't see the thief because he was unconscious. And we want proof, so we present Shito. There we go. Heart, the sword. Before the night of the crime, the sword was on a statue. The next day, he found and bent. The only explanation is that Atmi was knocked out cold, which makes the psych unlock broken. So, D-Mask's ammo, we ask him. Atmi finally admits that he was suddenly knocked out when he looked to the computer. The sword will be updated to the court record. It looks like Atmi never actually saw the thief, but Atmi shows one important evidence to us, the photo of the security camera that he took, which is definitely Mask. Anyways, the Mask's reason is what we ask. Atmi suspects that Ron had a good reason. It is in the green envelope that is currently in the room. So we go to Mask's hideout and examine the envelope, which is a blackmail letter apparently. Interesting. Anyways, here comes Larry Butts. Larry Butts is a character that is very recurring. Character in the first game, second game, and now he's here in the third game. Anyways, Larry Butts, we asked him. Oh, well, he says he's a police officer right now, security guard to be exact right now. And we ask him, he says he doesn't trust women anymore. It turns out he was dumped once again, twice apparently. And looks like he's the same old Larry. So why did he come here with us? It looks like he found a wallet during night shift. Okay, and it seems wallet. Interesting. So he asks about wallet, and Larry says he found it around 1 in the morning last night. said it wasn't weird because Ron works there. There is actually a key card inside as well. We check the key card. Present the key card to the here. We'll reveal that the key card has a serial number that gains access to CEO's office. Important point to keep in mind when we case. So now we present the blackmail letter to Larry. After an issue, we are black him. Larry will say he works at KB Security, and we ask about. Larry says it takes 30 minutes by car to reach KB Security, so it would take 1 hour to reach KB Security building back. If Ron was there at the time of crime, so he wouldn't have had enough time to steal the urn. After talking to our phone rings, and it's Pearl who says she's gotten lost, and she reveals she's at Atmy's place. Well, go to Atmy's place and there's a bag apparently. I wonder what's inside the bag. So Atmy comes back before we could check actually. He asks about tomorrow's trial, and Atmy says, will say that he'll be taking the witness's stand. Not only that, but he'll be facing the new prosecutor named Godot. Godot is and I like it. That's all I'll say. Until we get to the end. He asks identity is next thing we ask, and he says he'll be certain that death penalty, but you know that Ron is most likely not Master Mask. Wait, why would Ron deserve death penalty? I actually never paid attention to this. Now it makes sense. We'll talk about this later. Godot. Atmy will call this Godot the best prosecutor of the country. In Miles, I should acknowledge this. Interesting. So we decided to wrap things up for today. Prosecutor and this is gonna be a tough trial, but hey, it's Phoenix Wright, so yeah. So before trial, Maya arrives with the city photo, which will be added to court record. So I am not gonna talk much about what happens before trial, except for that, because that's the only evidence that we have. We have to write because this is a big case and it's gonna take some time solving the case. So Gumshoe testifies first, and again, big talk about testimony in the first thing. But I'm gonna just run through it, and I'm gonna talk more about the case itself, because I think I'll take in too long if I don't talk about our main stuff and everything, right? So this case is quite interesting, to tell you that. First case I did talk about it because it was pretty short, and I think the 30 minutes per case is quite enough for me, and these are 5 cases, so this will be about 2.5 hours long. So that's why I wanted to just take my time talking about the case. This case was pretty good actually for what it was. It is not connected to the main storyline, but it's pretty good. God damn it, it's pretty good, and I like it. So obviously, this case, our main victim has to be proven not guilty, right? And we know he isn't a Master Mask. I mean, he is Master Mask, but he isn't Master Mask that, because in the end, we don't know where the urn or that is nature is, right? So the trial starts off, Gumshoe gives evidence, and things are looking glim, but also I love Godot, I'm not gonna lie, because the guy is a coffee drinking and has the coolest music ever, because he just drinks his coffee, man. It's pretty cool to me. I love it. Anyways, it turns out that I'll just give you a brief summary of what happens, alright? It turns out that Atmy is the one who is Master Mask. And we are like, wait, what? What? Atmy was the one all along? Really? That's the case? Really? Because we prove in the end that Atmy is the one who did it, because there was literally no one else. His wife is definitely not. So we prove that Atmy is the mask and he's Urn, because his wife shows up with the bag inside which the urn is. And then our main guy's like, you're the urn. Atmy's like, where's the evidence? And then you're like, oh, fingerprints. And he's like, oh shit, fingerprints. I'm just a clown in the end who clowned hard. That's basically. And should be the end, but it isn't actually. Because it seems that if Ron was in the CEO's building at that time, there was actually a murder in the CEO's building at that time. And that's that, apparently. Oh boy, the case gets wild from there, okay? So, after investigating all things, all the newspaper clippings and stuff, and also knowing that the old hag from the previous 2 games is working there as well, it seems weird that how these characters, all of them, apparently are connected to each other in some way or other, and this case did not end with our victim being not guilty. And when I said it makes sense why Atme says, look at me, says, anyways, Atme says that, oh, I'll make sure that this guy gets death penalty. I'm pretty sure this guy gets death penalty, something like he said that. It makes sense because when you go into the fourth part of the trial, this guy gets, not the fourth part, the second trial part of the trial. Anyways, this guy gets into like crazy stuff, right? Where he's like talking about shit that happened in the previous trial. And you'll be like, wait, why is Atme in this, all of this? What does he even have? And they ask me that. Well, apparently Atme was the one who, what's his name? The security guy, head security guy, who fired none than Ron. And Ron was fired because apparently he sold out security data, which could go on thousands black market, to which he got so much money, right? But when you look about it, Atme on the other hand, well, he knew about all of this, and so he used blackmailing stuff to get into Ron's head, and all these things that he planned out, right? All of the stuff that he planned out, apparently it was all so that he could use Ron and make all the heists happen while he's the hide player, making sure that he could blackmail Ron constantly, all of this stuff, right? And on the other hand, the guy who was murdered, he actually came to know about true identity of Atme. His name is Look At Me. I brushed it off earlier. Yeah. But the guy who was like planning all this stuff came to know about Look At Me, and by the end of it, you see that Look At Me has lost it all, and he's like, wait, did I say it wrong? I think so. I said it wrong. Okay. So Atme was apparently the blackmailer. My bad. It wasn't Look At Me blackmail, but rather who was blackmailed, but he was the blackmailer. Basically blackmailed Ron, and he was like, why would he even try to like kill CEO, right? Well, it was pretty simple. I just realized something throughout all this. I was just like quietly thinking about it. Luke is just a maniac. Atme is just a maniac because he did not have anything about it. He didn't have any motive. Whoa, kind of crazy. Because I was going back and checking if he had any motives, right? Because all I could think about is Atme blackmailing Ron, and I was like, was there anything? And I was just like, no, there is nothing actually. But yeah, like Atme was blackmailing Ron, and Atme was getting blackmailed by Kevin. I think that is the best thing I could come up with, because throughout this I was just checking and it's like there really isn't anything that makes sense other than that, right? Oh well, that's it is what it is. Yeah, like it just makes him a mean, honestly, because oh well. Anyways, yeah, that was kind of a crazy case. This was one of the better cases that I have played. If not one of the best cases, it would have been one of the best cases actually, but there is so many cases that are connected to the story that are just so good to just in general have. Kind of crazy. Anyways, the case after this is even more crazy. Called Turnabout Recipe, or Recipe for Turnabout. That's what it's called. This is also a case currently of an old character, and that's none other than Maggie Bryant, which we gave in second part. It was our first case. This case is kind of crazy, and it gets very crazy, and I like it a lot. But Karen Mosky is kind of tired, so he'll be sleeping. This will be the day who will brush and won't have to think about convoluted study and stuff, right? Tired one. You might realize in the past, for the first hour of this video, it just feels like I am kind of tired. Yeah, okay, biker. Yeah, I'm pretty tired actually. It's night time by now, 1 a.m. sleep, because I'm not that good in it. Tomorrow morning though, I'll continue. You guys will get the next 3 cases. Anyways, I'll talk about episode 3, 4, 5 tomorrow. This next day, Mosky. Always won't even need to worry about it. And boom, it's the next state, and we are about to talk about episode 3. You might be asking, Well, who is the recurring character I was talking about previously? Because I'm pretty sure I was talking about a recurring character. If not, well, there's a recurring character, and that's none other than Maggie Bride, who appears in this game as well. She has basically left her job as a police officer and became a waitress. So what is this case about? Well, according to my script, it's accused of killing a computer programmer by poisoning. Maggie Bride is convicted after receiving a shoddy defense from an imposter posing as Phoenix Wright. It is not until 1 month later that Dick Gumshoe informs the real Phoenix Wright about Bride's predicament, setting a process for a do-over of the case. So, if it wasn't obvious that if the starting scene of this case is basically Phoenix Wright, getting into trouble because there was an impersonator who unfortunately gave Maggie a big, you'd say, sentence. And yeah, well, how does it start? It starts off basically about the month earlier, where a murder trial was in final stages. By the point, the judge was very sure of the facts of the case with conclusive testimony and evidence. The victim was alone at his table when he drank a cup of coffee poisoned by the defendant. The defendant denied this, claiming that there was a second man at victim's table who poisoned the coffee. Prosecutor Winston Payne, yes, Winston Payne out of all people, declared the case wrapped up, somehow finally defeating Phoenix Wright out of all people. The judge declared the defendant guilty and the court was adjourned. Now we moved a month later, and Detective Dick Gumshoe came to Wright and Co. office with a magazine saying that Wright has been trounced horribly in a poisoning case he had taken a month ago and demanded to know what happened. Wright, however, knew nothing at all about this incident and proceeded to explain to Gumshoe that the trial had probably been led by a fake Phoenix Wright. Gumshoe that demanded that Wright fix his mistake and went to request a retrial. So Wright and Maya then went to detention center to meet with the unfortunate defendant who had landed in this phony lawyer's hand. So, who was this unfortunate victim, you would ask? None other than Maggie Bride, who had 1 year previously been client of none other than our own Phoenix Wright. After explaining the current situation to her, Wright proceeded to ask about the details of her case. Maggie then had since last year became a waitress at a French restaurant called Trespian. I don't know how to pronounce it. French people, don't kill me for that. Which had been led to this whole bus. She claimed it had started with two men drinking coffee at a table. One of the men had slipped some poison into other man's cup, and after the victim died from poisoned coffee, Bride had subsequently passed out from the shock. She told them that she had never seen the victim before. Bride went to say that no one else had seen that other man either. Everyone at her trial had testified that the victim was alone at the table the entire time. She then went on to say that the police had found some incriminating evidence in her pocket, and that is none other than a bottle of poison. However, since she had passed out, the killer could have slipped the poison in her pocket while she was out, and Bride said that she had taken the coffee to two man. She had noticed a CD on a table as well, but she did not remember the title, other than the letters MC. Bride then asked about the killer, but all Bride could recall was a young Bride then showed Bride the magazine article on her trial and asked about the fake Wright who represented her. Bride said that he had met her in the detention center following her arrest and had worked up and passionate about defending her. Wright wondered how she could have failed to identify the fake, having met the real Wright before. Bride then recalled a number of strange traits that the previous Wright, the phony Wright, had, and she didn't. And she knew that Phoenix Wright didn't have. But the fake did have Wright's signature suit and hairstyle. There also apparently been uncertainty in everyone else in the courtroom, but no one had spoken up about it. Wright and Maya assured Bride that she could get a retrial and vowed to catch the fake who had gotten Wright convicted for murder. Wright told them the crime scene's location to kick off their investigation. So, first investigation, we go to Trespian, where we are greeted where we are greeted with this flowery smell and no sign of people. Wright found a sports paper stuck behind a magazine rack with doodles on it. Most notably, MC Bomber. I don't know if there's any reference to this or anything like that. Like, is this a real life reference or not? Because I know MC Hammer was a thing, and I still like his songs, so like I know that is a thing. But that's about it. I don't know if that's the reference for that MC Bomber, or maybe MC Bomber could be another reference group or something that I don't know about. Let me know in the comments down below, because I'm pretty sure a lot of things are a reference to stuff, and it's based on puns of real life and everything. So yeah, let me know about it in the comments. I don't really know what this is all about, so I'm just asking. And the number 100,000 crossed out. I assumed that the number was an amount of money, and Wright discovered that the paper was dated from the day of murder. They returned to Bride to ask Bride about the paper they found. Bride replied that the restaurant didn't get newspapers, so Maya suggested that the customer had bought it. And Wright showed Bride the MC Bomber doodle. Bride remembered this as a name she saw on the CD. He suggested that the 100,000 drawn on the paper was a down payment record for a record deal. Wright deduced that the paper had belonged to the victim. Upon returning to Trespian, they encountered an effeminate French man who introduced himself as the restaurant's owner. Seeing Maya and Wright looked fatigued, he gave Maya some bath oil and Wright some perfume. He recognized Wright from the previous trial and gave him his name, Gene Armstrong. Now, Gene Armstrong is really weird, I'll be honest with you, before I move on, because, I don't know. At first glance, you'd feel like this guy can do nothing, but, yeah, we'll get to that part. When Wright and Maya questioned Armstrong about his restaurant, the latter described the atmosphere and food as very good, in French, of course, which I'm not going to imitate, but admitted that the restaurant was not as popular as he would prefer. Now, here's the thing, right? Armstrong speaks French, but he sounds Germany. I'm not gonna lie, it does sound very Germanish. Is Germanish even a word? Germany is a word. Anyways, he added that losing Bride had left him short of labor, and he had been running alone while he was looking for replacement. Bride then asked Armstrong about the Armstrong told him about the day of the murder. The victim had suddenly fallen ill due to poison in his coffee, which Bride had taken to him. Upon leaving the kitchen, Armstrong found the victim dead and Bride passed out. Armstrong then confirmed that the victim was alone and added that the customer in the restaurant at that time, an old man, had said the same thing. Three of them then discussed Bride after going over a past job. Armstrong stated that he wasn't surprised that Bride was the main suspect in this case. When she took the coffee to the victim, something happened, but he would not say what. I asked what the motive for the prosecution had for Bride, but three cyclops appeared for Armstrong's heart. Wright automatically reached for Magatama, only to discover it had disappeared. He assumed that it was nearby, he could see the Cyclops. Wright then asked Armstrong to confirm once more that the dentist is stable. Armstrong told him that he would have asked the old man himself to find the answer and directed him to Vitamin Square. The garden, well, not really the garden's park. The park is named Vitamin Square. You get the pun. The park behind the restaurant. There they have found the old man throwing seeds at pigeons. Looking around the area, they found a Jobs magazine. On picking it up, the old man chastised them for picking up his rubbish and demanded he give it back to them. Wright declined. Wright tried to talk to the old man, but he was busy throwing seeds. And eventually, Wright deduced that he was a regular at the restaurant. Maya voiced Wright's question, but the old man responded by attacking the pigeons again. Why was he attacking the pigeons, by the way? Weird. Maya suspected that he was hiding something. Wright and Maya then headed back inside the restaurant and showed Armstrong the old man's job magazine. Armstrong took this to mean that Maya wanted to work as a waitress and hired her on the spot, taking her to his kitchen. Wright then headed to Criminal Affairs Department alone to talk to Gumshoe. Gumshoe offered Wright all the help he needed and told him the retrial had been approved with Godot as a prosecutor. Again, I love Godot as a character, and it builds well for the finale of the game. So we'll get to that when we get to that. Wright and Gumshoe talked about Bride, and Wright discovered that the victim was a computer programmer, Glenn Elg, and that he wasn't a regular customer at Trespian. Wright asked about Bride's motive, but Gumshoe was unable to help him. He told Wright that Bride was no liar, but her claim that another man was with Elg during the murder did contradict both of the testaments. Then there was the matter of the CD. Although Bride had talked about a CD, the police investigation had found it. They found a radio though, but they were explaining this contradiction. Wright showed Gumshoe the sports pic. Gumshoe seems to remember something about the name MC Bomber and asked to borrow the paper. Intended to do a handwriting analysis of the scribbles. Gumshoe has also convinced that was also convinced that Armstrong was involved in the case somehow. Wright questioned him further, but Gumshoe told him to investigate Trespian himself and tell him about anything suspicious. Wright did so and briefly encountered a girl with her head bandaged and a dark aura. He then ran into Maya, who convinced him to have something to eat at the restaurant. After briefly talking about her new job, Maya convinced Wright to order a lunch set. Wright found the price to be rather high, but Maya ordered it regardless. Upon testing the food, however, both of them quickly discovered the other reason for the restaurant's unpopularity. Maya then offered to let Wright look around the kitchen. There, Wright found this magatama and among Armstrong's aromatherapy Among Armstrong's aromatherapy oil collection, a green bottle that differed in appearance from others and wasn't oil. I suggested that they take it with them. Now, here's the thing, right? That scene was pretty funny because when they taste the food, they're like, oh, now I realize why this restaurant is not popular, because it doesn't taste good. That's the funny part. So yeah, that whole conversation at it is pretty funny, and I genuinely had a laugh over there, not gonna lie. Wright then headed out to the park alone. The old man was gone, but he saw something else that caught his eye. A pink spunk? Pink? What does that even mean? Okay, the weird language mean. A pink scooter with damaged mirrors, wheel guard, and light. He was then accosted by an extremely aggressive man with spiked hair similar to Wright's, who turned out to be on scooter's owner. The man vowed to get a group of lawyers to make Wright pay, and Wright then introduced himself. At this man, the man claimed that he was Phoenix Wright and quickly left. Wright wondered if he was a fake Wright and made a note about the scooter. The old man reappeared. He was hiding in the robbery. Now, armed with his magatama, Wright saw 3 blocks around the old man on asking again about his patronage at Trespian. He then returned to the criminal affairs, where Gumshoe told him that the handwriting analysis of the sports paper had been complete. The writing was Elg's, implying that he had taken the paper to a restaurant the day of the murder. Wright then showed Gumshoe the green bottle that he had taken from Trespian kitchen, and Gumshoe took it to analyze the content. Gumshoe then revealed that he has discovered Armstrong's secret. Because of the high cost and poor quality of the food, Trespian had never been popular, and so Armstrong has accumulated a debt of $500,000. That's a lot. Wright then returned to the park to question the old man. The old man claimed that he came to Trespian for the food, but Wright pointed out that the food was terrible and overpriced, and that no one in their right mind would eat there. The old man simply claimed that he was rich, and to him the food was cheap. However, the opposite was the case, as evident from the Jobs magazine. The old man then claimed that he went there for cappuccino and the free newspaper, but the only paper in the restaurant was a month old. The restaurant didn't have free newspapers. Wright then told the man the real reason for old man's baggy bride, or more specific, her outfit, breaking the last cycle. Old man admitted that Wright was right, and he himself as Victor Kudo, but refused to tell Wright anymore. Wright thought to bring Maya, inner waitress, for her uniform to lose tongue, but the man found her too young to be appealing. He then channeled Maya, who proved much more attractive to Kudo, prompting him to talk. Kudo told Maya that Elg had definitely died before Pride brought him. After taking a sip, he had collapsed dead. Kudo claimed to Maya that he enjoyed the restaurant very much, and then about his visits to the restaurant. Kudo said he enjoyed but wanted to be wary of. The man was an ex-con with a habit of stealing from customers and had been arrested once. Kudo then gives Wright a note about Armstrong in the form of haiku poetry. Wright thanked Maya for her help, but Maya simply expressed the channel for such a purpose. So, here's the thing. Here's a funny thing. This guy looks like, well, not Kudo, Armstrong. He looks like a guy who wouldn't do jack shit. Well, he could do jack shit with you if you are an attractive man, but if you're somebody else, it doesn't look like he would do jack shit. But then again, when you come to know that he's an ex-con and he has stolen your magatama, he's stolen some other evidence and stolen from other wealth, he turn around and you start to suspect whether Armstrong, D, I think so, that's his name. Yeah. Wright returned to Trespian, break Armstrong's cyclops and retire for the day. Armstrong offered to tell them what happened on the day of murder. He stated the lottery of scores. Elg had won $500,000 on the lottery, but after he was killed, his ticket disappeared. Prosecution in the trial claimed that this was Bride's motive for committing the murder. Wright asked Armstrong why he didn't tell him about this earlier, and then deceased that Armstrong had taken the ticket. Armstrong denied being a thief, but Wright proved him wrong with Kudos' note about Armstrong's habit. Armstrong refused to give up and demanded more proof. Wright presented his magatama, which had turned up in the kitchen. At this point, Armstrong admitted he had kleptomaniac tendencies, but he insisted he had no reason to steal $500,000 doctor. Wright then pointed out that he had a loan for exactly this amount of giving him a good reason to steal. Wright had asked Armstrong how he knew Elg had $500,000 lottery ticket. Armstrong explained that Elg had been listening to the radio with an earpiece when he suddenly let out an excited outburst. Having won the lottery, Wright asked Armstrong if he had poisoned Elg, but Armstrong claimed he had only took one of Elg's ticket. Wright reprimanded Armstrong for doing so, thereby causing Wright's arrest, but Armstrong denied taking the winning ticket. Just then, Godot appeared. He had apparently come earlier for some coffee. Godot stated that while Armstrong had stolen one of Elg's tickets, the ticket was worthless. Wright asked where the winning ticket had gone, but Godot said he would answer the question tomorrow's trial. Wright threw away Kudos' note and resolved not to let the bride suffer anymore. Whew, that was the first. Now it's time to go into the next stage. Trial began. First session of the trial, it was a time for the trial to begin, with Wright, Maya, and Maggie Bride waiting in independent lobby number 2. Bride was unhappy that no one had corroborated her story. Just then, Gumshoe burst in to check on Bride and urged her not to become too unhappy. He then told Wright to win the case or else he would try and have him arrested. He also urged Wright to expose any and all contradiction in his testimony. In the courtroom, there was a minor confusion as to whether the real Wright was defending, but Phoenix Wright insisted that he was a genuine article. Godot then stated that he intended to find out where he was facing an actual lawyer in the trial. Wright acknowledged that Godot hated him for some reason. Godot then called Dick Gumshoe to stand. Gumshoe first outlined the case, presenting the autopsy report. He then presented a floor plan of the restaurant showing Glenn Elg's possession. Oh, Glenn, not Dean. And showed how Bride had allegedly bought the poison cup of coffee. Upon taking a sip, Elg died almost immediately. At the time of crime, only Armstrong and Kudo were in the restaurant. Gumshoe then gave Elg was alone at his table when he was poisoned. It was video. Traces of potassium cyanide was found in a free coffee cup. He finished with Bride apparently having a motive. Wright pointed out that Bride's testimony differed from, but Godot maintained that her testimony conflicted with those of the witnesses. Wright suggested that the witness could have missed the other man. Wright mentioned, but Godot disapproved of this, presenting a photo of crime from Armstrong's room, clearly showing Elg's teeth. Wright asked about the poison traces. Gumshoe said that the poison was powder. Wright suggested that the poison was in some sugar, but Gumshoe replied that Elg had no sugar in his coffee. Wright then asked if Elg had drunk any coffee. Gumshoe jumped on this, but Godot told him if he had time to waste, he could present that piece. Gumshoe asked what the piece of evidence was, and Godot responded with throwing the cup of coffee on Phoenix Wright's head. It's funny because that scene will always get me no matter what. Gumshoe understood and presented Elg's coffee. There was a coffee stain on the cup, proving that Elg had drunk from it. Furthermore, the only prints on the cup were those of Bride and Elg. Bride then asked about Bride's motive. Gumshoe believed it has been exaggerated, but Godot warned that it would have always called another witness. And Gumshoe didn't keep to the facts. Gumshoe said that Bride's motive had apparently been $500,000 ticket. It had gone missing from the crime scene. Bride declared that the missing ticket did not implicate fine, but Godot then presented the ticket which has been found on Bride. The judge then announced that the case once again seemed clear to him. Bride had an opportunity to commit the crime. There was strong evidence suggesting that she had done it, and $500 lottery ticket is a credible motive. Godot then announced to wrap the case with one final piece of evidence. That is none other than Bride's apron, which she was wearing at the time of crime. It had coffee and a red substance spilled on it. Poison had been found in a pocket, and with only Bride's fingerprint on it. Oddly, Godot seemed to notice the coffee stain on the apron. The judge inquired about the red substance, believing it to be bloodstain, but Godot claimed that wasn't one. Bride began to wonder why Godot couldn't see something as obvious as stain, but paid it no big deal. When Gumshoe stated that the stain was just ketchup. The judge asked Gumshoe to testify for the crime scene. Kudo had reported that crime at 2:55 p.m. Bride had been found passed from the shock. Elg had no identification in it, but the police were able to figure out who it was quickly. Bride was searched and a lottery ticket and poison were found on her. Wright asked how the police had identified Elgd. Gumshoe explained that he had a prescription bag with him, which police had used to discover his identity. Wright asked about the medicine, but Gumshoe said the bag was empty. Other gunfishers testified. What did I just say? Gumfish? Other Gumshoe testified that nothing else was missing from the scene of the crime. Wright presented the prescription bag and asked Gumshoe if the officers recovered the medicine from the crime scene later. Gumshoe seemed happy the Wright had finally found a contradiction in his system, saying that Wright was too answered with no. The judge said the prescription bag wasn't mentioned in the last trial, and Gumshoe happily said that he must have been careless. Wright then claimed that the medicine in the bag then must have been the lethal poison itself. The judge ordered to code up with his gavel and asked Godot about his opinion. It seemed to then ask Wright to read the prescription bag. Wright read the name. New Year Clinic. Yeah, no, I can't read that. The judge asked what kind of illness was that. Godot said it wasn't hardly an illness but rather a bitter war wound. He explained that the day before the crime, the victim found himself in a fight, taken a blow to the side of his head and ruptured his eardrum. And the medicine he was given was a cream that was to be applied topically inside his ear canal and not tested. But it also said that it was mentioned in the fine print of autopsy report that they found traces of the medication in the victim's ear. It proved that the victim had applied his medication at Tresbian. The judge said that the medication was irrelevant to the case after all, but Wright made a quick move and said that if the victim had applied his medication at Tresbian, then the medicine should have been found at a restaurant. The judge then asked Godot if he had any other witnesses to testify. Godot, who seemed to have lost his cool now, didn't reply, but Gumshoe said that they had Victor Kudo ready to testify as witness. The judge declared that the court would adjourn for 10 minutes and they got the next witness. So, recess. What is a recess for some reason? In the recess, Maya said that they're really close to failing and Phoenix Wright agreed as well. Wright came in and said that he couldn't believe Detective Gumshoe and that she couldn't believe, not he, couldn't believe Detective Gumshoe and how he betrayed them like that after he said he would help. He set her up. Wright tried to say that Gumshoe didn't mean to do that and he had his job to do as a detective, but Wright didn't want to hear it and said that he had gotten used to betrayal and lie, but this time it really hurt her. He said hated Gumshoe and didn't want to see him again. Oh boy, Gumshoe's time of his life. Anyways, we are into the second session of the trial. The trial resumed and Godot called the next witness, Victor Kudo. Kudo took the stand and told him his name. Talking about honor. Wright told Kudo that they only need his occupation. Kudo said he was from a family of kimono embroiderer, this kimono maker, and had worked at a burger joint, that he was currently unemployed. After being asked for his testify, Kudo testified that he had witnessed what he had witnessed. English is a hard language, boys. He said that the victim was reading a sports paper. Then the serving girl brought him a Java Kino after putting something in it. The victim took one sip and it collapsed. Then he claimed that the waitress that gave him the coffee was Bride. Defendant Wright asked Kudo to tell them more about the something that the waitress had put in the coffee. Kudo said that he had seen her putting white powder in the coffee for sure. Wright demanded that he had add that to the testimony. Wright then asked Kudo how he was sure the defendant was the one who put the white powder in the coffee, if he remembered something about her feature, saying that it was not enough for him to just remember the outfit. Kudo said that he remembered the other feature. The judge asked him to add it to his testimony. Kudo testified there was a ribbon in her hair and her apron caps were loose. Wright pressed him, said that he hadn't told her about the face. Kudo said that if the witness remembered the ribbon, then he should remember the face. Wright pressed further and said the features Kudo was describing were things people would see from the back. Wright then said Kudo had never seen the waitress from the front. Kudo denied it. The judge then asked Kudo to add what he saw from the front. Kudo testified there had been nothing that had caught his interest about her from the front. Wright revealed Kudo the ketchup-stained apron and asked if he had ever seen it before. Kudo answered that he didn't. He would have not forgotten something this as dirty as that. Wright then told him that this apron was the apron worn by the defendant in the day of the poisoning. That Kudo had never seen the waitress in front of him or would have recognized the apron. Kudo said it didn't change things since Bride was the only waitress there that day and Kudo saw the waitress putting the poison in. He asked Kudo to testify what he remembered about the victim. a test of Kudo's memory. Kudo testified the victim was wearing a broken pair of spectacles. He had a newspaper in his right hand and was also listening to the wireless radio. Servingel bought him the Java Kino, which the victim then picked up with his cup with his right hand. With his free hand. Wright raised an objection regarding coffee cup. He said that Elg was holding a piece of paper with his right hand while drinking with his free hand, which made it his left. Due to the marks left by Elg's lips, it is indicated that he drunk it with his right hand. Kudo insisted the victim had drunk coffee with his left hand and asked to testify more. The judge refused, but could not agree to hear more. Kudo testified that the victim had been hearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs, that he kept fiddling with it all the time. Kudo insisted that the victim had used the same hand to pick up the coffee cup. The judge had then asked about the strange eyewear that the victim. Kudo explained the eyepiece Elg was wearing was actually HMD, a small computer monitor used at work. Wright pointed out there was something really wrong about what Kudo just described. As revealed in court earlier, Elg had ruptured his left eardrum by his prescription, which meant the witness had seen the victim placing a earpiece over an ear with which he could not hear. Oh my god, so many ears. Woohoo! Combined with the previous contradiction regarding the coffee cup and only seeing the criminal with a bag, Kudo's testimony was useless. It looked like Phoenix had proven Kudo's memory to be short and completely unreliable, a fact that made Kudo frustrated. The judge decided to adjourn the court for a day, however Kudo getting an ungiven it. He wanted one more chance to prove himself. He was allowed to testify once. Kudo stated that he wanted to stress that this might be nothing as he wasn't sure about himself. The young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took a sip of Chavacchino. He knocked the vase on his table right over, breaking it, getting a strip of cloth covering the table completely soaked. Wright pointed out that on the crime scene, the vase was still intact on Elk's table. Couldn't remember the vase was on his table as he was the one who had knocked it over when he was startled upon seeing the victim collapse. He asked one more time for testimony, but the judge had the bailiff escort him from the courtroom. The judge announced that there would be more investigations into what happened that day, and the recent witness insisted on providing copies of his latest testimony. With that, he ended another. Holy shit, this is one long case because we're going to go into investigation part 2 of the case. Phoenix Wright and Maya Fay entered Wright and Co. office when Phoenix asked Maya what she thought and decided to go to Maggie Bride and investigate Kudo's testimony. Wright and Maya went to Criminal Affairs Department where Gumshoe wasn't there. Everyone seemed to strange atmosphere. They then went to the detention center to talk to Brown, but questions that it was later. Wright and Maya went beyond. They found Gumshoe was listening to the radio. He said Bartad and he was betting on something. Wright talked to him about his trial and Bride. After Maya told him what Bride said, Gumshoe said sad about it and started banging his head to the wall. Bride then asked him about the lunch special he was having. Gumshoe said it tasted really bad and he hardly even had enough money to buy it, but he hiding something. Bride then asked about the radio he was listening to. Gumshoe claimed that it was an exercise program and looked nervous, which made a psych-lock appear. Gumshoe didn't want to tell what he was listening to. Wright presented victim's lottery. He was obviously listening to winning lottery numbers, wanting to win the lottery. Didn't get it. Psych-lock was broken and Wright asked Gumshoe about the radio kit. Latter admitted that he had been listening to the lottery. Gumshoe told Wright that Elg worked in a place called Blue Screens Inc. Again gave Wright directions to after going to Blue Screens Inc., Wright and Maya were greeted by a woman who introduced herself as Lisa Bassell, the company director. She allowed Wright and Maya to examine Elg's desk. Wright found some papers on the floor, all of which looked like losing horse tickets. He noticed Elg's calendar on his desk and Maya pointed out that December 3, the day of murder, was marked character saying meeting with the tiger. Wright then said, asked Bassell about Elg. She told that he was a genius, but 3 psych-locks appeared. Wright then went back to Trespian's kitchen and Maya saw Armstrong talking with a creepy girl Wright had seen on the previous day. It looked like Armstrong had promised her not to talk to anyone and she threatening him to say how much about to fire. He then took her leave. Wright asked Armstrong about the woman, but Armstrong didn't want to talk about it. Wright showed him the loan contract. Armstrong said that he needed a lot of money to pay his loan. He kept harassing him before he finally gave in. He had no choice but to help them. Wright asked about the woman. Armstrong revealed she works at a loan bank called Tender Lender, from which he had borrowed $500,000. Wright asked about Tender Lender. Armstrong said the owner was known as a tiger, and that he had spiky hair just like Wright. Wright and Maya assumed they were close to finding the Wright's phony. Armstrong said Tender Lender was beyond Whithaven Square. Then Then the duo then went to the lender, find the same woman they had seen earlier. Here they came across evidence that changed the course of the case dramatically. An exact replica of Wright's blue coat and a fake attorney's badge. Convinced the two that the tiger was a fake lawyer. They also found a copy of MC Bomber disc. Just then, an enraged Furio Tiger, Tigre, confronted the two, accusing them livid of knocking over his ashtray. But when the woman who Tiger addressed as Violetta admitted to do, he immediately softened up and left. While conversing with Violetta, she said Tigre had saved life for Cyclops. Wright and Maya met Kudo again. He acknowledged that there was a period of time he had been out of the restaurant. Could Armstrong and the killer have done some stuff? A conversation in Bride made them more suspicious since she said that she was actually another customer in the restaurant. A woman she described as having a captain life like Violetta. Wright talked to Crumshaw at the criminal affairs department. He said the MC Bomber disc that they found was a high potential computer virus that, due to its destructive nature, could sell millions on the black market, and that this mysterious Violetta woman is actually Viola Cadeverini. Shit, that's her name. The granddaughter of Bruto Cadeverini. I'm not taking a last name again. The head of the most powerful and dangerous family in the city. Knowing that this virus was a high-value asset and that Grand Elk was desperate for money, Wright also able to unlock Lisa Basil's Cyclops, confirming that Elk owned Tiger a debt of $1,000. After unlocking Viola's Cyclops, Wright, her head bandage was resolved in another accident several months prior. The Tiger was the cause of the accident when he had crashed his Viola's car. In order to protect himself from Viola's terrifying grandfather, Tiger had agreed to pay her $1 billion operation. Viola gave Wright her medical paper. At this point, Wright deduced that Tiger was a poisoner and a traitor and was determined to stop him. He went to Tresbian where he found Tiger and Armstrong. Proving that Armstrong was aligned with Tiger somehow, Tiger demanded Wright to return Viola's medical paper to him. Wright's official got him punished as Tiger was about to flee the scene with his own paper. She barged in and was able to save Wright and the papers. Wright is now up for an intense courtroom battle next day. Next day, in the lobby again, as Wright and Maya spoke with the bride about the case, Kamsha entered the defendant lobby with some good news. The green bottle found at Tresbian contained medicine for use on first, meaning it was Elk's missing prescription. As for the fingerprints on the bottle, there had been a screw up on the sono and been done on it. Why would they up? I don't know. And aren't you guys professional? Anyways, the trial begins. The retrial of Bride resumed, with the judge asking if there were inconsistencies between Kudo's description of the victim and the actual crime scene could be resolved. Burke claimed that this next system Armstrong would be able to clarify everything. Armstrong testified that on the day of the crime, he was experimenting with the decor of the restaurant, and this included a large mirror between tables. Kudo could have actually seen the crime by looking at the mirror. Wright pointed that if that were the case, Elk would have to wear HMD over his right eye in order for it to be over the left eye in the mirror and fit with Kudo's testimony. HMD should appear in his right eye in the mirror and not his left eye. Kudo objected to the arguments and the HMD left an impression on ended up the social therapist. Armstrong asked to speak more about the mirror. Armstrong the mirror was placed in the middle of the restaurant, so in order to see the Kudo must have been sitting next to Elks. After the incident, Armstrong had to move the mirror away from the Wright stated that this contradicted Kudo's testimony that he had knocked over a vase on his table. This crime scene in the photo depicted Elk's table and a table. The vase was seen still standing. Either Armstrong had lied about not moving anything else, or there had been with Kudo actually sitting across from Elk. Her explanation completely shot down. The judge asked what authorities was testimony. Wright suggested Kudo had actually witnessed someone pretending to be Elk getting poisoned. The poster had made a mistake by putting the earpiece over on the wrong ear. The reason for this act was to have Kudo see the waitress put poison in coffee, so Wright was a culprit. Kudo pointed out that if some sort of setup played out at Tresbian, Jeff should have witnessed it. The judge requested that Armstrong tell the court what actually happened that day. Armstrong claimed that the victim had entered the restaurant later. At the time, there had been no customer. Elk had yelled in joy of winning the lottery, which has followed by him getting poisoned. 5 minutes later, Armstrong insisted there had been no setup of any past Kudo arrived. Armstrong stated around 2 to 5 p.m. Wright revealed to the court that the billionaire radio show busted. Elk could have been less 20, meaning the Elk that witnessed the real challenge rights are what had rights suggested Elk's body. Armstrong confessed that he had been fired, and how Armstrong was Tiger and how Armstrong backed the balloon he had Pendleton. Armstrong admitted that Tiger had met the victim at Traspian that depths. Here's the why Elk had that he was to hide Elk and Bride, and the judge declared Tiger government has witnessed. But it amount time recover, they would have to hear further injected by saying Tiger in the community working. So during recess, Wright asked Jamshu to footprints on the totally gob back. Superior Tiger finally made started things off by saying he was busy for elected Alexander Tiger. Tiger denied it. Right object from the restaurant. Tiger going to his real. Tiger admitted to having gone to the restaurant, but still didn't. And Tiger said he was supposed to meet Elk there, but he was already dead by the time, and that he never actually gone inside the restaurant. Wright said that there was a partition in his view from the end, or he wouldn't have been able to see Elk's body. Wright also said that the importer Elk had Kudo had seen was in fact Tiger, but Kudo pointed out that Kudo had seen the waitress sprinkle in the so if Elk Kudo saw was an imposter, that means that the waitress was an imposter. Wright answered that the waitress must have been Viola. I'm not going to say the surname. No. Tiger admitted to meeting with Glenn Elk, but poisoning him. Tiger said he was after the $100,000 that Elk. But Wright said that he was actually after MC Bomber wire was saved for Viola. Phoenix Wright explained what happened. A Fury Tiger had Viola in a car accident surgery gave her life. It had a cost of $1 million, and since Viola was a daughter of a sinister mob boss, Bruto Kada, Tiger's life was in. He had called it own need for corporate. However, Elk had won the lottery debt, but not Tiger's. Desperate, Tiger had to kill him, stolen the bomber, and Tiger, along with Armstrong, big crime. Wright then showed the court Tiger's prize previous, put it into Tiger had Elk. Judge siding with the prosecution, Wright did not have a right was 101. Judge ended Tiger's cross-examination. At that moment, Gumshoe Wright with fingerprint results from this bottle. During another Gumshoe, Wright knew that not bottle only containing presented the ball's potassium cyanide, poison that had killed Glenn L. Tiger laughed loudly at the crowd and made a sudden hush fell over the courtroom at this point. I love this scene, honestly. Tiger, oblivious to what he just said, what he said to break silence. Wright pointed out that Tiger had just grabbed a bottle of poison, something he should have not known he had been the realizing what he had. Tiger shouted the lights shattered. During the blackout, Godot's mask was shown to him in three glowing red lights. Finding himself up off cop onto Wright's head, the lights turned back on. The judge stated that entire orgy tried before handing down not guilty verdict. Ooh, let me just tell you, this case is amazing. Let me just tell you aftermath and then but back to what Maggie Bride was overjoyed to have her name cleared up. Although Wright tried to tell her that it's Gumshoe, Bride was still mad about him testifying. How Phoenix gave her happily. Oh my god, that was like seriously, it's a crazy case. I love this case so much. This was so much different from the previous cases that we had. That's what I'm going to say about the next cases as well. The next case especially is a heavy case that I want to talk about, and we'll talk about right now. The turnabout beginnings, the rules that is other than the your trial is also the I don't think so. I might anyway. Let's get to it. So a scene of a confrontation across a rage. Also, this case I really hate because this case I had no choice. I'll be the IU chapter on trilogy because my file got corrupted. What happened was, so my game was saving, power cut caused the game to have corrupt. I had to. What? Fine. You know what? I'm not gonna play 4 chapters. I'll just unlock because it's fun to play once in a while, but not fun to play of time that you're playing the game. So yeah, this chapter off. Anyways, a scene of confrontation is shown. Uncle threatening the holding. One point, sound of a gunshot is then heard. Phoenix Wright is then shown in the hospital bedroom. Very first case, very clever first class, charged with a salary. Now, if you heard the name Hawthorne, yes, in the Dahlia Hawthorne, but if you remember right, was but there was something strange that happened. Anyways, we're gonna talk about the trial. Conversation. What happened? Defendant lobby. Faye was met with her client. insisted that he had been convicted at 5 years. 2 days previously, he had been escaped from a police van when that crash. In the interval of 8 hours that it had taken to reach police film, Falls admitted that she escaped and that he never Falls told Faye when then Diego Armando, a lawyer who worked along. This Diego Armando, at one case, Faye was surprised. Co-counsel Marvin Grossberg paid and reflected although every side except the child, believing that her client was crime which he had been accused. I mean, he looks dangerous, but my dude was like crying and shit. I don't think he did anything. Prosecuting attorney turned out to be Miles Edgewood. Also in his first. Okay, so it is Miles. His opening statement, he calls for he had been sent to extortion. His victim had only been 14 years more into rape. The subsequent trial had been very long, decisive evidence. The testimony of an eyewitness, Detective Valerie Fortune, captured as the victim in the current murder trial. The testimony had ultimately decided Falls guilty for a murder. The judge was ready to declare a word by Faye. He wanted to hear more of the testimony. Detective Jamshu was called to explain that he was the home detective and had managed half a year. He revealed Fortune had stabbed in the back with the cause of the blood loss. The scene of the crime was dusky, where Falls had ripped him. After he had stabbed her, it had been initially Fortune actually bridge itself. Judged at the blood was found. However, the judge then ordered Gumptious state Fortune now asking. This could be proven by the fact that she had left her desk 4:30 p.m. during for identification and that bridge. Gumptious held a special stay the same bridge first crime. Gumptious then went on to explain that Falls had starved from a couple that he had then used travel to escape after murder Fortune. He had used a photograph of a trunk was being discovered still in the back. But this could not be as it revealed in front of her. A reason Falls had gotten what she also noticed that our Edgewood was already found his car presented in. Although the scarf was not exactly Edgewood that put evidence, Falls and Fortune had husky. In addition, he actually was heard during Gumptious next had surprised the judge inquired by the witness. Gumptious replied how the witness Falls had pushed scarves and Gumptious went to the light drizzle that had occurred on that. It was not exactly clear to see what the Fortune had been wearing at that. Edgewood used the scarf had not been. However, Faye argued that Fortune had. For the crimes, Edgewood the surface of the bridge. Edgewood finally admitted that there were only Faye began to understand or was a chance. The judge agreed with the force. He had made photos of wildfire. Wildfire? Okay, I guess wildfire. I wanted to say wildflowers because that's what's written here, but I said wildfire. That works as well. When she had happened to see Falls and the Hawthorne standing on the they had suddenly begun to fight, and that was when she had taken the photograph before going to phone. They immediately saw the flaw in a test. The photo that she had taken only showed Falls and Hawthorne facing each other fighting. Foster then claimed that although she had seen them fighting, her camera had run out of film for being able to take the picture. Last picture taken, Edge stated that he had already checked the camera and verified this. All the photos were the one admitted evidence was shots of Foster among flowers. They wondered who had actually captured the shots, the photos of Foster's camera contained an timer that she could set. The judge ordered the testimony to continue and testify that after the fight, but he had chased her and stabbed after about 10 years. Favor is another object asking that it is impossible for Horton to turn around and run because had been collapsed at which Horton landing. However, Edgewood informed the court that the map had been created. The bridge was very old, quite possibly after Falls had carried out the murder. The bridge might have not broken at the Foster's foot. Also inconclusive state of the bridge was Foster wrong. Foster continued that after stabbing, Falls had picked presumably to cover up. They argued that of the body, Falls had already allegedly once before, but throwing it river. No need for the killer to move the body to Edgewood replied that the body had been found in the trunk of the car nonetheless. Foster's testimony. Next, Foster testified Falls had broken in face of multiple discrepancy statement from where Foster had claimed standing. She could never have been able to the car. The high outcropping of rock was directly in the diagram of Falls with Edgewood attempting to attribute traps in the and the traps had which Foster claimed judge agreed. At this point, however, Armando asked Foster how she knew the trunk had broken in. This was definitely not a fact that had a reply that she had been scratch marked. Checking the photo on the corpse, the judge take scratch marks mentioned. Easily counted had not been able to tell from where she scratch marks on the locked trunk. She had placed the body in the trunk. They pushed onto this theory. Foster was the real murderer. He had forced the trunk open in order to hide the body with it. Since the car had been stolen, but was a red light. While it was at red light, Falls already had the possession of the. There would have no been for him to have broken into the car. Edgewood and then reminded if time of it had been taken, it would not have been possible for her to commit. We, however, remember that the camera had timer. It could easily have been set up for her to take a photo of Falls and Horn being there. Edgewood asked whether Faye was implying that Foster had been. He replied in affirmative, and I grabbed the Valerie Horton, who Falls was analyst. He pressed on and stated that Foster had already killed Horton, but Foster had the proceeded disguise or Horton, Falls as proven earlier by Scott. Falls had forgotten Horton's and had Foster as an identification. Falls had asked talk of the Falls, Faye and Armand, wondering if the judge decided to call defensive prosecution covered. So, and then Faye met her was now confident could Foster was. However, Faye still had solid motive and suggested that they try and find out more about Foster as well as the incident that Falls by fear. Then the question Falls by his girlfriend Dahlia Hawthorne, which is very weird because that means that Falls is a pedophile technically. Just what 25 years old, and Dahlia Hawthorne 14 5 years. She was 14. Yes, kinda. Yeah. Dahlia and Valerie were both daughters to rich jeweler. And Falls had come. Falls would pretend to get Dahlia and dollars ransom. Exchange with Valerie and Simon. The three would split the money. However, at Dusky Bridge, Valerie had betrayed Falls, but Dahlia had proceeded to. When he had come to, Falls had died and 5 years he had won by Valerie died, and when he had found out she find her wife. This is why he called her rude. But had forgotten what she come out and proceeded to ask what happened to Falls. Is not know had been Dahlia's black pen for her body nor diamond had recovered. Possession, Edward and Foster challenged Faye and just saying that she had been out of control. It's possible for Valerie Horton and Falls. Lord, whatever. He was so thankful that scarf on it. At this, Faye presented Foster's scarf was not white at all. It was surprising that fight. Proceeded. He concluded that even was considered top secret evidence that its in contents publicly. Foster had known exactly what a note had said. Pressing for Faye declared that two of the three Falls and Valerie Horton had one person was in person's identified Dahlia. Edgewood commented that Faye's Terry Falls had been of Horton years ago, but Faye was declared that Dahlia Horton but had simple identity. Edgewood, however, had known Foster had chosen because he had decided to lament Faye with some help from argued that Dahlia's book and produced the note Dahlia had written. He had planned to tell what happened on the bridge 5 years ago. In order to prevent Dahlia, Faye demanded that Horton testify about within 5 years ago. Surely to the court killing for Dahlia testified. Falls had Faye argued possible if he had really pushed her bedrock. Edgewood suggested Horton higher back bridge and the 40 feet. A relatively small point Edgewood Dahlia had fallen from the side of the back end. However, Faye was full of confidence with him. Both taken by Dahlia 5-foot high wires on both Falls also could not up and throw Dahlia off. He had been shot in a right gun had concluded Dahlia had left the eventually determined to keep all the money diamond for. However, it was not only Dahlia. Sister had also, however, Valerie had left dead for a crime and for 5 years she finally told that had more balance of Dahlia then spoke up. There was any political claims that it would have been impossible to, but after suggestion by Armand case, his testimony of the post Valerie's 10 years old, very false. Once on the stand, he is convinced Valerie, Judge Valerie or Dahlia that our Falls seems to concentrate focus entirely on Dahlia. He asked if Dahlia had betrayed Dahlia was something. He finished by stating that her life was in. The judge again asked him to testify. Falls having no water. Armand Falls testified that he had met an accusation to Dahlia. He also claimed that Faye exposed that this is lighting the bridge foot. The person who had arrived for was at the Falls that admitted arrived but left the scene near 10-15 minutes. Falls for 5 years ago. Dahlia had loved each other and they concluded time gap would at this point Falls began to cough up blood. They explained that as part of promise that he and Dahlia had that if one had faith in other bottle of placed admit that faith in Dahlia had so he drunk the poison from Edgewood demanded trial be blanket Armand. Falls slumped over while Dahlia smiled. Faye recounted that trial had so suddenly and tragically but all that of a young prosecutor. So a wound only one person Armando throughout the trial had common collect. Tried to count add on. Faye blamed Armando told Ripon his coffee mug scattered and I also talk about the after going through the record of Falls' trial had commented that no matter how tough the case, how bitter the memories, over time they would always fade until filed and forgotten. Recall that 1 year after that case, he had found Dahlia Horton and had only been that he had paid for a crime. Dahlia also held a perfectly angelic smile when she had been convicted. 25 years since the encounter with Dahlia had happened recently. That had made him back to the he had thought about back then that it was all over, but I've never been more. This case, alright, it's an amazing. Oh boy. Okay, I wanted to talk about this case anyways. What makes this case special? It's just the fact that Dahlia is such a menacing villain. Like, yeah, we had Manfred Karma as a main villain. We also had the guy, the nickel samurai guy, as right. We had these villains in the previous game, but nothing came close to Dahlia because she was pretty good as a villain, honestly. But she's first chapter player as Mia. You see her again for the second time, and you are like, oh, okay, Mia lost her first case, and she couldn't defend somebody, but you never knew that the first case victim died. Terry Falls just comes out of nowhere because first case says that the victim is a prosecutor. The one she killed was a prosecutor. I'm like, wait, what? Why did the guy in the stand die then? It's so weird because I don't know what does that mean that Armando was the one who had killed? I don't know. We'll only know in the next episode because the next episode is we're gonna talk about it. This is most probably my favorite one out of all the episodes that I've played so far. Literally all of them. So yeah, this is also the longest I think out of all of them. So yeah, let's talk about episode 5. This is the next episode. Bridge to Turnabout. Get ready. Long ride. This one is a long ride. And when I say it's a long ride, it's super long. Oh boy. It's a big case. I'll try to make it as short as it's a big case. We're gonna take an hour to just explain what happens. So, Faye and Maya Faye showed Phoenix an article from Occult magazine. Yes, that's what it's called. Exclamatory magazine. It featured Hazakura Temple and asked him Maya planned to train her spirit channeling by using the temple's special core. Wright at first flatly refused, then he saw someone who was identical to none other than Dahlia Horton, who was serving a prison sentence for past crimes. Baffled, Wright suddenly explained them, if only to uncover the mystery behind this woman's. The next day, upon arriving, Bikini, that's the name of the head nun, Bikini, welcomed the trio. In the main hall, they met children's book author Ellis Euxnem, who seems oddly familiar. Well, we'll get to that. Who happened to be Pearl's favorite author. Pearl was overjoyed to meet her idol and was even more so when the author invited her to read picture book together at night. Checking out the mountains, various local Wright met and had our own buddy Larry Botts, claimed to have become an apprentice of Euxnem and had even changed his name to Loris Euxnem. Just Larry thing. Wright and Maya then braved the old dusky bridge to visit the inn. There they found an old school picture of Misty Maya's mother and the mouse brain channeling. Then met the other temple nun, Iris. With both Wright and Iris openly shocked each other, Iris left to prepare dinner for dinner at the main hall consisted of roast chicken, gravy, and mashed potatoes. Just before heading off to the inner temple with Maya for her special course training, Bikini requested that Iris ring the bell at 10 p.m. As Wright began to slowly drift asleep, he felt the need to go to the bathroom. He met Euxnem on the way, who asked him if he had seen. He told Wright that Pearl hadn't come to read with her and was missing, and then headed out to find her. Wright then met Iris in the main hall and tried to take opportunity to ask a few questions. Iris excused herself to ring the bells and bade Wright a good night, giving her hood as a gift. Wright wondered how Iris said good night only for 5 Cyclops to appear guarding his. Now, I'll mention this is the only chapter in which some of the Cyclops don't get broken. But yeah. At 11:06 p.m. in this room, Wright heard a scream. Rushing outside to the courtyard, he saw Ellis Euxnem's body, which had been stabbed with that sword, the sword that we had seen in the earlier chapters. The one that the Amy statue was holding. In his haste, he stepped on Bikini's stomach, waking her. Said she had screamed and passed out from the side of the body. Although Bikini told him call the police. Wright had not brought his cell phone with him, forcing him to go to the phone near Dusky Bridge. Upon arriving at the bridge at 11:80, Wright saw that it was ablaze. Seeing Butts, Wright told him to call the police about the murder, and fearfully that killer may have escaped to the inner temple where Maya was alone. Wright started to cross the burning bridge. However, it gave beneath his, plunging him into the icy sky and fast-flowing river. Meanwhile, Miles Edgewood, who was abroad at that time, got a phone call from Butts at late night. Butts frantically told him that Wright's life was in danger and that he might already be dead. Edgewood assured his childhood friend that he would come soon as he could, and immediately chartered a private jet to come to see his friend's aid. 2 days later, Edgewood arrived after by afternoon. He told Butts that he had found everything currently known about the case and visited Wright in the hospital. Wright and Bikini had found Duke's body in the yard, and Iris was the suspect. Wright would need about 2 days of bed rest, and so he had given Edgewood his attorney's badge at Magatama, implying that he wanted Edgewood to defend Iris in his stead. Butts assured him that no one in the court would notice anything peculiar. Someone else had recently fooled the court with a fake proper badge. So the investigation begins at the detention center, where Edgewood questions Iris on the events leading up to the board. Although he had that they had met somewhere before, told him that it must have just be his imagination. She told her acting attorney that had rung the temple's light out bell at 10 p.m. but had later returned to her room instead of going to the temple's waiting hall because she was frightened. When Iris was pressed about this, 2 Cyclops appeared, marking Edgewood's first experience. Before leaving, Edgewood asked Iris if Wright, saying that she seemed very concerned about her. Iris confessed that she had met Wright 5 years. He had deceived him and decided that it was best if he ever saw her. Edgewood agreed to defend Iris in the court on the condition that she told Wright that after the case was over. Edgewood went to Eagle Mountain and met to Gumshoe at Dusky Bridge. Gumshoe told him that the bridge had caught fire, being struck by lightning, and gave a weather report showing exact time that this had occurred. Edgewood in return told about suspicions that he had seen Iris, but Gumshoe said the police had done a database search for fingerprints and found nothing. Nothing was known about Elise Duke's background. As for the crime, it had been witnessed by the temple's leading to Iris's arrest. Gumshoe gave Edgewood the victim's autopsy report, which placed the time of death between 10 p.m. The body was also covered in blood, indicating it had fallen about 10 feet. At the gate of Harakusa temple, Edgewood met Butts again and asked him what he was doing on the night of crime. Butts said he didn't remember, but 3 Cyclops appeared. Inside the temple, Edgewood asked Sister Bikini about the night of crime. After dinner, she had left at 9 p.m. to take Maya to the inn for training. There she had met Iris because of her bad back. Bikini had returned to Harakusa temple for a bath, and at around 11 p.m. saw Iris stabbing Duke's name with that sword in the temple courtyard. Maya was now, yes, I said that sword, I'm not saying that name, it's hard. Maya was now trapped on the other side due to the bridge burning out, and Pearl, who had last been seen with Duke's name, had been missing since the last night of murder. Edgewood found a letter addressed to Iris near the altar, telling her to be at Heavenly Hall at 10 p.m. or else a secret would be exposed. So you also will notice that there are Cyclops appearing everywhere, and like I said, some of the Cyclops won't be involved. Edgewood then returned to detention, believing the letter was the reason Iris was frightened. He deduced that the person she didn't want her secret revealed to was Fright, breaking a Cyclops. He went to Heavenly Hall next to look for a mysterious black mirror there. Butts said that he had been in his room at Hazakura Temple, wrong with me, when sometime about after 10 p.m. he saw lightning strike Dusky Bridge. However, the map of the temple contradicted that. It was impossible to see the bridge from Main. Edgewood deduced that Butts had really been Heavenly Hall, waiting for Iris after sending her. The secret he had threatened to expose was a love between him and Iris that was all in his head. Butts' ineptitude at letter writing was that his love letter ended up looking like a blackmail letter. Butts' Cyclops were broken, however he also meant something incredible, and when asked what it was, 5 Cyclops. Edgewood decided he would have just the truth out of Butts. And next day, Edgewood arranged for a judge from his debut trial to order trial, as he would not recognize. He also asked Francisca Ward Karma to prosecute, since she would only care about getting chance to beat. One Karma initially expected to face Wright, but upon finding Edgewood on the defense's bench instead, he was just as happy to crush her adoptive brother. Yeah, she's smaller than him. As expected, one karma called Bikini as the first witness. Bikini testified that she was supposed to stay in a temple, but her bad back was causing her pain, so she left Iris with Maya while she went back to Asakura temple for a hot bath. Edgewood objected this, pointing out that Iris had never said she never went to the inner temple. Although one karma retorted that Iris was simply lying, Edgewood claimed that if her intention was to lie, it would have made more sense to say that she went to the inner temple, as it gave her a much better alibi. The judge called Bikini's memory question but told her to continue her testimony. Bikini recalled that when Iris met her at the inner temple, she was dressed exactly like she was at the dinner. But Edward presented Iris's hooded response. He had given it right at dinner, and so therefore could not have been wearing it when she was in a temple. One karma replied that she could have just worn a spare hood. Bikini had spares. The judge told Bikini to testify about her movements around her after her bath. Bikini testified that that's so weird saying Bikini over and over again. Bikini testified that she heard a noise from courtyard, which led to her see Iris stabbing Dukesnam with the sword. She believed that the stabbing must have occurred after Dukesnam fell from her room, but Edward pointed out that the autopsy report said she was pushed after being stabbed, proving that the scene Bikini witnessed did not happen. It just suggested that Dukesnam was killed in her room, which one karma agreed. But Edward questioned if there was any sign of struggle between there or any bloodstains. After the judge questioned her about it, she replied saying that there was no traces of blood found in the victim's room. One karma reminded the judge that very little blood is lost upon insertion of blade, and the victim loses the most blood when blade is removed. If the blades were not removed, Edward agreed, saying it well. Thus, one karma grabbed and pushed out of the window. Bridget asked for a clearer testimony. She testified that she didn't actually see Iris stab Dukesnam, but the sword was already in the blade. After a further inquiry by Edgeworth, Bikini added that she saw Iris with the sword, which was in the victim to the hilt, being pulled out smoothly. Edgeworth objected, pointing out that it would be impossible for Iris to stab Dukesnam to the hilt with the sword, as this would require far more physical strength than she had. Although one karma objected to this as merely assumed she was not strong enough, Edgeworth also stated that it would have been impossible for her smoothly to remove the blade out of Dukesnam's body, owing it to 7 branches. Furthermore, the wound was too large for the sword to stop the bleeding completely, and there was only blood on the tip of the sword. Edgeworth concluded that the sword was not a murder weapon, but merely part of the state. However, one karma told him that in nothing, Bikini saw Iris stabbing the victim sword-like object. Edgeworth responded by asking the real murder weapon had disappearance no sword-like found at Hazakura temple. Bikini suggested the killer could have disposed of a real weapon by tossing it into the river. This could be done quickly with a snowmobile, which was capable of making a trip from Hazakura to Dusky Bridge in 5 minutes. Edgeworth presented a photograph of snowmobile tracks which contradicting this, as the only one of the tracks were visible in the photo. If someone had ridden a snowmobile to Dusky Bridge and back, there should have been 2 tracks. One karma explained that it had been snowing on a more, and thus the tracks leading to the bridge could have been erased by snowfall. Edgeworth replied this was impossible, as the data showed that the snow stopped falling at 10:50, which was before Bikini had crime, and therefore no tracks after the crime could have been erased. One karma suggested that the weather report might have been inaccurate, but Edgeworth presented another photo named victim Elise Dukesnam. There's no snow on top of her body, proving the snowfall had already stopped when the murder took place. The only apparent explanation was that someone had gone to Dusky Bridge with the snowmobile while it was still snowing and returned to Hazakura temple with it after the snow stopped. One karma stated that it could only have been Iris, and she had the only key to remove her snowmobile. However, Bikini pointed out after leaving Iris at the inner temple, she hadn't seen the snowmobile at Dusky Bridge on her way back, but had seen it at Hazakura temple. They had asked if there was another witness who might have been at the snowmobile at Bridge, remembering that Butts had been wandering around Dusky Bridge at that night, and he had mentioned seeing something incredible. Edgeworth asked to have him summoned as a witness. During recess, Edgeworth met Iris in defendant lobby. She restated her earlier testimony that she had never gone to a temple, despite Bikini claim have met her there. He also confirmed that she had been the one who had used the snowmobile to go to Dusky Bridge, but said she could not say why, at least not until Maya's safety has been confirmed and 5 Cyclops appeared again. Edgewood asked Iris if she had killed Ellis Tuxnam, which again she denied. Since no Cyclops appeared, he reasoned that she must be telling truth. Court turns and Larry Butts was summoned to the stand. He was asked to testify about what he had seen. Butts claimed to have walked to Dusky Bridge several times, but not seen the snowmobile or met anyone there. Edgeworth said that this was a lie since Butts had run right by the bridge that night. Resuming his testimony, Butts stated that he lightning strike from the shack and gone there shortly after, where he had immediately run to Wright. Edgeworth pointed out that there was another contradiction. Lightning struck at the bridge at 10:45 p.m. meaning Butts would have arrived there around 11 p.m. at the latest. However, 11 p.m. was when Bikini had Iris stabbing Duke, at which Wright was Hazakura, meaning that Butts could not have encountered him at the bridge. One Karama argued that Bikini had stated the time of murder could simply be around 11. Edgeworth had further proved that Wright had not arrived at the bridge before 11 p.m. The weather report showed that the bridge had been burning for about 30 minutes, or until 11:50, and the fire had already almost died when Wright had arrived. Convinced that Butts was still not telling, Edward asked what he had been doing the whole. Butts admitted about seeing the burning bridge. He had given into urge to draw a picture of it. Knowing that Butts had claimed to have something incredible that night, Edward asked him to submit the drawing he had made to the everyone's shock. The drawing seemed to depict a flying figure over the burning bridge. Butts claimed that it was Iris. He had seen her fly the night, at least 30 feet above the bridge, with her hood fluttering in the wind. Edgeworth said Iris had given her hood to Wright, or the person Butts had seen flying could not have been her. Butts said it would definitely prove that it would be Iris after going to Dusky Bridge for her. He had definite I just read it. He had found a crystal spear half buried in the snow and claimed that Iris was the only one who could have lost his crystal spear that night. I should point out that someone else could have also lost the crystal spear. Ellis Tuxnam. It had originally been a spear on her staff, but it had disappeared after the war. One Karma tried to dismiss Butts' testimony, saying that the idea of flying is ridiculous, but Edgeworth argued that the important thing is that this crystal spear had been found. This proved that Dukes had left Azakura temple that night, which could change everything assumed about the case. It was then suggested by one Karma that the killer, not the victim, could have dropped the spear, but Edward pointed out that the spear had been half covered in snow. Since the snowfall had stopped by the time in the courtyard, the spear must have been dropped at Dusky Bridge before then. Snowmobile have used the body to harm Azakura, so when the post had taken. Also, there is the question of why the body unresolved. The judge declared that the case required further investigation, and the trial ended for the day. So we began an investigation, and Phoenix Wright, having recovered enough from his ordeal to return his work, met Miles Edgeworth and Dusky and took over the defense team station. To Edgeworth's relief, the Gumshoe told Wright that he had already tried to repair the bridge. He didn't finish as soon as he promised to Wright that he would be the first to know what happened. Along the way, Azakura Temple, Wright met Francesca Von Karma at the main gate. She greeted him and made clear once again her intentions of finally defeating him. After the conversation, Wright met Bikini, who told him that Pearl had gone missing. She insisted that she had met Iris, and contradicting the latter's testimony that she had not left her room. Wright noticed that Bikini referred to Tuxnam as Miss Ellis, an honorific used to address members of the Fae clan. You see where? And Wright asked Bikini about Cyclops. Look around the courtyard. Gumshoe arrived to tell them the bridge had been repaired. One Karma reappeared. To Gumshoe's horror, and told Wright that she would accompany him. Edgeworth joined them at the bridge, group journey across the inner together. Upon arriving, they found Pearl crying by herself, and they immediately asked about Maya. Pearl told them that she was worried about Maya, which is why she had been on this side. Door onto the sacred cavern within the training hall where Maya was expected to be was sealed with a trick lock, which resembled a physical psych lock, and Misty's picture scroll was smeared with gravy. Goddard then showed up, telling One Karma that he would be taken over as prosecutor for the case. He appeared angry at Wright, telling him that he had set something in motion he would never be able to undo. Wright talked to him and learned the truth about Godot's mask. Without it, he could not see. Godot claimed to have lost his sight when he died. Now I see who the prosecutor who died could be. When Wright asked what he meant by that, Godot told him that he should know who had killed him. Wright had the impression that he knew what Godot was talking about. He also had the impression that his grudge against Wright appeared to be related to the death of Mia Fey. Godot told Wright that Maya was likely tied or trapped inside the sacred cavern in the training hall. The trick lock on the door to cavern could only be removed by the same person who had set it, namely Iris. He had already arranged for her to be brought over to open the lock. Wright moved outside to find Gumshoe muttering himself about something he should erase. He had noticed Von Karma and Wright, and he told them to not go into the garden. Disregarding his advice, Von Karma and Wright headed for the garden, and there they found a talisman which was supposed to belong to the master of Korean channeling technique. They also found a bloody note on a lantern in the gardens that read Maya, albeit upside down. Von Karma told Wright that there could only be one explanation for the writing being upside down. Alice Dewsnam had written the message herself in blood. Wright and police investigation team concluded the true crime scene was guarded on the temple site. The clues there could have not been planted after Bikini witnessed the stabbing in Hazakura temple. As the burned down bridge meant that temple site was the gate to the main hall. Wright met Edgewood and Iris, with the latter being locked. Wright asked to come along, but said public should. Wright met Bikini main hall again, having figured Alice Duke's name. Talisman found in the garden had the same crest symbol depicting the crest of the master of Korean. Wright concluded Alice Duke's name was really missing. Maya's missing. With the break-in of Cyclops confirming. However, before anything more, the ground beneath began to tremble, and so it finally revealed that Alex Duke's name is none other than Faye, Maya and Mia's mother. Anyways, we're talking about what happens. Aware of Edgewood's deadly fear of earthquakes from a childhood trauma and worried for Maya's safety, Wright raced back to the temple. When he arrived, Edgewood ashamedly told him that Iris had escaped while he had passed out from fear. However, they soon found her at the inner temple, saying that she had ran ahead because she was worried about the sacred cavern cave-in. However, something about the inner temple had changed. There were no 5 trick locks on the door to the sacred cavern. Iris said it was impossible for them to remove. Edgewood left to further investigate the garden while Wright stayed to ask for Iris' view. Iris said the trick locks could be set in hundreds of different. The only person who had set them to remove them. Wright said that someone had probably set more locks on the door. Iris first one in order to prevent. Iris said she could probably all the locks if through every combination, but that would take a whole day. Remembering the contradiction of Iris in testimony, Wright asked her where she had really only for 3 Cyclops to appear. Wright met Edgewood again in the garden, where the latter had seen Iris's face before. In court during his first case, the woman in question had been the daughter of a jeweler. However, Edgewood claimed that she could not possibly be Iris. Wright later met Pearl and Butts at Heavenly Hall and decided time to ask Pearl where she had. She was also hiding a secret. This 5 Cyclops appeared when all she told Phoenix that she had lost her spiritual powers, which made him suspect that she had tried to channel his failed. Wright talked to Bikini again. He revealed that Misty Faye had come to Hazakura temple to foil a plot to destroy the Faye family line, as well as a feud between Misty and Wright. Told her about an incident a year previous at Koren, in which Morgan had been an accomplice with the aim of installing her as Pearl as an expert. At this point, Bikini let something. Iris was Morgan Faye's daughter. Shocked by this, Wright questioned her further, only to learn that Morgan had 3 daughters: Pearl, Iris, and Iris' sister. Bikini couldn't remember the twins, but Wright had a good idea as to. Wright found Gumshoe examining the Hazakura temple courtyard again, this time looking for a real murder weapon. He had also found the remains of partially burned letter in the incinerator. Wright could not see who it was addressed to, but readable part content instructions telling someone to channel his after light out Bell had run. Gumshoe then to Wright a metal detector for a murder weapon. He eventually reacted to. Upon examining it, they discovered that it contained a hidden sword. Wright knew it might be a real murder weapon, and he wiped out. Wright went to Edgewood again and tell him what he learned about Bikini. He came to the same conclusion: Iris' being Talia Hawthorne. Edgewood, however, maintained that Hawthorne could not possibly, and told Wright she was dead 6 years had passed since her conviction for Doug Swallow's murder, and she had finally been the previous month. Wright, knowing that someone had tried to channel the spirit on the night of the crime, was convinced that Dahlia Horton could be related in the case after all. Wright talked to Iris again, telling her that he knew about Horton and figured out how Iris could have seen her 2 different places at the same time. Someone had channeled her spirit on that. Iris confirmed this to be true, and when Wright asked why she had not mentioned it, she told him that her sister always did the right. She didn't want to get in Horton's way, having betrayed her once before already. Iris told Wright that she was supposed to help fake the kidnapping on Dusky Bridge 11 years earlier, but had been so scared that she had not shown up. He and Hawthorne had planned it as a way to get revenge on their father for abandoning their mother, Morgan Fay. Now you get what happened, how these 2 ended up. Iris and Wright's conversation was then interrupted by Von Karma, who told Wright to leave and continue the investigation. Iris promised to open the trick logs by the next day, and Wright so left for Heavenly Hall to uncover Pearl's secret piece of puzzle. With the evidence he gathered, Wright managed to figure out that the burned letter was meant for Pearl, and had been written by her mother Morgan. Pearl was supposed to channel Dahlia Horton's spirit after the lights out bell, but did not know what Morgan was planning or even who Horton was. Wright proved that Pearl had been the one who read the instructions because she had made a mistake only a child could make. The letter told her to gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades. But unfamiliar with the word, Pearl had instead covered Misty Fay's scroll in gravy. Pearl admitted she had followed the instructions in the letter, but upon trying to channel Horton's spirit, found that she couldn't do it, which is why she thought she lost her spiritual powers. Wright asked her if there was not another possible reason why she might have failed to channel the spirit, and was told that it could happen if someone has already channeled this same spirit at the same time. Dorot then appeared and told Wright the efforts to reopen the sacred cave were in vain, and then Maya could never come back. Just like Mia, he promised Wright that they would settle everything in court the next day. Meanwhile, Morgan Fay told herself that Fay's main family line was no more, and Pearl would finally take over as the next master. Next day, let's go to next day. Go to defendant lobby. In defendant lobby, Wright was greeted by Edgewood and Pearl, but Iris nowhere to be found. Edgewood told Wright that she was in the prosecutor's as she would be testifying as a witness for prosecution. Dorot would be taking over the case since Von Karma had stayed behind in Sacred Cavern to try and remove blocks, which Edgewood estimated would take 3 more hours. So, the further session began. As soon as Iris was called to the stand, she apologized to Wright, saying she had not been honest with them. Iris confessed to being an accomplice to the murder and altering the crime scene in order to cover for someone else. To Wright's disbelief, Iris named Maya as the murderer, saying that she had seen Duke's nymph attack Maya with a dagger in the inner temple garden, at which point Maya had killed her in self-defense. Wright questioned the credibility of her testimony, showing that Duke's nymph's staff contained a hidden sword. The victim already had a weapon in her hand. A separate dagger would not. Dorot dismissed this, saying that the swords were unwieldy for close quarter combat, which explained why the victim might have used a dagger instead. Wright, still unconvinced, revealed Duke's nymph's true identity as Misty Fay, Maya's long-lost mother. It was inconceivable that she would try to kill her own mother. At this point, Dorot presented a bloodstained dagger to he had found it stuck onto the bark of a pine tree, and it corroborated Iris's statement. The judge asked her to testify one more time about what she witnessed. Iris testified that Maya had stolen the weapon and stabbed her in the stomach when she had her back to the stone lantern. Wright said that this contradicted the autopsy report, which stated that the victim had died from a stab wound to the back. Dorot explained this by saying that the stone lantern in the garden was not lit, and Iris could have made a mistake due to darkness, which could also explain why Maya and Duke's nymph had not recognized each other. Then presented the lantern to the court. The judge pointed out that the name Maya was written in the blood on the lantern, much to the disbelief of Godot, who was apparently unaware of this and insisted that there was no writing on the lantern. Everyone else, of course, could see the blood as clear as day. Iris recalled that Duke's nymph had not collapsed immediately after being stabbed, and said that she must have written the name behind her back before she died. The judge was now convinced that Maya was a murderer. Ordered Iris to testify about the cover-up of the crime scene. Iris claimed to have dragged the body across Dusky Bridge and used the snowmobile to carry the Harakas at temple, where she had stabbed it with the sword. Wright showed a photo of the snowmobile tracks, which meant that the snow must have stopped falling before she could move the body. Iris confirmed this. However, as Wright then pointed out, the wet data showed that the bridge had caught on fire while snow was still falling, meaning it was impossible for Iris to carry the body across the bridge. It was still a fact, however, that the body had been on the other side of the bridge. It must have made it across somehow. Wright then recalled the person Butts had seen flying over the bridge, presenting Butts' sketch. He surprised the court with an incredible theory. The suspension cables on the bridge were upside down on Butts' picture, which meant the entire picture was upside down. Butts' sketch did not depict a body flying. It depicted Misty's body swinging on the burning bridge like a pendulum, suspended by one of the cables. The fall from landing on the other side had caused the trauma on her body and knocked the starb off her staff. Iris claimed to have no knowledge of this. Wright pointed out that someone had to recede the body on the other side and carry it to the snow pit, and Bethany could not have carried a body on her back with her back problems, meaning Iris was the only one who could have done it, since there was no way Iris could be oblivious to all this. Wright finally realized why his client had turned on him and was trying to pin murder on Maya. The woman at the witness was not Iris, but Dahlia Hawthorne, someone back from the dead. Wright told the court about Morgan's plan to have Pearl channel Hawthorne, saying that this explained how Iris could be seen at two different places at the same time. The Iris whom Bikini had met at Inner Temple had in fact been Hawthorne. Pearl insisted that the Iris at the witness stand was a real Iris, as she had been kept under the watch since arrest. But Wright pointed out that the earthquake the previous day had given Iris an opportunity to escape while Edgewood was having panic attack. Hawthorne was suspicious places with Iris then. Her cover was blown. Hawthorne revealed herself. Hawthorne testified about her summoning and plan devised by Morgan Fay, her mother. Plan has to have Pearl summon her so she could find Maya and kill her. Maya gone, Pearl would inherit the position of master. Hawthorne had only gone along with the plan because of her grudge against the smiling, willing to hurt and kill anyone held dear. Hawthorne testified that upon being first summoned, she had hunted Maya down and attacked her in the Inner Temple garden, but had been stabbed shortly after. She had lost consciousness, but not before writing Maya's name in blood on the bone in an attempt to cast suspicion on her. Sometime later, he had awakened in the sacred cavern where Iris found her, allowing Hawthorne to trap her sister in the cavern and lock it again. Hawthorne guessed that since Maya had not been found anywhere, Maya had jumped into the river and killed her, killing her own mother, achieving her objective of revenge. After Hawthorne received a call himself confirming that Iris had been found in the Inner Temple and Maya had nowhere. Wright was devastated because Goddard recommended him to check for the evidence. Praising that Goddard was referred to Wright, explained that Maya could not have thrown herself into a river, as there was a rock shelf under a cliff on the Inner Temple, making it impossible for her to reach the river if she had jumped. Thinking things through, Wright asked Hawthorne who was channeling her at the moment. Hawthorne replied that such an answer was obvious. She was being channeled by Pearl Fay. Wright countered by revealing that Pearl had tried to channel her, but she had failed to do so. Because someone else had been channeling her at the time, this left her and only one person capable of channeling her. Maya Fay? With Hawthorne possessing her, there was no way for the vengeful spirit to harm her. Hawthorne raged, demanding to know who had foiled her plans. Mia appeared, summoned by Pearl, and told Hawthorne that she had come up with the idea after Maya summoned spirit in consultation. Mia and Wright taunted Hawthorne. All her cruel plots ended in failure, with her killing the wrong people and leading the trail back to her. Although her first crime, the fake kidnapping and stealing the $2 million diamond, was a success, the whole truth came out when Terry Falls escaped the prison, forcing her to kill her oldest stepsister and make Falls commit suicide. Soon after, her plot to kill Phoenix Wright ended in failure, and she was unable to pin Wright for her murder of Dog Swallow, which led to her execution. Finally, there was the fact that she failed to kill Maya, even though she was right in front of her. That was the last straw, and Hawthorne raged at Mia, who calmly stated that Hawthorne could never win as long as Mia. Wright added that the outcome of the battle no longer mattered and angrily demanded Hawthorne to leave Maya's body immediately, distraught and anguished. Dahlia Hawthorne was exiled from Maya's body with memories of failure, dying relentlessly, leaving behind a severely weakened Maya. The judge remarked that it would be best if Hawthorne was never mentioned. Wright remarked that Judge seemed considerably calm for someone who had just witnessed supernatural. The judge admitted that he had been reading and blood summoning, as his brother suggested that he open his mind. Oh, wait. The judge we were going through is the judge brother? Wait, what? Miles is judge and Phoenix is judge are brothers? Okay. Just as the judge was about to announce his verdict, Goddard objected. While it proved that Maya was not the one who killed Ellis, the identity of real killer was yet to be determined, meaning Iris remained the prime suspect. Goddard turned to Wright over finishing the trial without help. For the first time in his career, Phoenix Wright would have finished his trial alone with no counselor to help him. So, during recess in defendant lobby, Wright asked Iris why she helped Hawthorne so much. Iris feels sorry for her sister who had been abandoned by her mother and neglected by her father. She also confirmed that Hawthorne had told Wright the previous day that she was supposed to help with the stage kidnapping earlier. Iris also admitted to moving Duke Slim's body for the real killer, but said she could not reveal who it was. She then summoned the judge's. She was then summoned chamber, but before she left, she Wright that there was something to tell him later. Wright had a brief conversation with Maya, who assured him that Maya would restore completely. He left Wright with figuring out who they must have 4 patterns for the bridge burning out someone who was not in Hazakura temple following day. Thinking that Wright had some ideas, and so for the first time we explored reconvent. The judge announced the results of the blood test in Denver, while there hadn't been time to confirm whose blood it was. Definitely was not the victim's blood. The judge also expressed his desire to end the trial as quickly as possible, and considering violation, Goddard and Wright agreed. Goddard first had Maya testify to who the real killer. Due to her rattled composure, her testimony of both consistent, and Wright knew she was trying to hide something. He accidentally let it slip that there was a man behind. While this beforehand, she could not identify him. She also said she had dreamed help me dead man. Seeing her slip up, she amended her testimony, stating that she had seen the man by the light of stone lantern in the garden. However, this was impossible since dead lantern was out of commission that night. When Goddard asked how Maya had seen the killer in the dark, Wright responded, "There are some things that can dark," but Wright then requested that the court turn off all lights. In the pitch black darkness of the room, the judge was in shock as the identity of Wright's accused killer was laid bare. His mask aglow, Goddard congratulated Phoenix on his deduction. Maya responded that Wright was wrong, that she had thought the assailant was a man because the crime scene had been cleaned, all evidence incriminating, except for the bloody writing on the white lanterns. Wright pointed out that the blood was incriminated evidence and proposed that the killer didn't clean up the writing because the killer didn't see it. Maya pointed out that all torches in the garden were so any person couldn't miss. Wright conceded this and once again accused Goddard, pointing that he could not see a white background, which had been hinted on their last case. Yeah, the ketchup, by the way. That's what they're pointing at. Maya pointed out that Goddard hadn't been in a temple until the bridge was finished being rebuilt by the court, that Goddard had found Pearl first up while he was doing his Goddard-style investigation. However, Goddard made one fatal step up. When he noted in the inner temple there was a hanging scroll picture of Misty Faye in clothing surrounded by hue and aroma of western tea. Wright pointed out that Pearl had thrown gravy upon the scroll before Dusky Bridge was fixed. If Goddard had come in a temple for the first time and seen the hanging scroll, he could have not known that Misty Faye was wearing Japanese clothing under. Goddard objected that he would have known about Morgan's plan in advance. Couldn't have known about Morgan's plans in advance. Wright agreed and showed him the burnt letter that Detective Gumshoe had found. Pearl had said that the seal had already been. Wright proposed that Goddard, using his power as prosecutor, listened to them between Morgan and Pearl. He had found the plans before Pearl had. However, even though he had found out about the plan, he had left the plan where Pearl could find them. Goddard asked for a motive, and Wright gave the important link to Goddard and Maya Faye, her sister. Goddard's old love, Maya Faye. Goddard admitted this, as well as Wright's revelation that Goddard has none other than the defense attorney, Diego Armand. I told you, something was strange about Armand. After being poisoned by Dahlia Hawthorne, Goddard had fallen in a 5-year coma, so poisoned by Dahlia. The smell of doctor's cup of coffee had finally brought him out of the coma, only for him to learn that the woman he loved was dead and the woman he hated was on death row. At this point, he felt he had only 2 reasons left to arrest Mia's successor, Wright, who is Phoenix Wright, obviously, who he blamed for aiding Hawthorne and failing to protect Mia and to protect Mia's sister Maya, who he knew was still in danger from Morgan's vengeance. Hawthorne planned everything at Hazakura. He had contacted Misty Faye using his connections prosecute, wanting her to be at the site to prevent Pearl from summoning Horton. And Iris was already there. Was to be the fall girl in Godot's backup plan in case they couldn't stop Morgan's plan. Godot's role was to protect Maya Fey in case something went wrong. Misty originally tried to invite Pearl to her room to read books together, thus preventing the summoning. When this failed, Misty summoned Hawthorne's spirit so Pearl couldn't do so. Godot acknowledged Wright's skill as an attorney but stopped short of admitting everything, challenging Wright to figure out everything on his own. The judge added that based on new revelations, only Maya or Godot could have committed the murder. How this trial would end would all come on Maya Fey's final testimony about what happened in the garden. Maya testified that she saw 3 red lights before she was splattered with blood. However, she had heard the person who was stabbed strike back, knocking the lights out and causing a hideous scream, after which she blacked out. Wright pushed through the testimony. The weapon was already stuck in the victim's body. She must have struck the killer with the dagger that was found at the crime scene. Godot objected that the blood could have been the victim's blood, but Wright reminded Godot that the blood had already been tested. It was not the victim's blood. Therefore, it could have only been the killer. Godot, however, had an answer for this as well. He was the one who entered the incriminated dagger as evidence. If he truly was a killer, he could most certainly have washed the blood of the knife planted on the blood to cover his track. Either way, Godot claimed with certainty that the blood wasn't his. Maya added, if Godot was hit by the knife, he would have left a rip or blood on his clothes he hadn't had the chance to change since the murder. However, no blood or wound was found on him. Wright argued that Godot might have bought a change of clothes, but the judge reminded him that Godot couldn't have predicted the lightning strike that left him stranded at the inn. Desperately, Wright suggested Godot was naked when he committed the murder, but Godot countered that the freezing temperature that night made that explanation impossible. Godot scoffed at Wright and claiming that Mia would have solved this case by now. However, despite being backed in the corner, Wright insisted that he would be able to prove that Godot was the killer and there was, in fact, a way for him to hide a wound. Godot, impressed by this, decided to pile on pressure. Wright would only be allowed one chance to prove himself, and if he failed, Iris would automatically be found guilty. Undeterred, Wright agreed to this, and after thinking it over, proposed that Godot was hiding the wound under his own mask. At first, Godot bluntly denied this claim, and claimed that Wright would never be half lawyer that Mia was. However, he suddenly saw Mia's spirit standing and objecting alongside Wright, and realized that was living on through him. As Godot froze in shock, Wright pressed on. He reminded the court that Maya had seen red lights disappear, followed by the scream, which he concluded meant that Godot's mask must have been knocked off by his face when he was attacked. He demanded that Godot remove his mask showed a wound he was sure was there. An explosion that erupted from Godot's mask, causing him to scream pain and frustration. And yet, Armando's confession. Godot confessed his hatred for Wright because he went on living his happy-go-lucky life even after covering for Horton and letting Mia die. Godot thought he couldn't forgive Wright, but he knew deep down that one he couldn't forgive was himself. Not able to face Mia's death head-on, Godot had to run away, throwing away his past, his name, and even his face, hiding behind a mask. Even in the end, he couldn't decide if he really wanted to save Maya that night to get revenge on Horton for ruining his life. Watching Mia's spirit and Wright finally gave him an epiphany all along. He was simply trying to save his own broken soul in desperate attempt to atone for his failure to protect Mia. Maya reassured, however, that she believed in him, for which Godot thanked her and said to call him by his real name. Blood then seeped from his mask, not mouth. Wright warned Armando of his wound, but Armando just laughed it off, reminding Wright that red did not exist in this. Also have Iris's confession. Iris was called back to this. Even though she was innocent of murder, she would still be tried for her role as an accomplice in the crime. Iris wanted to say one thing to Wright before she was taken away, as she had promised to Edward. She would reveal her deception to Wright, that she had posed as a sister while they were dating. After Horton had handed off the bottle to poison Wright, he was ready to kill him to get it back to Wright, showing it to everyone that he met and the risk of police finding out. Iris begged her to wait, not wanting her to commit anything, and tried to get the bottle back from Wright by posing Horton. However, she couldn't get Wright to give it back and eventually fell in love. Horton finally took the matters into her own hands and tried to poison Wright's cold medicine, which led to Dog Swallow's death and her arrest. In light of this revelation, Wright replied that she really was the person he always thought she was, and that he believed in Dolly even after Horton was found guilty. Afterwards, Armando pondered how many cups he had drank over the year, but could only say that the cup he was drinking right now was the best. Wright, taking the drink of his own, agreed. Judge finally ended on his not. So this is pretty cool. Where Wright was upset that he couldn't say Armando, but Mia, channeled by Pearl, said he did say possible. He also said that there is nothing else. He had admitted farewell to end the award. Everyone was ready to celebrate and plead his case. No that Pearl was no. I went to find her, and when Fon Karma began, Edgewood summarized that he was being strong for Pearl. Said Pearl was so upset by this. Her mother had led her astray. For the events unfolded. Maya came back without Pearl, unable to imagine where she would go, especially after calling Korean village only to be told she wasn't there. Wright had an idea. Maya and Wright headed to Harazakura temple. Beginning told them Pearl was at the inner temple. When they arrived, they didn't see Pearl at first, but noticed that the picture of Misty had been cleaned. An upset Pearl reunited with Wright and Maya, who assured her that the claim for the event was not hers. Reflecting on the events at hand, Bikini, Wright, Maya and Pearl discovered a picture of Mia and Maya. They were younger, trying to fix the sacred urn, having just broken it. In the charm that Misty always wore. Misty had never forgotten about her daughters, since they were always with her. Bikini then offered spiritual training to Wright. However, he refused to this proposition, uttering his catchphrase one last time. Damn, this was a journey, alright? Oh, I loved this game thoroughly. I loved the game thoroughly, and I will be the first guy to say this. This was one of the best visual novels I have played ever, hands down. I have played some visual novels past, some visual novels which were really bad, some which had really good, meaning something like Little Busters I played, and really bad, meaning like something like Ascendant Heart. So I have played visual novels in the past as there's a freaking truck going up. It's freaking 2 in the morning and there's a truck going past my house. I have played visual novels in the past and I've completed a bunch of them, but this will always stick close to me. Phoenix Wright is something that can it's just has the it factor, right, for being a visual novel. And I'll be the first guy to say Phoenix Wright is one of the best visual novels ever made. If anything, I would say that the third part is my favorite one of the trilogy, hands down. It had everything. It had drama, it had romance, it had Wright, it had Mia, everything, Edgeworth, everything, and I liked it. And amping up the whole drama about the whole game is just so much more amazing for me, for somebody who is a vivid enjoyer of visual novel, especially in the final chapter. Final chapter's final moments definitely are chills for me because it's the reveal that Armando is just there, standing there and looking at Phoenix and being one together. It's a freaking chilling scene. And even right now, if I was to go back and play that scene over again, it's gonna be chilling because just the moment you see him go objection and you see Mia's spirit channeling inside Phoenix and see how far Phoenix has come from his first game up to this point. It's kind of amazing how much he has progressed from the first game, because first game he was just a rookie nobody, and now he is a well-established lawyer to a point where in episode 3, when he fails to defend Maggie Bride, you see that Phoenix Wright's popularity is shining. He's a famous lawyer because that one case put a stint on his name, and that's just to clear that name he had to make, I'm not a fake one, a real one. That's really cool to me. Also Maggie Bride, because it was Maggie Bride and Phoenix knew it was an innocent guy. So obviously there's just so much general this game offered that I think so it made the game so much better in my eyes, and it provides mechanics that were introduced in the previous game. Now, if I'm remembering correctly, the Nintendo S version had some stuff with the bike as well. I don't remember what it was, but there was some stuff you could do with the mic as well. Because I played the first game only, played more than that. anyways, that was Phoenix Wright. Next week I will get to prototype, and the second video this week is probably going to be Age of Wonders, because there's a 50 on Call of Duty, and but since Age of Wonders was the first one to get booted, I'll get that out of the way, and right after the Call of Duty out of the way. So yeah, after I'm done with prototype, hopefully you guys enjoyed the video, and most probably expect it out by Sunday. So this is a Thursday. I am recording this on a Thursday, so probably you guys will get this on Sunday, and also you can expect the Age of Wonders video on Wednesday. I will have that Sunday and Wednesday. Sunday for longer games, for shorter games. I'll make it so that you guys can have it, or maybe in case the game is very long, like that game to be out, and there will be no games on that. There'll be no second games on the weekend. I'm gonna try but I think instead of every, I think certain things will be made. Some of the games are really big. For example, Dragon Age Inquisition or Baldur's Gate. On those games, well, I want to play Baldur's Gate, but it's too big for me to download right now. So yeah. Anyways, yeah, there's still a little bunch of games that I want to play, and still a bunch of games I will complete as time goes on. Until then, right now, I'm good. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the video. Don't forget to subscribe, since I will be doing more reviews on more. And don't forget to like. I upload every week, at least try to keep my uploads consistent, and I upload shorts every day on video game cutscenes. That's about it. And also don't forget to like the video and share it with your friends, so that even they know that I make overviews. Until next time, peace out.